Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the movie of, what if weak Naruto suddenly gained gaming powers? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You fail. The words jabbed at his heart as he looked at his supposed sensei. Ren tried not to thoughts wander as he tried to keep a calm facade. The girls dig it okay. Maybe. Ren has never been a downer. He fought his way through the orphanage, managed to graduate, but the simple brutal response to a failed test was a lot harsher to him than he thought he deserved. But then again he had every right to deny him. Ren looked at the silver-haired Jounin before he vanished in a blur of speed. What was he supposed to do now? Go join the reserve force? No, that won't cut it. He would just be run ragged and end up being a somewhat mediocre chunin at best. Go back to the academy and wait another year. That sounded more ridiculous, to go back and mingle with those clan brats. What now? Ren looked at his teammate who was stuck to the pole. Genji wasn't the worst out of his class, and neither was Tora, but then again, they weren't geniuses either. In Konoha, if you weren't a genius or a clan shinobi, you were a chunin. Ren chuckled bitterly at the thought before he took out a kunai and cut the bindings since he already ate lunch. Trapped, there was no point in sticking around. What good would even come from talking among themselves? They were not that different in that regard. Ren was the first one to move. He slowly crossed the distance to the entrance of Training Ground 7, crossed the fence, and walked out. Now, if someone had told him that walking out of the training ground would make a light bulb flash before his eyes, then he would have hesitated some more. Well, it's not like he had a choice. He had to go out at some point. No. Still the blue floating box. No, it was too thin to be a box. It was more like the blackboard that he had in his classroom. The thought of going back to that classroom was depressing, but the floating thing took precedence. Kai, Ren shouted as he focused his chakra and released some of it with a burst. The tiger seal helped, but not enough to dismiss the box. Blackboard, whatever. Ren took out a kunai from his weapons pouch and held it in his right hand. He hesitated, and for a moment he calculated how much this is going to cost him before he plunged the kunai into his forearm. Son of a... He suppressed a string of curse words as the box still didn't leave his vision. He was a shinobi after all. Now that all the impulsive actions were done as decreed by his training till now, he was left with the last option, to indulge and see where the trap leads him. Who's spending all this effort to trap him anyway? Unique story quest alert. The road less traveled by. You failed the true genin exam. With no way to know what lies in your future, you are left with two choices in front of you. 1. Go back to the Konoha Academy for another year. 2. Join the reserve force and thrive under the radar. Ren read the words once, then he reread it again. What kind of sick prank is this, mocking me when I'm down? Ren bristled a bit at the audacity of his adversary before he reread the passage again. It's not like he had much of a choice. The whole thing was taking up most of his vision anyway. He looked at the two options and they seemed like a button. At least they appeared to be that way. He extended his hand and clicked the first option. Wait, what? Ren felt himself click the first option before the window disappeared and his vision went black for a second. He stumbled a little as he jerked back in surprise before everything returned to normal slowly. Ren walked towards the side of the road and grabbed a tree in case it happened again. After waiting for about 30 seconds and no new thing blocking his vision, Ren turned to look at the new issue he had created. His arm was bleeding. He stored the kunai that he held in his hands and pulled out a scroll of bandage tape from his pockets. He wrapped it around his hands and started walking back. His footsteps were light, but nothing happened until he was almost back into the commercial district. The same thing happened again. A blue glowing box appeared in his vision, forcing him to halt. Now what? Having experienced something similar just minutes ago, Ren decided the best option was to read as he went toward the hospital. Tutorial I. Follow along the instructions to know more about this new power of yours. Is it more than just an ability to know things, or see people's names hovering over their heads? Think the words, status, rewards, EXP plus 20. As soon as Ren finished reading the word status, the window in front of him shrunk to the middle and then disappeared, before a new bigger, better block appeared in its place. Name, Ren. Title, Academy Student. Level, 5. Next level, 375/100th. Chakra, 90/90. STR, 9. VIT, 11. End, 10. Dex, 16. INT, 15. CHA, 9. Control, 26%. Specialization, NA. Special perks. Gamer, allows you to view and live your life as though it were a video game. Civilian born, plus 50% EXP to, plus 10% EXP. Perks, buffs, smaller chakra reserves, plus 25% EXP and effectiveness towards. Titles. Money, 4230 Ryo. Attribute points, 20. Ren blinked. And again, I know I'm not an idiot, so what the fuck is this? This is atrocious. Ren complained in his mind about the smaller chakra reserves. What does this thing mean when it says smaller chakra reserves? He could do the Kawarami no Jutsu 5 times in a row. While Ren was complaining, the block blinked out again and was replaced with another block. Plus 20 EXP. This time the window was much shorter, and Ren liked this one. Let's keep it like this till I get to the hospital. Ren was having a bad day already. The annoying blue things were not going away, and his face turned into a brief look of horror when he realized that they were everywhere. Everywhere he looked, the blue block was floating above everyone's head. Anzai Daisuke LV5, Akane Mariko LV2. At night, the streets of Konoha have a special atmosphere. It feels calm and mysterious. The lights are dim, and there's a soft glow from lanterns and streetlights. The village looks magical with shadows and the gentle breeze rustling the leaves. Sometimes, ninja patrol the streets quietly. Walking through the streets at night lets you see the village in a new way, with the moonlight making everything look peaceful and beautiful. On the other hand was Ren. While normally calm and collected, he was anything but so at the moment. At first the boxes floating above everyone's head were annoying to him. He could see everyone's names. And then it hit him, he could see everyone's names. Every single person had a name floating above their head, so Ren lounged around listening to the conversation happening around him. Mary-san, Rika-chan, Kaio-kun. As he realized that every name he could hear was correct, the plan to go to the hospital was swiftly abandoned by Ren as he leaned against the wall. The testing continued deeper into the night. After walking back and forth a couple of times, Ren spent almost a couple of hours verifying all he could about the authenticity of names. While it wasn't an A equals B and B equals C so A equals C situation, but that logic could be applied here as well. If the names that were floating above people were correct, then that could mean that whatever the boxes were saying was correct too. Highly doubtful, but possibly correct. As Ren closed the door to his apartment, he was greeted with the sight of a disorganized and cluttered living room. At the side there was a shoe rack with a bunch of sandals lying around it. The living area was littered with clothes strewn across the furniture and floor, with one clear designated seating area that wasn't covered with any wearables. Empty food containers and dirty dishes were scattered around his kitchen, which was visible at the side of the living room. Ren ignored the mess and he went through the living room into his bedroom. His bedroom was clear, or at least it appeared so. Ren wanted to take a bath, but right now his focus was on something else. He flung himself onto the bed and focused on the message that has been in front of him for a while now. It was mildly irritating at first, but then Ren got used to it. Plus 20 EXP. With no other option, he clicked collect and the block blinked out again, a little frustrated at not having enough context. He didn't have to wait long as a new quest replaced the previous one. Follow along the instructions to know more about this new power of yours. Is it more than just an ability to know things, or see people's names hovering over their heads, or perhaps learning more about yourself? Think the words, attributes, rewards, EXP plus 20. This time Ren was prepared for the now continuously blinking light in front of him. A new block replaced the old one as Ren strapped in for a read, as this was a long one. Your attributes quantify your strengths and weaknesses. Currently, there are 6 attributes and 1 special attribute. The most common way for your stats or attributes to increase is by leveling up. Each level up gives you an increment of 1 stat point in every stat in addition to gaining 5 attribute points. You can manage these points by adding them manually at your own discretion. Another way to increase your attributes is by training or performing certain tasks. An example would be physical training, which depending on what is being done will increase your vitality, dexterity, or strength. Important warning. Be forewarned, if a single attribute exceeds the VIT attribute by more than 2.5 times its amount, it will begin to have a negative effect on the body. This can usually be rectified or at least be managed by increasing your VIT attributes, not always though depending on circumstances. The strength attribute determines the person's overall physical power. This attribute affects the amount of damage a person can inflict on another with taijutsu, bladed, or blunt objects. It also affects a person's ability to reduce damage when blocking and affects the amount of weight they can lift or throw. It's a very important stat when one's fighting style is focused on using heavy weapons or brute force. The vitality, also known as the vigor attribute, determines a person's overall resistance. This attribute also affects a person's ability to regenerate from wounds in and outside of combat. This stat also determines your body's ability to resist special types of damage from things such as poison, bleeding, paralysis, burns, etc. The endurance attribute determines a person's overall stamina, which affects how long you can fight or perform some form of activity. Similar to vitality and strength, this attribute also plays a role in your resistance to attacks by increasing your natural defense when not wearing any protection and when blocking an attack. Dexterity. The dexterity attribute determines the person's overall movement. This attribute affects a person's accuracy, evasion, speed, and ability to land critical strikes on an opponent in close, mid, and long-range combat. Dexterity also plays a major role in pickpocketing, stealth, use of weaponry, and the ability to dual-wield properly. The intelligence attribute determines the person's overall ability to think quickly, learn, memorize, and retain information. This attribute affects one's ability to properly control and mold their chakra. It also enables one to perform a technique with the smallest amount of chakra necessary while still achieving the desired results. Intelligence also affects one's ability to learn and develop certain skills such as genjutsu and medical ninjutsu, along with successfully enabling new variations of certain techniques to be created as well as defending from mental attacks. Warning: if CHAINT, then your chakra control would start dropping. The chakra stat simply indicates the amount of chakra a character possesses and their capacity to use chakra-based abilities. A higher chakra stat typically means that the character has a larger pool of chakra to draw from and can perform more powerful techniques or sustain them for longer durations. A higher chakra stat also means that someone has a higher rate of chakra regeneration. Each individual has a different coefficient that when multiplied with the cha stat gives their total chakra points and chakra pool. Important warning. The cha stat is the only stat that is dependent on your age and chakra control. For every 10% control you have, your cha stat increases by 1 every month until age 25. Ren read everything carefully. The possibilities which he was reading both excited and terrified him. According to the blocks, he could increase the amount of chakra he possessed by simply allocating his spare attribute points to the cha stat. Status, Ren thought, and a familiar block superimposed itself on the description block. He looked carefully at the attribute points and sure enough, he had 20 spare ones. He hesitated once before he simply dumped 10 points into the cha stat. Ren felt a sudden flood of chakra entering his system. He felt a strange rush for a few seconds, but it left him wide-eyed staring at his status block. What the fuck just happened? Ren lay on his bed. His breathing was a little heavy. He was really confused now as he felt his chakra flowing throughout his body. He peeked at the blue box once again. According to the box, his chakra has more than doubled, and while Ren couldn't accurately guess how much the difference was, if he really tried to estimate it, he would have to say double. He gripped the bandage on his left arm and grunted as pain shoot up his arm again. Ren grinned as nothing really changed, but his grin kept increasing as he looked at the remaining 10 points. He had to stop himself from blindly dumping his points into cha again. Calm down, breath through it. Ren counted down from 10 before he thought about his status block going away. As the block blinked out of existence, Ren looked at the attribute block again. He reread through everything and then closed this block too. Plus 20 EXP. Right on cue, the message block appeared again. This time Ren was eager to get access to more blocks, so he quickly clicked on collect and waited for further messages. There it is. Should I call this one quest block? Tutorial 3. Follow along the instructions to know more about this new power of yours. Is it more than just an ability to know things, or see people's names hovering over their heads, or perhaps learning more about yourself and how much can you improve? Think the words, Jutsu List. Rewards, EXP plus 20. Jutsu List. Ren thought absent-mindedly as his thoughts were already going through the jutsus he knew and guessed what would be on this block. Passive skills. Gamer's Body. Grants a body that allows the user to go through life like it was a game. CP and negative effects are fully recovered after sleeping. Increases strength by 7% during combat. Henge no Jutsui rank, LV max, a basic technique that allows one to transform themselves into other objects, people, or creatures. Uses 20 CP per minute. You have a 75% chance of being undetected by those of your level. Kawarimi no Jutsui rank, LV max, a basic but useful technique that allows the user to avoid harm by replacing themselves with other objects. CP usage depends on the substitute object size, distance range, and chakra difference. Base CP cost, 10. Bunshin no Jutsui rank, LV max, a basic technique that allows the user to make illusionary copies of themselves and control their movements. The clones do not react to any external stimuli. Base CP cost, 10 per clone. No, of clones able to control at the same time, 5. Basic Shuriken Jutsu D rank, LV7, a basic and essential skill that all shinobi know. This skill allows the user to properly wield and throw both shuriken and kunai during and outside of combat. While most ninja master only the basic throwing forms of these aspects, some clans or ninjas are known to utilize more advanced forms. Increases attack power of shuriken and kunai by 14% during combat. Increases accuracy when thrown during combat by 28%. Increases accuracy when thrown outside of combat by 70%. Ren closed the blocks again, and another block appeared giving him a completion reward, but he waited for a bit before expecting. The amount of information he just gained from reading just the last box was a little too much. I'm hungry. Ren stood up and walked toward his kitchen. He kicked a pair of trousers that were lying by his bed and walked into the kitchen. He wasn't massive into tasting delicacies, so he simply chopped some vegetables and started making a simple broth and curry. On the other side, he put rice in the cooker and pushed the button on. After a few minutes, he put the chopped vegetables into the container and looked at the reward block again. I'll take a shower first. Ren grabbed the towel that was left to dry on the chair and walked into his bathroom. While not state-of-the-art, it does its job. The water was warm, and as he soaked his head into the stream, Ren thought about the thing that was happening to him. It claims to be a power. Judging by the abrupt way in which my chakra exploded, it works alright. But the way it quantifies everything, it kinda makes everything about those numbers. How does it quantify strength anyway? The number of kilos of weight I could lift. Then what about speed? How does dexterity cover both movement speed and hand speed? After a refreshing shower, Ren came out and started searching for a pair of clean clothes, which he did find. Honestly, he did. He checked on the food, and although the rice was almost done, the broth would still take some time, so he sat down on the counter and clicked the button. Follow along the instructions to know more about this new power of yours. Is it more than just an ability to know things, or see people's names hovering over their heads, or perhaps learning more about yourself and how much can you improve and how did the world around you change? Think the words, system components. Rewards, EXP plus 20. System components. Ren thought. Hopefully, he had worded that right because he didn't know what that second part meant. Quests, sometimes called missions, are tasks given to players by others or sometimes appear spontaneously. Completing a quest or mission will result in rewards such as experience points, items, and money. Most quests can be accepted or declined, while some may be mandatory and must be completed in order to proceed or survive, though giving it will always be an option. Sometimes a side quest will be given alongside the main one. These are purely optional, but completing them gives a boost of rewards such as experience, money, items, etc. Some quests will allow you an unlimited amount of time to complete them, while others need to be completed before a specific time or day or risk quest failure. Completion of quests also boosts one's reputation with the affiliated village, person, or faction by a certain amount, though sometimes it can decrease the reputation of some other faction such as an enemy village. Depending on the failure to complete a quest, it can result in penalties such as no rewards, reputation loss, lower experience points gained, crippling injuries, or even death. Inventory. The inventory is a personal space-time technique, which is where the items you are currently holding onto would go when not in use. This allows you to store a limited amount of items without having to carry them on your person and hamper your movement with the excess weight. To place an item inside, just think inventory and press the item across the screen and vice versa when you want to pull it out. Any items placed inside the inventory will go into a state of stasis, so weapons and armor won't rust and food will never go bad even if it remains there for years. Warning: living things cannot be placed in the inventory. Item quality. Simply put, item quality is a relative indicator of how good an item is compared to another. The quality indicator is most often seen with a rank beside the name of any item. There are 5 types of item qualities in the elemental nations, which are ranked from broken to legendary. Note, the higher the quality, the greater the requirements needed to use it properly. Broken. Items that are considered the worst of the worst and not even worth using. Items that are made of shady materials, poor craftsmanship, have rusted over, or have been worn down due to overuse. Common quality. These are common items of decent quality that many use every day. Most items that fit into this category are basic kunai, shuriken, and some other forms of weaponry and armor. Rare quality. Items of this quality are either somewhat difficult or expensive to come by. Most usually grant an ability or an attribute booster to the user or are made from materials that are difficult to acquire or buy and require a great level of skill to create. Epic quality. Items that are second to none except when compared to legendary quality items. Items of this quality are few and far between, as the methods of creating them are either a closely guarded secret or their ingredients are held under lock and key. Legendary quality. These unique items are considered legendary in terms of power and one-of-a-kind ability they possess or are capable of granting individuals or other items, many of these being one-of-a-kind. Items that are considered to fall under this category are masterpieces or items used by legendary and ancient craftsmen or figures such as the Rikudo Sennin, Goro Nudo Masamune, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tabarama, Sarutobi Sasuke, etc. Some, but not all, of these items possess sentience and will only allow specific individuals to wield or summon them. Ren pulled out his kunai from his pouch and looked at it carefully. There was no indication that it was a common grade item or not. He looked at it a couple more times and then tossed it aside. The quests are neat though. These tutorials are like basic quests that grant me EXP, which is one of the requirements of this power to help me improve. Though the death part is a little worrying, I wonder how this power differentiates between who can give these quests and who cannot. Ren pondered as he clicked the button to collect EXP again. It was very peaceful of gaining power, and if it continues this way, Ren won't mind if he could easily get even a little bit stronger. This time no new block popped up and Ren was at a momentary loss for what to do. He then opened every block once again and started reading everything again. He found several points that he had missed in his excitement before. I need to maintain a balance between INT and Cha, otherwise my control starts dropping. It should be the chakra control that Tamari-sensei was talking about. Come to think of it, he gave us an exercise for those who were unable to perform the Bunshin no Jutsu. Ren looked up and cut the power off from the rice cooker. He then walked back into his bedroom and dragged a box from under his bed. After rummaging through the box for a bit, he finally found the scroll. Leaf sticking exercise. My advantage as a civilian shinobi was the fact that I have a better speed at learning chakra control exercises. Let's see what the harm is in trying it anyway. As this was related to the only advantage Ren got from his less than impressive heritage, he opened the scroll and started reading through the explanation. So I have to use my chakra to create a thin layer on my forehead, then stick a leaf on there and try to create a constant flow of chakra to the surface so that the leaf sticks. If my chakra is too low, then the leaf will slide, and if it is too much, the leaf will blow away. Ren didn't have a leaf on him, so after checking on his curry, he went to his bedroom once again, opened the window, and grabbed a bunch of leaves from the tree. Well, one advantage of living in Konoha is that there is no storage of trees. He sat down at the counter once again and made a tiger seal to mold chakra. He concentrated on maintaining a stable supply of chakra as he stuck the leaf on his forehead. He tilted his head down, and although the leaf wobbled, it still stuck stubbornly to his forehead. A blue block popped up suddenly and the leaf ended up blown away because of a sudden spike in his chakra. Leaf sticking exercise, LVL1. The most basic form of chakra control methods. This skill allows the user to better control their chakra. Uses 10 CP per minute, plus 2% to chakra control per level. Class 401, Konoha Academy, Konohagakure. Day after the summer breaks. Third-person POV. Ren arrived earlier than most would expect. While he was 3 hours early to the class, he carried a bunch of leaves to practice as he hopped on the very last seat. Stupid block, Ren muttered as he looked at the quest-completed block floating in front of him. As soon as he woke up today, 2 blocks were floating above his head, having gotten used to their existence and begrudgingly admitting they could be useful as he felt the chakra flowing through his body. While the first block was good, it was the second one that made him hurry to the academy 3 hours before the reporting time. You have slept in your own bed. CMP has been restored 100% each. All minor ailments and negative status effects have been cured. The class of Prophecy I, Konoha, known throughout the elemental nations as a cradle for geniuses. A new dawn rises on the chaotic world as the 2 greatest geniuses in history go through their final years of basic education. To close the immeasurable gap, you need relentless hard work, punctuality, and dedication. Rewards. Depends on the time remaining. 3 hours, 21 minutes and 45 seconds. EXP plus 201. At least I leveled up from that. Ren was looking at his status block again. He had been looking at the same stats for a while now. He had 15 points to distribute, but he was hesitating right now. According to the boxes, through exercise there was a way to increase his stats. So he didn't want to increase any stats through points right now. Let's store those points only to be used in case of an emergency, or until I can increase my stats through training and more. Ren knew the differences between Shinobi didn't come from a lack of dedication. Almost every Shinobi, at least all of the young ones, were completely dedicated to improving themselves, or at least that was the case for most of them. There were many things that separated the Shinobi that were able to reach Jounin level strength and those who weren't. While the quality of their education and their chakra affinity all mattered, Ren knew the real difference was talent. But now that same talent cap meant nothing to me. Ren had felt the difference in talent. While he worked hard every day, Neji became stronger and faster after every spar. The difference in physical abilities kept on increasing. It was a daunting thing to face after each spar. Still, while Ren wasn't the best in class, he wasn't the dead last either. He graduated nearly at the top of his class, 3rd in the total comprehensive rankings, and 2nd in sparring and taijutsu. Neji was the only clan kid in his class and Ren was the best among everyone else. What are Neji's stats like anyway? If Neji wasn't the greatest genius in history, then in the next class there are probably 2 more people who are possibly stronger than Neji. Ren smirked. The fire to compete reignited in his eyes. Now that they possibly had a level playing field, Ren was all for snatching the Rookie of the Year title. To be Rookie of the Year when there are so many clan kids in this class. Ren closed his eyes as he took out from his pocket and stuck it on his inner wrist. Ren could hear the whispers. The class was starting to fill up. He had used up half of his chakra, and even then he had more chakra than the last time he came to the academy. He opened his eyes and looked around. A sea of blue boxes greeted him as he read through the names one by one. Uchiha Sasuke LV9, Inazuka Kiba LV5, Aburame Shino LV5, Akamichi Choji LV4, Nara Shikamaru LV4, Hyuga Hinata LV5. Isn't she the Yamanaka heiress? Why is she so low level? And what the fuck is up with that brat's level? Why is he stronger than most clan kids and almost as strong as me? Ren looked at the blonde-haired kid who was shouting and smiling like the sun just came out of his arse. Uzumaki isn't a clan, and isn't he supposed to be dead last? Ren didn't like the blonde buffoon. He was an atrocity in the name of Shinobi. There were many rumors going around about his terrible personality and sadistic nature, and the pranks he did all over the village and even in his previous class were so annoying. Didn't he force his way into the exams a couple of weeks ago and failed? The previous mold that Ren had for Uzumaki was of a cocky up-to-no-good prankster, but now he didn't exactly fit into that mold. No matter how bad it was, he was still twice as strong as the Yamanaka girl. After going through everyone's level, Ren had a general idea of where everyone was at. The average level of civilian kids in the class was 3, and the average level of clan kids was 5. The only 2 that stood out were the potential genius that Ren wanted to beat, Uchiha Sasuke, and no way in hell a genius Uzumaki Naruto. This is going to be fun. Yumino Uruka LV. Ren watched his new sensei walk into the room. As Uruka began yelling at his students to quiet down, Ren switched target to Sasuke once again. He used the technique that he accidentally created a couple of days ago when he was staring at the wall too hard while thinking about these new powers of his. Let's see how strong you are. Observe. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Title, Academy Student. Level, 9. Chakra, 380. STR, 17. VIT, 25. End, 22. Dex, 26. INT, 29. Cha, 19. Titles, Academy Student, plus 10% additional EXP gains towards quests and enemies slain. Description: Uchiha Sasuke is one of the last living members of the Uchiha clan, one of Konoha's founding clans and formerly one of the most powerful clans in the world. After the massacre of his family in one night, Sasuke became Konoha's last loyal Uchiha. Considered a prodigy by many like his brother before, Sasuke earning the title of Rookie of the Year is pretty much a given. First day of class. Third-person POV. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Title: Academy Student. Level: 6. Chakra: 3320. STR: 16. VIT: 53. End: 49. Dex: 15. INT: 11. Cha: 83. Titles: Academy Student, plus 10% additional EXP gains towards quests and enemies slain. Description: Uzumaki Naruto's background is shrouded in mystery. Currently, an academy student with aspirations to become Hokage, Naruto has a long and difficult journey ahead of him before he can even come close to reaching his dream. At the moment, many consider Naruto as a shoo-in for the title of Dead Last. Ren blinked. What are those stats? Those combined stats are higher than mine, and even Sasuke, what kind of perks does he have? I thought he was a civilian orphan. Ren's mind boggled a bit as he read through Naruto's stats. His skill was quickly becoming his favorite skill as it let him see through and get a lot of information. He has been spamming for the last couple of weeks at everything he could, although now he knows the depressing background stories of all his neighbors because of too much spamming. It still is a bit weird. I haven't seen you here before, Nara remarked as he sat in the seat right in front of Ren. We don't usually get new students joining our class at the start of the year. Ren observed the Nara. According to his description, he was the heir to the Nara clan, with the highest IQ ever recorded in their clan's records. And it's the first time you have ever reached your final year of schooling, Ren answered with a raised eyebrow. Shikamaru looked at Ren with narrowed eyes before his face relaxed as he put his head down and closed his eyes with a mumbled, "What a drag." Ren felt himself boil with annoyance as he looked at the sleeping Nara. His friend Choji chimed in, "Don't mind him, he is lazy. Welcome to the class. Maybe you should finish eating before you speak." Choji kept on munching on his chips, so Ren smiled and nodded out of politeness. The chitter-chatter in the room continued until Iruka shouted from in front of the class, "Shut up, loud." Boom. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. I'll keep my introduction short. My name is Iruka, and you can call me Iruka-sensei. Now, before we begin covering this year's topic, we will have a short revision exercise. Groans filled the class and Iruka had to shout again to get everyone's attention. Listen up. Everyone come one by one starting from row number 1 and collect this quiz. Remember, this will be marked towards your final grade, so hurry up. Tiba stood up and walked up to Iruka's desk, frowned as he took the test, and then hurried back to his seat. This gradual process continued until Ren had to do the same. He arrived back in his seat and flipped through the questions, but as soon as he read through the first question, a blue block appeared in front of him. The sharp mind. In a battle between two similarly powered opponents, the one with the sharper mind always comes out on top. Being a shinobi isn't always about spamming fireballs at enemies. Most of the time, knowing more than your opponents would give you a distinct edge in any battle. Side Quest I. Score 80% or higher on the written test. Side Quest 2. Score 90% or higher on the written test. Hidden Quest. Rewards. Main Quest Completion, 250 EXP. Side Quest Completion, 300 EXP, plus 100 Reputation. Second Side Quest Completion, 500 EXP, Acquire, plus 200 Reputation. Hidden Quest Rewards. Failure, 100 EXP, minus 25 Reputation. This is a unique quest and is mandatory. Who is the first Hokage of Konoha? A Hiruzen Sarutobi. B. Hashirama Senju. C. Tabarama Senju. D. Madara Uchiha. Which village is known for its strong samurai tradition? A Konoha. B. Suna. C. Iwa. D. Kiri. What is the name of the ninja village led by Hanzo of the Salamander? A Rain. B. Star. C. Iwa. D. Suna. Who is the current Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village? A Sandame Raikage. B. Ondame Raikage. C. Shodame Raikage. D. Nadame Raikage. Which ninja village does Orochimaru originally belong to? A Konohagakure. B. Sunagakure. C. Iwagakure. D. Kirigakure. Who is known as the legendary Sannin? A Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. B. Kakashi, Gai, and Asuma. C. Minato, Kushina, and Rin. D. Hiruzen, Danzo, and Hamura. Which village is known for its strong water-based jutsu? The Konoha. B. Suna. C. Iwa. D. Kiri. Who is known as the Yellow Flash? The Kakashi Haddock. B. Jiraiya. C. Minato Namikaze. D. Senju Tabarama. Who is the student of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya? A Minato Namikaze. B. Kakashi Haddock. C. Mato Gai. D. Orochimaru. Ren read through the questions on the first page. As he flipped over, questions related to history continued before there were several more questions about shuriken jutsu, correct taijutsu postures, and identifying the hand signs. Ren picked up a pencil and began marking the answers. The exam was a little bit on the easier side. The things taught in the final year were no longer in it, so he was confident in getting most of the answers right. At least he should be able to get higher than 90% marks. Ignoring the temptation of thinking about the rewards, Ren focused on the test and the harmony created by the tick-taking of the pencils on everyone's exam seats. After almost an hour of answering questions, Ren double-checked his work and then he put his pencil down and waited for the time to run out. After 3 minutes of waiting for the time to run out, Ren waited in anticipation as he thought about the amount of EXP he will be getting. I'm sure I got everything right. I wonder what the hidden quest is. Is it getting full marks? Alright, time's up. Everyone stopped writing as Iruka started telling everyone to stop writing. The much anticipated blue block appeared in front of Ren. Sakura Haruno, so she's the bookworm of this class. Class 401, Konoha Academy, Konohagakure. First day of class. Third person POV. Unique story quest completed. The Sharp Mind. In a battle between two similarly powered opponents, the one with the sharper mind always comes out on top. Being a shinobi isn't always about spamming fireballs at enemies. Most of the time, knowing more than your opponents would give you a distinct edge in any battle. Side Quest I, score 80% or higher on the written test. Side Quest 2, score 90% or higher on the written test. Hidden Quest, get the highest marks in class. Rewards, Main Quest completion, 250 EXP. Side Quest completion, 300 EXP, plus 100 reputation. Collect, second side quest completion, 500 EXP, acquire, plus 200 reputation. Collect, hidden quest rewards, plus 1000 EXP, plus 300 reputation minus 100 reputation, plus. Collect, that's a whole lot of EXP. Ren calculated the possibility of a double or even triple level up in his mind as he clicked on the collect options in front of each sub-quest. As he thought about it, he realized that this should be a one-time quest. They had similar happen last year. This test was a revision check that would help the academy instructors keep an eye out for what needed to be taught to each individual. That just means I'll get an opportunity to level up again after the accuracy and physical portion of the test. Ren remembered a similar thing happening last time when their class came and went to their last year of training. Though none of the repeating students managed to gain any potential results. A blue block telling him he leveled up appeared twice once he was done collecting the rewards. He looked around and almost everyone was grumbling about the questions. Shikamaru was sleeping on his paper and Choji was still munching on his chips. Haruka-sensei then started to collect everyone's papers. After a small fight with Naruto, who apparently was also sleeping on his paper, Choji elbowed Shikamaru awake. Ren had to suppress a smile as he watched the interaction, and how somehow after snoring softly for the past 5 minutes, Shikamaru simply sat down and looked as bored as ever. After the collection, Haruka-sensei looked at the clock and then gathered everyone to move toward the training ground. There was another Chunin waiting for their class at the training ground. He is pale, with his strikingly spiky silvery white hair hanging down smooth and straight, reaching down to his shoulders that give him a slightly wild and untamed look. The hairstyle frames his face, with the bangs parted to both sides. Though his appearance wasn't what caught Ren's attention, it was the blood-red color that was his name. After seeing that Mizuki's name was glowing red, Ren paused, but since he was the last in line, his pause went unnoticed. Ren thought hard as he focused on going through his memories. He didn't go through the crowded areas or commercial district during the past 2 weeks, so he wasn't completely sure, but this was the first time he had seen a red name. Observe. Ren tried but got a block filled with question marks in response, but this action did prompt another notification from appearing in front of him. Activating Bounty System. Bounty. While Ren was waiting for whatever this new feature was, the class was already in front of the throwing range. At one side there was a table where several sets of shuriken and kunai were placed. Alright everyone, I'll call your name one by one. You need to shoot 10 shuriken and 10 kunai at the targets, Haruka-sensei explained as he ignored several shouts of "we know." You will be graded on your total accuracy and total time taken. 2 blue blocks appeared in front of Ren at almost the same time. The first one he was expecting, given that he finished a similar quest hours ago, and the second one was a little unexpected and a little psychotic. Ready, set, fire. Main quest, score at least 70% on the accuracy test. Side quest I, score 80% or higher on the accuracy test. Side quest 2, score 90% or higher on the accuracy test. Hidden quest, rewards, main quest completion, 250 EXP. Side quest completion, 300 EXP, plus 100 reputation. Second side quest completion, 500 EXP, acquire, plus 200 reputation. Hidden quest rewards, failure, 100 EXP, minus 25 reputation. This is a unique quest and is mandatory. Bounty system activated. After killing a red-named opponent, you would get a chance to loot their corpse for a chance to get 3 jutsu or other personal skills that they might have learned. The higher the level of the target, the lower the chance of getting their best skill. Ren was a little shaken by the killing a red-named part. He looked back at the smiling Chunin who was happily giving everyone a set of shuriken and kunai when it was their turn to take the test. What even defines Mizuki as a red-named or an enemy? Ren was apprehensive, but he still trusted the system a little bit, seeing that it knows who everyone in Konoha was. Ren had ruled out the possibility it was a genjutsu or some anomaly with his brain. That means for some reason this power was telling him Mizuki was an enemy. Is he like a spy or something? The thought popped up involuntarily in his mind and Ren became a little cautious. He then focused as all of the girls suddenly started screaming. Sasuke-kun, you're the best. You can do it, Sasuke-kun. Amid the cheers of everyone, Sasuke took a standard posture and threw the shuriken in one go and the one kunai in another. Ren looked as all the 20 pieces of metal were firmly lodged in the red spot inside. I need to grind the intermediate Shuriken Jutsu if I want to beat him before the year ends. Training Ground, Konoha Academy, Konohagakure. First day of class. Third-person POV. Ren looked at the impressive display. Honestly, Sasuke's performance was outstanding enough that Ren thought about the psycho girl from his class last year. Her unique ability to handle Shuriken and Kunai made sure that she racked in enough marks that she was always above Ren in the accuracy portion of the exam and thus narrowly beat him in the final standings. Ren thought about the scroll of the intermediate Shuriken Jutsu skill book he got from the previous quest. Now, although it was his first time coming across this particular feature of his powers, he could guess what he needed to do. Since he was at the end of the line, he slipped away to the restroom. He was sure Uruka saw him leave, but that could be handled after he came back. Ren slipped into the nearest washroom and looked around. Seeing no blue boxes popping up in his vision, he opened the inventory with a thought. Inventory. His inventory was a 10 by 10 grid of boxes. There was not much in his inventory. Ren had just stored a spare set of kunai and shuriken along with a pair of extra clothes in case of emergencies. Along with the things he had stored before, there were 2 more scrolls that were glowing softly. Ren clicked on the first one and a blue block popped up. Prerequisite, Basic Shuriken Jutsu LV Max, DX20. Yes, no. Due to the couple of weeks of training that Ren did before today's class, he easily met the prerequisite to learn the skill, so he clicked on yes. The block disappeared as a bunch of new information appeared in Ren's mind. He adjusted his posture to throw more than 2 shurikens at the same time and realized that his posture had automatically adjusted a little bit from before. The new motions felt comfortable, and after a few practice swings, Ren left the washroom. While it was frightening to think that he could have an unknown amount of muscle memories by just clicking a button, it still wasn't as frightening as looking around and seeing someone's name floating over their head. Ren arrived back at the training ground. He noticed Uruka turn to look at him for a brief moment before he turned back to look at Koichi throwing his shuriken one by one. Seeing that there was still a while before his turn, Ren opened his skills block and focused on his new skill. Intermediate Shuriken Jutsu C rank. LV1 Shuriken Jutsu is a fundamental aspect of a ninja's arsenal, focusing on precision, agility, and strategic use of shuriken and kunai. Skilled practitioners of Shuriken Jutsu are able to wield these weapons with incredible accuracy and incorporate them into their combat techniques, while most ninja master only the basic throwing forms of these aspects. Some clans or ninjas are known to utilize more advanced forms. Increases attack power of shuriken and kunai by 25% during combat. Increases accuracy when thrown during combat by 50%. Accuracy when thrown outside of combat by 100%. Able to handle multiple shurikens and kunai simultaneously equals 2. So if push comes to shove, I can throw 2 shurikens and kunai at the same time. Should I risk it? There is no point in losing accuracy if I can't beat Sasuke. I should focus on maintaining my accuracy above 90%, Ren thought as he watched everyone one by one step up and throw 20 pieces of metal at the targets. There are only 2 people remaining in line. Hinata was the first one to step up. Ren watched the girl throw almost all the shuriken in the center spot, just missing one. He wasn't impressed by the Hyuga's performance. Having sparred with Neji many times during the past 4 years, Ren knew how impressive the boost to one's eyesight the Byakugan provided. She shouldn't miss one if she fully concentrates. Even Ren with his level 7 never missed the target during his final year. He was a bit disappointed with the class up till now. Although he didn't see Uzumaki's performance, looking at his pouting face, it was clear that he didn't do so well. Ren Uruka shouted as it was finally his turn. Quite a few of his classmates had surprised murmurs, asking the ones around them who he was. Ren ignored his oblivious classmates as he took a stack of kunai and shuriken from a smiling Mizuki. Good luck, the Chunin assistant encouraged him with a nod. Okay, he's a spy, no one is that nice to an unnamed orphan. Seeing Mizuki's smiling visage alarmed Ren, but he still managed to suppress his instincts to narrow his eyes at the Chunin and walked to the starting spot. The targets were around 100 meters away from the starting spot, and each of the 3 targets were arranged in different positions and distances. Ren focused on the leftmost target and felt the weight of the shuriken before he flung it with a snap of his wrist. He grabbed another and flicked the next shuriken at the second target. He cycled through the targets one by one before he switched his posture to throw the kunai. Good job, Ren. Uruka-sensei praised Ren after he got a full score, at least where the accuracy was concerned. He went back to stand at the end once again. This time a lot more gazes followed him. He could even see Shikamaru vaguely shaking his head as he passed by him. Although Ren was puzzled, now wasn't the time to confront the lazy brat. The reward for his second mission was here. Ready, set, fire. Main quest, score at least 70% on the accuracy test. Side quest I, score 80% or higher on the accuracy test. Side quest 2, score 90% or higher on the accuracy test. Hidden quest, get the highest marks in the accuracy test in your class. Rewards, main quest completion, 250 EXP. Side quest completion, 300 EXP, plus 100 reputation. Collect, second side quest completion, 500 EXP, acquire, plus 200 reputation. Collect, hidden quest rewards, training ground, Konoha Academy, Konohagakure. First day of class. third-person POV. So it doesn't even tell me what rewards I missed. Ren looked through the block thoroughly. He wanted to learn the Intermediate Academy Taijutsu right away, so he opened his inventory with a simple thought. He concentrated on learning the Intermediate Academy Taijutsu skill scroll, and the scroll dissolved. Just like last time, a rush of information flooded his brain. He shook a little to relax his muscles as he was feeling a little stiff right now. He closed the screens in front of him once again and did a small sweep to see if someone noticed any abnormality. Alright, no abnormal glances or stances, though a few people are looking in my direction. I better be careful, Ren thought as he focused his attention on Iruka. Iruka looked through the list once again. After making sure he got all the records right, he looked around and spoke. Alright, you all did a good job. Although there were some people who obviously didn't practice during the summer break, he paused to glare at some students who were hiding behind their classmates. We'll move along to the next part of your evaluations, Taijutsu practice. What a drag, Ren heard Shikamaru mutter. The lazy Nara was standing a lot closer to Ren than before. He realized that Shikamaru was up to something, so he simply asked the question with a head tilt. As the class moved towards the sparring ground, Ren looked at Shikamaru, who slouched beside Ren, and said, "What rank were you last year? What is he up to now?" Third. Ren's answer was short and concise, but it made Shikamaru pause before he slowly started walking again. Ren arrived at the sparring ground first, with Shikamaru and Choji trekking behind. Shikamaru looked deep in thought as Ren returned to looking at Iruka in anticipation again. Who will he match me with? The third portion of the exam was a simple one-on-one Taijutsu spar, so his opponent matters a lot. Most of the time the spars were based on luck, since everyone had to fight against just one opponent. Status, Ren thought, and the familiar-looking blue block appeared in front of him. Status window. Name, Ren. Title, Academy Student. Level, 10. Next level, 251 1,000th. Chakra, 210/210. STR, 13. VIT, 14. End, 13. Dex, 20. INT, 15. CHA, 21. Control, 25%. Specialization, NA. Special perks. Gamer allows you to view and live your life as though it were a video game. Civilian born, plus 50% EXP to, plus 10% EXP. Perks, buffs. Smaller chakra reserves, plus 25% EXP and effectiveness towards. Titles. Money, 2130 Ryo. Attribute points, 35. After he gained access to this power and verified the effect of adding points to his stats, he hadn't touched his remaining points yet. He just had 10 points as he hadn't been able to find quests. After wasting an entire day looking around everywhere trying to trigger quests, he gave up and focused on working hard to gain stats. It wasn't as easy to gain stats as he was expecting. He went through his usual conditioning routine for a whole week and just gained a couple of stats, one in STR and one in End. It was the notification that he got every day that clued him into another direction. He realized that after a good night of sleep, his chakra and stamina automatically regenerate. So he got the idea of using weights to increase his training efficiency, and the effect was impressive. He managed to gain an increase of 4 in Dex alone. Ren was wearing weights right now. He only had one rod of 5 kilograms on each leg, but it did slow him down enough to provide a challenge. But if he had to spar, Ren could simply unequip the weights from his inventory. No one would know, and if the opponent was weaker than him, then he could even use the weights to set up a trap. Ren focused once again as Iruka got ready to announce the first pair of fighters. He looked around the class one more time before he spoke. Sasuke Uchiha versus. Before he could finish, an orange figure ran into the sparring circle shouting, "Uzumaki Naruto." Ren watched as most of the kids chuckled and pointed at the class clown. Even Sasuke simply walked into the sparring circle. This seemed like an everyday occurrence at the academy, so just walked in and challenged the Uchiha. Ren was puzzled by Naruto's choice. His actions were counteractive, and every single orphan that Ren knew would not make such an idiotic choice. At least now I know why even with those stats Uzumaki is dead last. He doesn't seem smart, his Shuriken Jutsu is subpar, and if loses every spar then he simply doesn't get enough points with his Shuriken Jutsu to ever escape his fate. No, Iruka denied the spar, causing everyone to pause for a moment. Naruto, get out of the ring. Naruto looked at Iruka puzzled, but seeing Iruka ready to shout at him again, he dejectedly walked out of the sparring circle. Ren Iruka finished his earlier statement and then Lu. First day of class. Third person POV. There was no warm-up, no warning. As soon as Iruka started the spar, Sasuke dashed towards Ren. Ren instinctively dodged backward slightly. He was on his paws waiting for the strike to come. It was a simple jab, but it came faster than he was expecting. The muscle memory from gaining the new skill was fresh in his mind. He let his body rely on the instincts honed through 4 years of sparring as he dashed backward to avoid the blow. The surprise on Sasuke's face was visible for just a second before he was once closed the distance. His whole body flowed into another jab, this one faster than the last one. Knowing that the blow would still clip him if he tried dodging this from so close, Ren brought his guard up to deflect the jab while at the same time kicking at Sasuke's navel. Sasuke abandoned his attack as he dodged sideways. Ren took the opening to close the distance as he threw a standard punch towards his left shoulder, intending to combo it with an uppercut if Sasuke tried to block the attack. His trap though didn't work out as Sasuke dodged again and regained his balance. Both of them stopped for a brief moment and sized each other up. He's still faster and he knows my next move because he probably had mastered the standard Academy Taijutsu too. Ren kept his calm as he looked for any openings. Both of them were mirroring the same stance, with hands up and right elbow raised to block or dodge as needed. This time Ren dashed towards Sasuke. He was obviously marginally slower than the Uchiha. The two shared a couple of dozen exchanges, each perfectly countering the other perfectly before dashing back again. Ren looked at Sasuke's face. There was no hint of frustration on his face. Realizing that he was still being tested by Sasuke, Ren focused on adding 10 points to his dex. He closed the box as he waited for Sasuke to bite on the trap he had set. His muscles were tense as he jumped slightly. Sasuke sprung forward. The moment Ren took off, it was a short jump, and Ren used the moment of collision with the ground to stress his muscles and propel himself towards Sasuke at a speed that was far faster than before. Sasuke was clearly surprised by the difference in speed, and Ren managed to break through his guard because of his faster speed. Ren's punch landed exactly at the center of his chest, knocking the wind out of him. As Sasuke dodged backward out of instinct, Ren closed the distance and executed a high kick, once again aiming at his chest. Sasuke brought his arms to guard against the kick, but instead of going for sudden impact, Ren slowed down his kick at the last instant and then using his hands as a base propelled Sasuke backward. Sasuke did a backflip, regaining his balance, although his calm facade was broken. He once again stood up, but this time his stance was different. He stood sideways, with his right arm extended outwards. He was leaning backward, his entire body weight on his left leg, ready for any sudden bursts from Ren. Ren and Sasuke stared at each other for a moment before Ren let go of his stance and he rubbed his arms to relieve himself of the stinging sensation. Sasuke looked surprised as he looked down. His left foot was outside of the sparring circle, thus ending the match. What was that stance in the end? It was not part of the Academy Taijutsu, maybe an Uchiha Taijutsu style. Ren mused as a blue box once again appeared in front of him. Unique story quest completed. A battle of blows. Taijutsu refers to the hand-to-hand combat style used by shinobi who rely on physical techniques rather than using elemental or chakra-based abilities. It is often used by shinobi who excel in close combat and possess impressive speed, agility, and strength. Taijutsu plays an important role in combat, offering a dynamic aspect to a shinobi's fighting style. Side Quest I. Use only the Academy Taijutsu style in the spar. Side Quest 2. Force Uchiha Sasuke to use the Interceptor Fist. Hidden Quest, win against Uchiha Sasuke. Rewards, main quest completion, 250 EXP. Side quest completion, 300 EXP, plus 100 reputation. Collect, second side quest completion, 500 EXP, plus 200 reputation, plus 100 reputation. Hidden quest rewards, plus 1000 EXP, plus 300 reputation minus 100 reputation, plus 100 reputation, plus 100 reputation, plus. Collect. Fuijutsu Ren stared at the special reward he got as he pondered. He wasn't good at creating seals, it was all theory and all the fundamentals just didn't seem right to him. Something is better than nothing, I guess. He ignored the block as Iruka started motioning at Ren and Sasuke to make the seal of recognition. Ren and Sasuke stared at one another one last time before they both parted ways. He walked back to the back of the class. This time a lot of eyes followed him as he could hear whispers breaking out all around the class. What a drag. Ren could feel his eye twitch as Shikamaru's annoyed voice once again filtered through the harsh whispers. He suppressed the annoyance at the dark-haired Nara and leaned against the tree that Shikamaru had conveniently found to sleep. Hiroshi Nakamura versus Emiko Suzuki, Iruka shouted once again, gaining the attention of the class. The spars started once again, and after a few moments the stares stopped and the attention dropped. How did you even fail the graduation exams? Shikamaru asked. He had a puzzled look on his face. I passed the graduation exams, Ren replied. Technically he wasn't lying, he passed the graduation exams, he just failed the genin exams. He looked around the class once again. There was no one in this class repeating their final grade. It wasn't an easy choice to make, so not many people have the ambition to go back for another year. Most of his classmates either went to the reserve force or quit the ninja academy and switched to the civilian one. He looked back at the block and mentally started collecting the rewards for the final quest for the day. You leveled up. Chakra has been restored to 100%. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Just one level from that whole quest. Training ground, Konoha Academy, Konohagakure. First day of class. Third person POV. There was no warm-up, no warning. As soon as Iruka started the spar, Sasuke dashed towards Ren. Ren instinctively dodged backward slightly. He was on his paws waiting for the strike to come. It was a simple jab, but it came faster than he was expecting. The muscle memory from gaining the new skill was fresh in his mind. He let his body rely on the instincts honed through 4 years of sparring as he dashed backward to avoid the blow. The surprise on Sasuke's face was visible for just a second before he was once closed the distance. His whole body flowed into another jab, this one faster than the last one. Knowing that the blow would still clip him if he tried dodging this from so close, Ren brought his guard up to deflect the jab while at the same time kicking at Sasuke's navel. Sasuke abandoned his attack as he dodged sideways. Ren took the opening to close the distance as he threw a standard punch towards his left shoulder, intending to combo it with an uppercut if Sasuke tried to block the attack. His trap though didn't work out as Sasuke dodged again and regained his balance. Both of them stopped for a brief moment and sized each other up. He's still faster and he knows my next move because he probably had mastered the standard Academy Taijutsu too. Ren kept his calm as he looked for any openings. Both of them were mirroring the same stance, with hands up and right elbow raised to block or dodge as needed. This time Ren dashed towards Sasuke. He was obviously marginally slower than the Uchiha. The two shared a couple of dozen exchanges, each perfectly countering the other perfectly before dashing back again. Ren looked at Sasuke's face. There was no hint of frustration on his face. Realizing that he was still being tested by Sasuke, Ren focused on adding 10 points to his dex. He closed the box as he waited for Sasuke to bite on the trap he had set. His muscles were tense as he jumped slightly. Sasuke sprung forward. The moment Ren took off, it was a short jump and Ren used the moment of collision with the ground to stress his muscles and propel himself towards Sasuke at a speed that was far faster than before. Sasuke was clearly surprised by the difference in speed and Ren managed to break through his guard because of his faster speed. Ren's punch landed exactly at the center of his chest, knocking the wind out of him. As Sasuke dodged backward out of instinct, Ren closed the distance and executed a high kick, once again aiming at his chest. Sasuke brought his arms to guard against the kick, but instead of going for sudden impact, Ren slowed down his kick at the last instant and then using his hands as a base propelled Sasuke backward. Sasuke did a backflip, regaining his balance, although his calm facade was broken. He once again stood up, but this time his stance was different. He stood sideways, with his right arm extended outwards. He was leaning backward, his entire body weight on his left leg, ready for any sudden burst from Ren. Ren and Sasuke stared at each other for a moment before Ren let go of his stance and he rubbed his arms to relieve himself of the stinging sensation. Sasuke looked surprised as he looked down. His left foot was outside of the sparring circle, thus ending the match. What was that stance in the end? It was not part of the Academy Taijutsu, maybe an Uchiha Taijutsu style. Ren mused as a blue box once again appeared in front of him. Unique story quest completed. A battle of blows. Taijutsu refers to the hand-to-hand combat style used by shinobi who rely on physical techniques rather than using elemental or chakra-based abilities. It is often used by shinobi who excel in close combat and possess impressive speed, agility, and strength. Taijutsu plays an important role in combat, offering a dynamic aspect to a shinobi's fighting style. Side Quest I. Use only the Academy Taijutsu style in the spar. Side Quest 2. Force Uchiha Sasuke to use the Interceptor Fist. Hidden Quest. Win against Uchiha Sasuke. Rewards. Main Quest Completion. 250 EXP. Side Quest Completion. 300 EXP plus 100 Reputation. Collect. Second Side Quest Completion. 500 EXP plus 200 Reputation. Plus 100 Reputation. Hidden Quest Rewards, plus 1000 EXP, plus 300 Reputation minus 100 Reputation, plus 100 Reputation, plus 100 Reputation, plus. Collect. Fuijutsu. Ren stared at the special reward he got as he pondered. He wasn't good at creating seals, it was all theory and all the fundamentals just didn't seem right to him. Something is better than nothing, I guess. He ignored the block as Iruka started motioning at Ren and Sasuke to make the seal of recognition. Ren and Sasuke stared at one another one last time before they both parted ways. He walked back to the back of the class. This time a lot of eyes followed him as he could hear whispers breaking out all around the class. What a drag. Ren could feel his eye twitch as Shikamaru's annoyed voice once again filtered through the harsh whispers. He suppressed the annoyance at the dark-haired Nara and leaned against the tree that Shikamaru had conveniently found to sleep. Hiroshi Nakamura versus Emiko Suzuki. Iruka shouted once again, gaining the attention of the class. The spars started once again and after a few moments the stares stopped and the attention dropped. How did you even fail the graduation exams? Shikamaru asked. He had a puzzled look on his face. I passed the graduation exams, Ren replied. Technically he wasn't lying, he passed the graduation exams, he just failed the genin exams. He looked around the class once again. There was no one in this class repeating their final grade. It wasn't an easy choice to make, so not many people have the ambition to go back for another year. Most of his classmates either went to the reserve force or quit the ninja academy and switched to the civilian one. He looked back at the block and mentally started collecting the rewards for the final quest for the day. He leveled up. Chakra has been restored to 100%. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Just one level from that whole quest. Ket at Ren pointedly. Getting the message, Ren walked forwards and stepped into the ring. The quest appeared once again, but he dismissed it straight away. He needed to focus right now. Inventory, Ren thought, and then mentally removed the weights that he was wearing. He felt the weight on his feet vanish, but he didn't break his stride as he strode into the sparring circle. He looked at Sasuke once again and sized him up. The last Uchiha was the strongest in the class, and knowing the huge rewards he could get from completing the hidden quest, Ren was ready to fight with his life. I can't fight him head-on, even if he knows the katas to the intermediate Academy Taijutsu style. He was still a little bit faster and stronger than me, Ren thought. He hesitated about investing in some stats as he looked at Sasuke's dark eyes sizing him up. Ready, fight. First day of class. Third-person POV. Ren looked at his level with a frown on his face. The requirements to level up changed drastically. From level 5-10, the increase in the amount of EXP he needed to level up was just 100 per level. But that requirement clearly changed now when he leveled up from 10 to 11. Name, Ren. Title, Academy Student. Level, 11. Next level, 1301 2000th. Chakra, 210/210. STR, 13. VIT, 14. End, 13. Dex, 30. INT, 15. SHA, 21. Control, 25%. Money, 2130 Ryo. Attribute points, 30. The EXP required to level up changed from 1000 to 2000. If it goes at the same pace, then to get to level 20 from 19 I would need 10,000 EXP. And if the pattern continues, then the EXP requirement would have an increment of 10,000 for each level. Ren didn't know a whole lot about his new powers. The thought of sharing this knowledge with someone in the hope of figuring it out didn't even enter his mind. Growing up alone taught him many things. The most important one was that the world wasn't fair. No one would give two shits about a random orphan, and he would just end up being used, kidnapped, and sold to the highest bidder. I think these quests were a one-time thing. Hopefully, though, the quests were not a one-time thing. If I could get access to these quests at weekend tests every week, then I won't feel the shortage of EXP. There were a lot of ifs in Ren's thoughts. He froze for a second as he closed the block floating in front of him. Somewhere along the way his thinking had got muddled. Have experienced the thrill of getting stronger without having to work hard blinded him for a moment. Stop being an idiot. Just the fact that I could restore my muscles every day after a good sleep is enough. I need to stop focusing on EXP and losing my sense of direction. Seriously, why are you here if you graduated? There is another exam after the graduation exam, isn't there? Shikamaru's voice once again disrupted Ren's thoughts. This time, though, he welcomed the distraction. While he wasn't the most social person among his peers, he hasn't been talking to anyone for the past couple of weeks. Getting lost in his thoughts has become a habit that he needed to break out of. You still have 1 year left. Why are you stressing out? Ren asked with a raised eyebrow. What a drag, Shikamaru hissed, spoke as he closed his eyes and leaned against the tree. Ren was sure the Nara would pop out again with some comments after analyzing everything that happened today one more time. He mentally opened his inventory and put his weights back on. Feeling the familiar pressure settling on his ankles, Ren relaxed for a moment as the spar continued. He watched with interest as Naruto exhausted a civilian to surrender. He is extremely resilient to punches and could even take a blow to dish out a retaliation. His stamina is almost endless, but his strength is low. Uzumaki Naruto was an interesting case to Ren. He was a walking anomaly. From his stats to his behavior, everything he did was controlled chaos. His form is off, making the weight behind his punches be less than what he should be capable of. Looking at his stats, he looks like an idiot and shouts like an idiot, but his stance has a structure that just feels. Ren shook his head as the spar ended. Naruto started jumping around at his victory, causing heated grumbling to go through the class like a wave. Iruka shouted at Naruto to calm down before he looked through the list once again. The spars continued in the same fashion for another half an hour. All right. Lunch break, Iruka shouted, and the class immediately dissolved into small groups. Ren used his shoulders to push himself off the tree and he started walking away towards the classroom. The final exam wasn't based on strength, right? Shikamaru chimed again as he pushed himself to walk beside Ren. Shoji followed behind the two, seemingly content at just munching on his chips. No, Ren simply replied. It was an easy guess, at least from his point of view. He feels like he deserved to become a genin 2 weeks ago, but then again he was conflicted about what would be better, being a genin or gaining access to this new power of his. The lunch lasted for almost an hour. Shikamaru simply went to sleep after eating just half of his prepared meal, leaving it to Choji to finish. Ren wouldn't deny that he didn't feel envy looking at the perfectly cooked rice and gravy, but he simply chewed on his rice and then leaned on the warm grass to rest for a bit too. Their group was the last to go back to class. Ren wasn't a lazy brat like Shikamaru, but he felt he deserved to be tardy after rushing to the academy 3 hours early in the morning. Thankfully, there is just one more lecture and then we can go. Going back to repeat a year just feels like a waste of time, but it's not like I have a choice. Ignoring the debate of being a genin in the reserve force and the regular force that was popping up in his brain, he sat down in the last seat once again. The seat was left empty, thankfully, so he didn't have to deal with searching for a new quiet spot. But then again he felt his peace and quiet would be threatened as he saw the blonde Yamanaka sitting right beside him. Hi, I'm Ino. Yamanaka. Ino greeted as soon as Ren sat down. There was a bright gleam in her eyes as she looked at Ren. Feeling unfamiliar with the current situation, he nodded as he spoke out briefly. Ren. The gleam in Ino's eyes increased so Ren could only turn to Shikamaru and give him a questioning look. He shouldn't have though, because the answer he received was something he could have filled in himself. What a drag. Allowing another team to flank, thus ending the successful defense. Iruka looked around the class. Shikamaru and Naruto were sleeping. He wanted to shout at them but then decided against it. The results of today's preliminary exam are posted on the notice board outside the class. The grades would be counted towards the final ranking. Iruka couldn't finish his sentence as Naruto rushed out of the class. Most of the students also stood up ready to leave, so he just gave up on explaining the situation. Ren stayed in his place. As soon as Uruka spoke about the examination, a new quest appeared in front of him. Rookie of the Year. The Rookie of the Year refers to the ninja who showed exceptional skill and potential among their peers during their days in the academy. The title is mainly granted to the student with the highest marks in their final year of the academy. Side Quest I. Get the highest marks in the written portion of the graduation exam. Side Quest 2. Get the highest marks in the accuracy portion of the graduation exam. Side Quest 3. Get the highest marks in the taijutsu portion of the graduation exam. Side Quest IV. Get the highest marks in the ninjutsu portion of the graduation exam. Hidden Quest. Rewards. Main Quest. Title. Plus 10,000 EXP. Side Quest I. Gain Perk. Gain. Plus 5,000 EXP. Plus 100 Reputation. Plus 100 Reputation. Side Quest 2. Gain Perk. Gain. Plus 5,000 EXP. Plus 100 Reputation. Plus 100 Reputation. Side Quest 3. Gain Perk. Gain. Plus 5,000 EXP. Plus 100 Reputation. Plus 100 Reputation. Side Quest IV. Gain Perk. Gain. Plus 5,000 EXP. Plus 100 Reputation. Plus 100 Reputation. Hidden Quest. Failure. Plus 1,000 EXP. This is a unique quest and is mandatory. There was a lot of information contained in the block in front of him. At least he could rest assured with the knowledge that he could get the Rookie of the Year title. It was his obsession, the reason why he dared to challenge the undisputed genius. At least it helped me get the highest marks in the written exam. I need to check on the mystical palm jutsu and the Fuinjutsu skill scroll later. The day has been a roller coaster for him. As the class emptied out slowly, the blonde sitting beside him started to stand out once again. After a brief moment, he turned to her and gave her the best stoic look that he could. Ren didn't know what was going through the Yamanaka's head, but with one last smile she hopped off her seat and walked away. There were some sounds of exclamation coming from outside the class, but Ren figured that must have something to do with the rankings. I'll look at the rankings later, I know what to do anyway, Ren thought as he left the class and went straight for the exit. The training grounds that the academy students were allowed to use were a little closer to the village, so it took him around 5 minutes to reach there. There were just a couple of people practicing their throwing techniques, so Ren decided to work on his form and taijutsu. At least Bullhead isn't here anymore, so that's a plus. Though I heard he passed the test, Ren stopped thinking about the weird eyebrows. He jumped a little bit, getting the blood flowing before he took the standard academy taijutsu stance again. There were some additional katas in the intermediate version of the taijutsu style, so he went through the whole process to get himself familiar with the process. During my fight with Sasuke, I relied mostly on instincts and my speed advantage to get him by surprise. Now I need to focus on making the small amount of muscle memory that I miraculously gained by whatever the hell the skill scroll was, and turn grind it till the motion is instinctively familiar with me. Ren was being a bit harsh, but he knew his counterattack was a bit jerky against Sasuke in the spar earlier. Otherwise, he should have been able to get a few hits in during the perfectly timed counterattacks. Pant. Ren was lying on the grass as he watched the sunset. It was getting late into the night and he just finished running 50 laps around the whole training ground. Physical conditioning was a lot harder when he had leg weights on, but he was slowly getting used to the 5 kilograms leg warmers. I better add another slab in before tomorrow. If everything goes according to last year's schedule, then the whole week we'll have lectures on the Third World War and the Fourth Hokage along with throwing practice. Ren pulled himself up by using his abdominal muscles, something like a crunch. He looked at the setting sun once again as he stood up and walked back towards the village. Along the way he snatched a few leaves from a tree and stuck them at various places on his hand. I need to get this exercise quick. If my control falls down more after another enhancement in Cha stat, I may not even be able to do the basic 3. Ren opened the block and looked at the leaf sticking exercise once again. If this skill wasn't giving him a boost of 8% control, then Ren's chakra control would be around 17%. He still remembered how much of a pain it was to grind the skill up when his chakra control was shot because he dumped 10 points into Cha stat. Leaf sticking exercise, LVL4. The most basic form of chakra control methods, this skill allows the user to better control their chakra. Uses 10 CP per minute, plus 2% to chakra control per level. I need to find ways to increase the INT stat. Reading my academy books didn't work, though I gave up halfway because I was bored. So consider the Naruto world for a minute, okay? It is a world filled with bandits and missing men of unknown strength roaming around the world, with wars erupting every 5 years, and conflict among the 5 biggest Shinobi nations. Other than the elite Shinobi like Kakashi, Guy, and every other cage-level Shinobi, everyone is vulnerable to death. Now let's say that everyone can become as strong as Rock Lee or Guy if they work hard, practice like crazy with weights, and all that shit. That just makes the whole building a joke. If anyone can just train like a madman, and since no one is safe in the grand scheme of things, why would there be no one other than Guy, Lee, and Dai who was able to become a kage with just strong taijutsu? Alright, I won't count Cage as Guy and Lee can only be Cage level if they have to open the 8 gates to reach that level. But they could be solid or even high, elite Jounin without the gates. That just means that no Shinobi in the grand scheme of things should be a Chunin. At least everyone should have Jounin or even Cage level strength or speed if it could simply be trained. I hope you guys agree with me. You can consider it as the fact that everyone has different reaction times, and you can train your reaction time with exercises, but everyone has different ceilings. So, long story short, there is a bit of a talent gap in this story. Second point, I'll be honest, if you don't like reading short chapters, honestly, set a time each week like Friday or Sunday, and read 7K words worth of content in a go. I'll be honest, I have tried to reach demands of longer chapters in the past and it doesn't work out. You see, I can write 1K chapters every day no problem. Maybe the story would be a little more fractured, but when the story's done I'll combine chapters to make each chapter 3-4K words long. My problem is that if I don't post one chapter a day, I'll be lazy to post another thinking I have to make up words to complete the word limit, and then it becomes a whole cycle of the story on hiatus like every other time. I don't mind fighting with you on my ideas of the Naruto world, so keep them coming, yeah. But sadly I'll ignore the ones complaining about short chapters. Now on with the story. P.S. The A and B after the years and the timestamp stands for after Naruto's birth. I couldn't find a perfect timeline, so I'll be using this one for reference to the story wiki. User, Sealantau divided by Naruto timeline #1st January to 31st December 05:45 p.m. The 1st of April 12ers A and B. Rans POV. Haha, I panted as I struggled to stand up. I had decided to add another plate to my leg warmers earlier today, and after going through another boring day at the academy I was going through my usual exercise routine. This is a lot harder than I thought it would be, I thought as I slowly collapsed on the ground. The grass was warm and it provided a warm surface for me to lazy around. Ah, this is heavenly. The grass was warm, and as I wiped away my sweat with my hands, the splattering of warmth that was seeping through the tree line was a relieving experience. My legs feel dead. I knew I was over-exhausting my body every day before going to sleep. Every day my legs go stiff, but when I woke up the next morning nothing hurt and everything was back to normal. It is a weird feeling knowing that I can abuse my body as much as I want and the minor wounds would automatically be healed by the next morning. Life has been a bit weird. When I walked into the clan class I never expected to find myself here, growing stronger every day, stronger than I ever thought I could become. Here, drink up. I heard Ino speak from beside me. She didn't run the full 50 laps, so she should have rested a bit by now. I for the love of Kami couldn't figure out why the blonde has been trying to be my friend. It was confusing at first, but then I accepted this weird relationship as the new normal. I reached out and grabbed the bottle from her hands. I took a couple of sips before gulping a few mouthfuls of water. The sensation of cold water going down my throat was one replaced by the feeling of bliss as I leaned back and enjoyed the last rays of sun before it ducked under the horizon. How many did you do? I asked after a few minutes. The sun was slowly going down and I still had to go through a full set of physical conditioning exercises to go through. I hopped on my feet a couple of times, feeling the extra weight dragging me down. I did 28 today, Ino replied. Her eyes shined with pride, so I nodded in her general direction. You know what's next, don't you? I said as I dropped down and started doing push-ups. The dissatisfaction that I had with my leg weights was more clear like this. While the weights were definitely helpful when I do exercises focused on dex, they became useless when doing strength training exercises. Unless I go back to the shop and purchase the weighted vest, my STR stat would start to lag behind. It's been a month since the classes started, and while the classes have been boring I had to bless the boredom since I accidentally discovered another method to train my chakra control by playing around with my chakra. Can't we take a break? I know this barbecue place that should be open that makes the best steak in Konoha. Ino complained, but she still dropped down and started doing push-ups. While I didn't like Ino in the beginning, it was nice not having to exercise alone, plus she was pretty to look at, which was a plus in my books. Ino had a slim and graceful figure. She was around 4.5 feet tall. She possessed long, flowing platinum blonde hair that cascaded down her back, framing her face with loose bangs that partially cover her forehead. I learned through one of her fights with Sakura that Ino was a little insecure about her name. She was vain sometimes, and her hair is often styled with a red ribbon tied into a little bit of a ponytail, adding a touch of color to her overall look. Though if you ask me, I would say her most striking feature was her large and expressive blue eyes, which were often filled with determination and a hint of mischief. Her eyes are framed by long, dark eyelashes, and she still maintained her purple-dominated fashion sense. Stop being an idiot and focus on your stats. I scolded myself and looked back at the impressive transformation I had gone through. Status window. Name, Ren. Title, Academy Student. Level, 11. Next level, 1851 2000th. Chakra, 240/240. STR, 19. VIT, 26. End, 25. Dex, 47. INT, 18. Cha, 24. Control, 36%. Money, 2130 Ryo. Attribute points, 30. Okay, so maybe not that impressive, but at least throughout the month my dex had gone up every other day. I need to find a better way to train my strength. Running laps with weights on does help with my end, so at least I have that covered, I thought as I once again focused on the VIT stat. It was one of the stats that seemingly wasn't dependent on which exercise he was doing. One time it increased when I was doing push-ups, while sometimes it increases during my daily laps. The VIT stat had me worried in the beginning. With the rate at which my dex was growing, I was worried I would have to spend points to increase my VIT so that I don't have to go through the negative effects that the attributes block once claimed. My mind was jumping from one thought to another, but by now my arm muscles were starting to burn a little bit. It was a familiar feeling that I had grown used to, so I ignored the call in the back of my mind and continued with the routine. Ino groaned as she collapsed on the ground. She was flopping around like a fish before she rolled over and panted as she looked up at the sky. "You done?" I grunted. "Yeah, huff huff, why are we doing this again?" She gave me a questioning look. I gave her a blank look, the mischief in her eyes shining again as she crawled to the water bottle and waited for me to finish. A series of sharp pains started flaring up in my arms, indicating I was going into dangerous territory again. I paused and controlled my rhythm, decreasing the speed. I did a couple more push-ups, reaching the number 160 before stopping. "Alright, now time for the crunches. Come on." Ino whined as I ignored her. The sun was finally down and a soft breeze was ruffling through my hair. It wasn't like I liked torturing myself. I defended myself, but the sudden block appearing in front of me did cause me to pause for the briefest of seconds. I resisted the urge to smile as I continued to count the number of crunches I was doing in my head. Fuck that, I like torturing myself. I was comfortable as I grunted a little. I didn't like doing crunches, but the block in front of me was the only motivation I needed. "Are you really going to the library this late?" Ino grumbled as she stared at Ren as they walked back towards Kanoa from the academy training grounds. "Yeah, you do have to go to clan training, don't you?" Ren inquired, and Ino tiredly nodded. "Stop being an idiot and go. I'll meet you tomorrow," Ren muttered, nodded to Ino, and jumped on top of a neighboring roof. He maintained a steady stream of chakra coming out from the soles of his feet as he began hopping from one roof to the next. Through repeated actions, skill created. CH-Kara Muscle Augmentation, LVL1. CH-Kara Muscle Augmentation is a technique utilized by Shinobi to enhance their physical strength and capabilities. By infusing their muscles with chakra, Shinobi can temporarily amplify their physical attributes, surpassing their natural limitations. This technique involves channeling chakra directly into the muscles, increasing their density and power. The chakra serves as a catalyst, stimulating the muscles and allowing them to exert greater force, speed, and endurance. With muscle augmentation, a Shinobi can deliver stronger blows, move swiftly, and withstand more intense physical exertion. Though continuous use of CH-Kara muscle augmentation could harm the muscle group and have adverse effects. Usage limit, 10 seconds. Plus, increase in physical attributes equal to the control stat. There are some skills that he discovered after experimenting with chakra. The CH-Kara muscle augmentation skill was created when he started manipulating his chakra to increase his speed as taught in the academy. He knew the skill but didn't use chakra augmentation because it is advised by the academy to only use this skill under supervision. He, on the other hand, was a product of pure boredom. He was in the class listening to Uruka drone about the fourth Hokage again. He had finished mastering the leaf concentration exercise, and he was manipulating chakra from his fingertips and sticking to the underside of his desk. It was a fun game to pass the time. He had to carefully manipulate his chakra as too much chakra would blow his finger away. Creating a new skill was not in his plans, especially one whose name differed entirely from what he was doing. Still, it was one of the skills that he quite liked having, although he hasn't entirely mastered this new skill, and there were times when his concentration would slip and so would he, but still in the end it was a solid skill to have. Tree Walking Exercise, LVL2. The tree walking exercise, also known as Shinobi tree walking, is a fundamental training method employed by Shinobi to enhance their chakra control and physical abilities. This exercise focuses on refining a Shinobi's ability to cling to and traverse vertical surfaces, such as trees, with the aid of chakra. In this training, the ninja must channel and manipulate their chakra in a precise manner, allowing them to stick to surfaces and move with agility and grace. By developing the ability to walk on trees, a Shinobi gains a significant advantage in stealth, evasion, and combat, as it allows them to navigate through dense forests and ambush enemies from unexpected angles. Plus 2% to chakra control per level. At least it took away my worries regarding my abysmal chakra control. There were several things that Ren was worried about right now. The mystical palm jutsu that he got as a reward had a strict requirement of 50% chakra control to both learn and use, and his chakra increased every month a little bit, which was constantly widening the gap between his cha and INT stat. Ren had been scouring the library trying to find ways to increase his INT, but the problem was that he had already read through most of the books in the library. And although his guess was right, that he could gain stats if he acquired new knowledge, there was not much knowledge available to academy students. I could try to sneak into the genin section, but that had its own risks. After a full month of learning, Ren had only managed to gain 2 stats in INT. That 2 came from learning the 2 seals he got from the basic Fuinjutsu skill scroll, the storage seal and the exploding seal. I should focus on leveling up my Fuinjutsu. That seems like the only way that seems feasible at the moment to increase my INT at the moment. In the library, there was a room where shinobi who wanted to focus on support arts, like fuinjutsu and medical ninjutsu, could practice, though the medic nin class was a little more exclusive. The fuinjutsu class was mostly deserted. Ren had been going to the class every day for the past week, focusing on leveling up the 2 seals he knew. I should be able to level up both the storage seal and exploding seal today. Maybe leveling up both the seals would increase my INT stat once again. At least I hope so. Ren landed in front of the library after a few minutes. The building was situated right beside the Hokage Tower. According to the rumors that Ren had heard, the library had Konoha's Genin and Chunin Jutsu archive. He walked through the front doors and flashed his academy ID at the receptionist. After signing himself in, he walked to the Fuinjutsu Training Center. He looked around at the desolate state of the room. The only other person in the room was Rinko-san, who was in charge of the supplies. "Ren-kun, you're back." She waved her hands towards the stack of scrolls lying on her counter. "Thank you, Rinko-san." Ren bowed lightly before he collected the scrolls. He put the materials on the leftmost table and pulled out a pot of ink and a couple of brushes from the drawers. "Alright, first let's start with the trigger seal. If the trigger seal is good enough, then the seal would not blow up in my face." Ren had only focused on learning Fuinjutsu during the past week, and that too was only because he had managed to get his chakra control to be above 35% after leveling up the tree walking exercise to level 2. Why was Fuinjutsu stat locked for chakra control anyway? Isn't it just correctly writing the seals? Ren was a bit puzzled by how his new power decided to do some of the stuff. Ren finished adding the final kanji and waited for a bit. Seeing that there were no reactions coming from the seal, he focused and molded a little bit of chakra before injecting it into the trigger seal. A blue box appeared in front of him, indicating the successful production of another seal. Plus 50 EXP, plus 5% skill EXP. Skill leveled up. Basic sealing scroll, LVL2. The storage seal allows a shinobi to seal objects or entities within a designated space, typically within a scroll or a seal. Shinobi primarily employ the storage seal to store items such as weapons, tools, and even jutsus. By infusing chakra into a seal, a shinobi can create a temporary storage space and seal the desired object within it. This ability is particularly useful during combat situations, as shinobi can quickly retrieve necessary items or release weapons at the enemy to assist them in battle. Usage limit, 2 kilograms. Increased your understanding of Fuinjutsu plus 1 INT. After reading the barrage of blocks that appeared in front of him, Ren took a sigh of relief, although the increase in weight limit was okay and an improvement. He was more relieved by the fact that he gained a stat in INT after leveling up the skill, and the fact that he didn't actually feel any different after gaining the INT stat. Though the second part he was aware of from the last time he gained stat in INT, but it doesn't hurt to double check every time this happens. He sighed as he leaned back and looked at the finished seal. He looked at the seal, trying to figure out if anything changed after the skill leveled up. He pulled out another seal that he made just moments ago, and the seal looked the same, but looking at it closely, Ren could see some differences. Although the kanji was the same for both the seal, the angles were a little bit different. "So you finally figured it out?" Ren looked up to see Rinko-san leaning over his shoulders to look at his seal. "The angles?" Ren asked. He had checked Rinko-san's stats with his observe but didn't get any information, though it would make sense for her to know about Fuinjutsu. "Yes, the angles. Do you think if you could just copy-paste the kanji from an already formed seal, then it would work?" Rinko-san spoke as she took the calligraphy brush that Ren was using. She rubbed it on the table to remove the ink before she turned the brush around and started tracing the kanji that Ren had mapped. "You know why we infuse chakra in the ink to create seals, right?" she asked. Ren wasn't sure what to answer. All the knowledge that came with the skill was just about how to create 2 seals, how to use the calligraphy brush, and how to infuse chakra into the ink. "What are they teaching you guys at the academy?" Rinko-san sighed before she pointed out. "Why do you think seals work? Who first created the first seal? Why would drawing random stuff even allow you to magically store your weapons in a piece of paper?" "Okay, so maybe I don't know enough about Fuinjutsu. You infuse chakra into the ink for the seal to work. Why? Because every seal represents a small chakra network in itself. Take any jutsu for example. What do you do when you perform the Bunshin no Jutsu? You mold your chakra. That is equivalent to infusing your chakra in the Fuinjutsu ink. You give the ink and sealing scroll to create the kanji next. That is equivalent to forming hand signs when you perform a jutsu, how you manipulate your chakra to do a jutsu. That makes a lot more sense. So I could create a seal, and if I inject chakra into it, it would spawn 5 clones of me like the Bunshin no Jutsu?" Ren asked, stated. "Increased your understanding of Fuinjutsu plus 1 INT. Wow, wait, that could happen too." Ren was distracted for a moment, but he still focused on Rinko-san's explanation. "Yes, though that would depend if you would be able to derive the seal formulae for that to work out. You can consider every seal as a jutsu. But the Fuinjutsu isn't constrained to just replicating the effects of chakra and elements. The main essence of Fuinjutsu, in the end, is sealing, like the storage seal. This is an independent and the original branch of Fuinjutsu, the one that existed before the Uzumaki clan expanded upon the idea of sealing onto bigger things." Uzumaki clan, Ren thought as he turned around to look at Rinko-san, seeing if she was perhaps joking with him. Uzumaki clan. Ren asked. There were a lot of questions on his mind regarding Fuinjutsu, but he still blurted out the most absurd thing that stood out to him. Yes, the Uzumaki clan, an extinct clan, once allied with Konoha, they were the foremost masters of the world when it came to using Fuinjutsu, Rinko-san replied. I can look in the library later. Right now I should probably focus on getting more information about sealing. So the storage seal is like from some special branch of Fuinjutsu. Ren got their conversation back on track. Yes, Fuinjutsu could be used in two ways. One way is to replicate jutsu, like the exploding seals and paralysis seals. That branch mainly deals with the elements and how chakra could be manipulated as a whole. The sealing branch, on the other hand, focuses on containing objects or things. There is another branch that mainly deals with creating barriers. Uzumaki Naruto, get out of the class. Arata-sensei shouted a couple of minutes into the class. Ren watched as the class erupted in laughter as the hyperactive blonde huffed before he jumped from his seat and swiftly walked out of the class. This was the 26th time Naruto had been thrown out of the class by a sensei. The lesson today wasn't one of the most important ones, but it was still a necessary part of the curriculum. It's weird that I never noticed it happen before. Rinko-san talked about the Uzumaki clan. Ren was a little bored in the academy. He only came into the academy because he needed a good explanation for skipping classes. Well, unless one wasn't Uzumaki Naruto, of course, who was just thrown out of the class unless it was revision day or test day. According to Rinko-san, the Uzumaki clan was the pinnacle of Fuinjutsu. There is no way a descendant of a clan would be treated like that. Alright everyone, listen up. Today we'll learn about mission mode compartmentalization. Mission mode compartmentalization refers to the strategic approach employed as soon as a mission starts to enhance focus and efficiency in achieving specific targets or missions. It involves dividing complex objectives or tasks into smaller, more manageable compartments, each dedicated to accomplishing a specific objective. The concept of mission mode compartmentalization is rooted in the idea that breaking down a large mission into smaller, well-defined compartments allows for better coordination, resource allocation, and progress tracking. By assigning dedicated teams or individuals to each compartment, a team leader can ensure that expertise and resources are concentrated on specific aspects of the overall mission. One of the key benefits of mission mode compartmentalization is its ability to streamline decision-making processes. Since each compartment operates independently, decisions can be made swiftly and efficiently within the context of the compartment's objectives, without being hindered. Arata-sensei started the lecture on mission mode. Ren listened to the lecture, which was word-for-word copy-pasted from the Shinobi Codex. This is a waste of time, Ren thought as he followed Shikamaru's example and put his head down and closed his eyes. At least the seal works. I need to thank Rinko-san for giving me the Shiki formulae for the resistance seals. Konoha Classroom Number 401, Konoha Academy, Konohagakure, 12:23 a.m., the 17th of April, 12 A and B. Ren dodged backward, avoiding Sasuke's kick. For the first time in a month he was being pressured by Sasuke in a spar. He pulled his hands together to block Sasuke's kick. It seems that Sasuke was still mad about the way in which he lost the first fight, as Ren felt Sasuke use his block as a platform to throw him back. Is it in his nature to copy my attacks? Ever since he started using his counter-attacking style, he always tries to use my attack patterns against me. Ren concentrated and he easily stopped himself by using the tree walking exercise to stabilize his footing. Sasuke was puzzled as Ren rushed towards him with a burst of speed. The resistance seal was effective in stopping him from overwhelming Sasuke with pure speed as he grabbed Sasuke's jab and used chakra to get a firm grip on his arms as he pulled the black-haired Amo towards his punch. A burst of chakra erupted from Sasuke's arms, dislodging Ren's chakra-enhanced grip as Sasuke dodged the punch and countered with a hit towards his ribcage. Ugh! Ren grunted but still pulled his hand back and elbowed the back of Sasuke's head. Sasuke staggered from the hit, but before Ren could take advantage of the opening he painfully created, Haruka appeared in between the two of them to stop the spar. Alright, enough, back away. He looked in concern at Ren and Sasuke for a brief moment. Ren, this is a friendly spar. The back of someone's head is a sensitive place that should not be targeted in a friendly spar. Ren looked at Sasuke, and although he still stood in his normal stance of his family's taijutsu style, upon closer inspection it was clear that his eyes were a little unfocused. Ren nodded as he backed away. He rubbed his ribs slightly, wincing at the probable bruise that should form soon. Mizuki, Haruka shouted to the other sensei in charge of their field practices. Take Sasuke and Ren to the infirmary. Make sure to get Sasuke's head looked at. Ren sighed as he had already started walking towards the academy infirmary. It was the story of almost every week. Whenever it was time for a sparring session, both he and Sasuke would end up taking it too far during their spars. Ren didn't want to take any chances and lose any chances to gain the traits that the quest mentioned. I just have one trait, and even that one is quite amazing. According to the blocks, I gain almost 75% more EXP every time I practice any chakra control exercises. That may be the reason I managed to master the tree climbing exercise in just 11 days. Though the main reason it took me so long was my abysmal chakra reserves. How did you manage to stay on your feet? Sasuke suddenly asked. He looked like he had recovered from the earlier blow. Mizuki was walking behind the two of them and had a permanent sickly sweet smile on his face. I wonder if I should make a move soon. The bounty system was one of the only parts of his power that Ren had never tried till now. The red name glaring at him always reminded him that he was around a possible spy. Throughout the last month, he had found several red names around Konoha streets. The fact that he could see that there were possible spies lurking throughout the market caused him to avoid crowded areas as he stopped going out too much into the commercial district. He didn't want to alarm any spy by focusing his attention on them. The easiest way to do so would avoid going to the village center altogether. If I don't know who they are, I can just not focus on them. Although his logic was clear, seeing Mizuki's red name every day did remind him of his neglect according to the Shinobi Codex. Sasuke's footsteps started getting louder, getting Ren's attention. He looked at his onyx-eyed classmate before shrugging and saying, "Leaf concentration exercise. Let's see how much of a genius he really is." Ren smiled, looking at Sasuke's brows furrowing in concentration. Status window. Name, Ren. Title, Academy Student. Level, 12. Next level, 201 3000th. Chakra, 280/280. STR, 36. VIT, 41. End, 45. Dex, 63. INT, 28. Cha, 28. Control, 50%. Money, 65 Oryo. Attribute points, 35. Ren was lying on the training ground looking at his stats once again. Although all of his stats were almost imprinted in his mind, looking at his stats felt like a therapeutic experience. "Ren-kun, come on. You promised we would go on a fancy dinner if I managed to keep up with your sadistic routine for a month. It's been 2, now it's time to keep your promise." Ino was sprawled on the ground just a few steps away from him. "I promised nothing," Ren replied as he turned his head to look at her. The difference between 2 months of training was apparent in Ino's thin frame. She still was lean, but now had some muscle definition on her. He looked into her pale blue eyes for a bit, keeping all emotions out of his face. "I'm not going to Choji's birthday party," Ren spoke and turned back to look at the dyed sky. "Please, and how do you even know about that? Choji didn't invite anyone except Shinkomaru and me." Ino pouted as she sat up. "I'm a shinobi ... in training," Ren added as he stood up, stretched, and leaned slightly, hearing the satisfying cracks from his back. "Come on, it will be fun. None of the annoying people from the academy will be there." Ino persuaded again. Ren gave her a deadpan look and she pulled up her teary-eyed face. "You're annoying," Ren huffed as the blonde whopped. Knowing that she won the battle, she happily hopped up and spoke. "All right, I'll go and get ready. Meet me outside the academy in 1 hour." She yelled as she ran away. "Sometimes I want to know what goes on in her head," Ren thought before he shook his head. He sighed. Another trouble was unceremoniously added to his roster. He stretched a couple more times before he started walking back towards the village. He could feel his muscle strain as he walked the beaten path. The resistant seal has done wonders for his physical stats in the past month. The resistant seals worked a little differently than the leg weights he was using before. As he moved, he could feel that his every movement was a little strained. It was like his body was experiencing a heavier gravity, but instead, it affected his every action no matter which direction he wanted to move. Moving through water would be the most appropriate description, except it isn't completely like moving through the water. The higher the speed in the water, more the resistance someone would face, while under the influence of resistant seal, there is a constant resistance to any kind of movement. Ren opened his skills tab to look at the description once again. An intermediate Fuinjutsu seal created with the purpose of helping a shinobi go through intense training. The resistant seal uses the basic principle of using a very small amount of lightning chakra to simulate target muscles to induce resistance against movement. The seal could be divided into 10 levels, each using a higher amount of chakra to increase strain on muscles. Continuous use of resistant seals could permanently damage muscles and weaken reflexes. -10 to STR and Dex per level. Continuous use of the seal for 1 day or above would lead to minor muscle injuries. The seal looks like it was perfectly designed for my powers. Since my muscles heal every night I go to sleep, I haven't needed to deactivate the seals due to danger of injury. To be on the safe side though, Ren does deactivate the seal every night before sleeping. The only thing that annoys him is the high cost of the seal. Since his chakra control was at 50%, he had to use 200 out of his 280 chakra every day to activate this seal. So after he activates this seal every morning, he is just left with enough chakra to perform the basic ninjutsu. It's not like I know a lot of ninjutsu. It was another reason he has been thinking about the spy and the bounty mission as of late, in addition to the monetary reasons. He remembers that one of the things he could get by completing the bounty mission was skill scrolls as drops. While he didn't care about the spies sneaking around Konoha, truthfully he felt a little guilty about not reporting it to his higher-ups. He couldn't bring himself to take that final step. He has a plan now that his skill is at a high enough level that he could at least see the stats of a normal chunin. Ren looked at the 65 Oryo he had for a moment. To buy a good enough kimono to go to this clan gathering, he probably wouldn't be able to buy anything good enough to look presentable. What to take a life? Ren stood pensively before he shook himself out of his thoughts as he walked back home. The streets of Konoha were filled with laughter like always. Children were playing, running after each other while the elders looked at them with fond expressions. In the shining picture of pureness, the dark red name floating above a middle-aged man still stood out to Ren. Observe. Name, Nakai Koichi. Title, Odo Chunin. Level, 24. Chakra, 350. STR, 43. VIT, 31. End, 38. Dex, 48. INT, 32. Cha, 35. Titles, Odo Chunin, plus 10% additional EXP gains towards stealth and sound-based jutsu. Description, Nakai Koichi, a Chunin from Otagakure, was assigned a covert mission in the neighboring village of Konohagakure. His role as a spy was crucial to gather intelligence, monitoring activities, and reporting back to Otagakure for their future plans. Born into a family known for their mastery of deception and subterfuge, Koichi was chosen at a young age to undergo specialized training as a spy. He possessed natural talents for observation, stealth, and infiltration, making him an ideal candidate for espionage work. Ren looked away from Nakai after using on him. It took him several moments to digest the information as he looked through Nakai's stats. He isn't overly strong, most likely a newly promoted Chunin. The only Chunin that I have seen who had lower stats than him was a Kunoichi from the Kurama clan, and they are known for being born with weaker bodies. A sense of pride filled him as he realized that his physical standard has already reached low Chunin level standards, but most Chunin that he had observed still had above 50 points in each stat. Still, what's up with Otagakure? We weren't taught about it in the academy. I should go to the library to check later. Ren walked away from the spy. He turned right at the next intersection and followed the road for another block before he ducked into an alley. He opened his inventory and switched his ninja gear out. His shuriken and kunai pouch disappeared from his waist as he changed clothes with a few clicks. Ren looked down at himself after he was done. He was wearing a half-sleeves white t-shirt with a black pair of pants. He bent down and grabbed a handful of dirt, throwing it over himself. He smudged his t-shirt in random places to give himself a homeless orphan look. He removed the bandages on his arms and carefully stored the resistance seal shiki formulae inscribed in it. With a single click, the weight on his legs also vanished as Ren felt light as a feather. No time to waste. Ren was nervous as he took a kunai out of his pouch and stored it separately in the first column of his inventory. It would be easier to take it out when needed. Ren walked back toward where he had spotted the spy. He mingled in the crowd and slowly closed the distance. He bumped into the spy. His muscles were tense for any adverse reaction, but Nakai didn't even flinch as Ren swiftly stole his purse and then swiftly followed the tide to duck into a nearby alley. He maintained a slow pace but hurried as he rushed from one alley to another. After a couple of minutes he sensed someone appears above him, but he managed to stop himself from reacting. Ren opened his inventory ready to take the kunai out at a moment's notice as he still rushed desperately through the small alley waiting for Nakai to strike, but it seems like Nakai enjoyed a little bit of theatrics. Nakai dropped from the top floor. He wanted to land right behind Ren, but Ren didn't give him a chance. He knew Nakai was anticipating the look of surprise on Ren's face, so this was the perfect chance to attack. Since Nakai was going for his first attack on an unsuspecting homeless brat, this would be the point when his guard was at his lowest. He waited until Nakai was just a couple of meters above him before taking out a kunai from the inventory. A bunch of anatomy knowledge appeared in Ren's mind as he concealed the kunai and looked up in a startled panic. As Nakai's hands rushed towards Ren's neck, Ren's right hand sneaked through Nakai's guard and drove the kunai straight into the lower middle left point of his chest. Ren saw Nakai's smile freeze and he quickly turned around after kicking Nakai away. Ren knew whatever the bounty system was, it would notify him if he succeeded. He jumped up and started running up the walls before pulling himself up on the building. Ren was in a daze for a bit, and the red block that appeared in front of him stole his attention away enough for him to calm down. Name, Nakai Koichi. Rank, Chunin. Level, 24. With shaky hands Ren waved the red block away. He noticed the red blood covering his right hand, which was still clutching the kunai. There were splashes of red on his t-shirt, so he quickly dropped down into the alley once again. Nakai's body was lying in a corner. His back was visible to Ren, who sighed in relief and slowly approached the fallen figure. Maybe he was afraid it was all a genjutsu, but he tentatively reached out to touch Nakai's fallen figure. As soon as he touched Nakai, though, a red block appeared in front of him again. Would you like to extract bounty? Yes, no. Ren stared at the message once again. How the red block summarized a whole person in just a few words gave him some morbid thoughts. He clicked the yes button once again, and the body in front of him disappeared, along with all the blood from his hands, t-shirt, and even the kunai that he was still clutching. Obtained scroll. Obtained plus 14,045 Ryo. EXP plus 24,000. You leveled up. Chakra has been restored to 100%. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. 7:12 p.m., the 1st of May. 12ers A and B. Third-person POV. Ren closed his eyes as he sat in the shower. Hot water was flowing down his body. His hands had stopped shaking by now as he went through his impulsive choices today. He gave in to his curiosity, and while he would probably still choose to go through with it even if some of the circumstances were a little bit different. Even if Ino didn't invite him to the party, he probably would have tried to eliminate a spy. Maybe not the Odo one and maybe not today, but still, a little sense of shame appeared in Ren's mind when he realized that at the back of his mind, one of the factors behind his actions was money. Being an orphan, he received a fixed subsidy from the village, not the kind of money with which he could go to a birthday party hosted by one of the major clans of Konoha. Ren rubbed his hands again. After another round of cleansing, he walked out of the shower and looked at the black kimono that was placed on his bed. Even one of the simpler designs cost him 15,000 ryo, something he couldn't afford with his subsidized monthly stipend. I need to stop thinking about it. Ren knew it was his guilty consciousness muddling his thoughts. He leaned back and thought back to the lecture a couple of weeks ago. Seeing that he knew that Nakai was a spy, he was obliged to inform the authorities anyway. He was selfish and didn't want to explain. How could he be sure that Nakai was a spy? He didn't want anyone to know about his weird powers. I am selfish, I don't deny it. Ren opened the black kimono and started getting dressed. I won't tell anyone ever about the floating boxes. Ren reasserted in his thoughts his ideals and his morals as his movements became smooth and the crevices on his forehead started receding. Ren knew he wasn't the most moral person. He was an orphan, a survivor. He had managed to take care of himself for years now, and he could do so for the rest of his life. Ren looked at himself in the mirror. The flower patterns engraved in the black kimono could be clearly seen in the mirror as Ren stared at himself once again. While it wasn't quite a life-and-death struggle between Ren and the red name spies scattered throughout Konoha, in a sense, it was a life-and-death struggle. Since he won't disclose his powers to anyone, there is only one way to cleanse Konoha of spies. Ren's right hand trembled a little, but he used his left hand to suppress the tremors. I'll survive, just like always. Ren fidgeted a little as he looked at the brightly decorated home. There were not many people present in the house. It looked like a small affair, which in the end made his presence all the more odd. He felt another gaze sweep at him for a few moments before it went away. After a few seconds, Ren used an on the Nara clan head. All he got in response was a block filled with a bunch of question marks. Come on, let's say hi to Choji, Ino spoke as she dragged Ren away. Ren could feel Inoichi glare at his back. He sighed and removed his sandals before entering the expansive home. Most people in the first few rooms were adults, members of either of the three clans. There were some other shinobi that were mingling in small groups. Ren and Ino went through the hallway and arrived in the backyard. Yo, look who it is. Tiba was the first one to notice his presence. What do you say we have a spar later? I have been itching to get my hands on you. Tiba declared a challenge as soon as he saw Ren arriving with Ino. He had been a little heated lately, trying to win Ino's affections by challenging Ren every time they go out for taijutsu practice. Ren was also interested in fighting against him. His taijutsu style seemed interesting as he mostly relied on instincts to dodge and attack. Unfortunately, Haruka-sensei has been pairing me up against Sasuke every time. Maybe from his point of view that may be right, as Kiba is a lot slower than the speed at which Sasuke and I spar, but the prospect of fighting against a new taijutsu style is intriguing. Leave us alone, dog breath, Ino shouted back. This is a party, not a sparring zone. Hiding behind your lady's skirt now. Tiba ignored Ino and quipped at Ren. Ren gave him the most bland look possible before he walked towards Choji. Whether I like it or not, I have to go through the formalities at least, then I could sneak away after a few minutes. Choji-san, Ren spoke, making the older boy look up from his chips. Choji's parents were around him as he greeted everyone who came to his party. Thanks for coming, Ren-san. Choji smiled back. Ren extended the gift he had been holding to Choji. I don't know if you would like this, but I hope it serves you well. Ren's words drew Choji's parents' attention. Choza Kamichi stepped forward with curiosity written on his face, and he motioned Choji to open the present. Choji quickly unwrapped the present and revealed two things from the box. There was a packet of chips that he always was eating, and along with that, there were a bunch of bandages that are normally used to support your wrists in a fight to prevent additional damage to joints. Thank you, Ren-san. Ren could see the hesitation in Choji's voice as he addressed him. He still happily grabbed the packet of chips and opened them to happily munch on some. It was Choza who noticed the anomaly as he picked up the bandages. Along the inside of the whole bandage was inscribed Fuinjutsu. What's the seal for? Choza asked. Resistant seal, Ren replied. Choza's eyes lit up as he examined the seal once again. You can already make resistant seals. It was a question and a statement as he happily put the seal back in the box. Ren felt like he should warn Choza about the disadvantages of the seal, considering if Choji overused it, he didn't want to be implicated with anything that might harm his reputation. Yeah, I just learned about this seal last week. I have already tested this seal, and after a whole day of continuous use, the seal adversely affects your muscles, causing muscle cramps, and if used stubbornly could cause muscle strain. Ren cautioned. Choza looked at the kid in front of him. His thoughts were hidden behind a friendly smile as he nodded to Ren. Ino then gave her a gift before dragging Ren towards the rest of their class. He looked down at Choji and spoke. That should be the last of your friends, right? Go on, then you could join your friends. After saying that, he held the Fuinjutsu-infused bandage and walked toward his wife and the rest of his old teammates in the other room. How are the brats doing? Yoshino asked. They're fine, although if Kiba and Ino were not here, I'm sure Shikamaru would have convinced them to just sleep it off, Choza replied before he extended the bandage towards Yoshino. Choza sat down and grabbed a piece of steak from the barbecue. The attention of the group was now focused on the seal in Yoshino's hands. She hummed a couple of times as she went through the whole seal bit by bit. It's good, Yoshino spoke as she turned around to look at Ren, who was currently sitting with Shikamaru. Her son had never mentioned the older student, while it may be a demerit that Ren failed the final genin exam one time. Yoshino was sure that he would make a name for himself, even if not in the standard force. The R&D department surely has already started recruiting him. "So what do you think? Is it the standard seal or?" Inoichi asked. No matter how much he disliked the boy at the moment, a competent Fuinjutsu user was an asset that the tree clans cannot ignore. "It's the standard seal, but there is only one way for him to get access to this kind of formulae." Yoshino spoke. She looked at the seal once again. "It is well made though. There should not be any negative effects if Choji did decide to use it." Yoshino paused and then added, complained, "If possible we have to recruit him. The security of our clans is lagging behind. I can't handle repairing every seal in the 3 compounds." Shoza looked at his small group of friends deep in thought. Each one of them contemplated a plan for a bit before all of them turned to Shikaku. "What a drag." Shikaku mumbled. He looked at Inoichi and spoke. "I think Inoichi should talk to Ino about bringing him around. They do spend a lot of time together." Choza looked as Shikaku gave Inoichi a small smirk before he was elbowed by Yashina. "Ino's birthday is on the 23rd of September. She would definitely not let him slip away then. Maybe I could talk to him after the party." The discussion deepened as everyone started giving their ideas about how to proceed. Inoichi, on the other hand, was glaring at Ren. While his mask was perfectly placed, he could see the slight tremor that the boy had in his right arm. "Is it due to overwork or?" Ren stared at the finished seal and stood up from his chair. Since the seal didn't blow up, he needed to use a small amount of chakra to activate the trigger seal. The chakra would flow throughout the seal, and if everything were okay, he wouldn't have to worry about the seal malfunctioning. "Would you stop being a pussy and trust your seal a little bit more?" Rinko-san spoke from her seat at the reception primary table. Ren stopped mid-jump, hearing her, and missed the timing to jump away. Thankfully, the blue box appeared in front of him, indicating a newly completed seal. "Why did you do that, Rinko-san?" Ren was confused at her interruption. She had not spoken to him a lot after first explaining things almost a couple of months ago. "You are scared every time after completing a seal, but none of your seals had actually blown up after the first couple of weeks." Rinko-san gave him a pointed look. "You need to have confidence in your thinking process, be innovative, and think things thoroughly instead of just starting making another seal monotonously." She approached his table and looked at the explosive tag he had made. "This is a good seal. You have almost perfectly mastered the explosion tag. Now, instead of just creating another like a machine, you could stop, examine your seal, and plan ahead. I have been watching you doing this for months now, and I didn't want to interrupt your self-learning before, but you are going in the wrong direction here." Rinko-san pointed out several things wrong with his approach according to her. Ren felt a little cheated of his accomplishments, but then again he was just relying on his weird powers for his mastery of Fuinjutsu till now, so he had no leg to stand on. Truthfully, he was grinding Fuinjutsu as it was the easiest way to gain INT stats. Every level in any seal gave him a +1 boost, and every level in basic Fuinjutsu gave him a +2 bonus. His was at level 3, at level 2, and there was at level 1. I have gained +8 stat points in INT due to grinding Fuinjutsu. Although the speed of upgrading is a lot slower than my physical stats, it can at least keep up with my chakra growth. Ren felt a little cheated as he remembered the chakra control requirements of the mystical palm jutsu he got as a reward. Even after 3 months of grinding chakra control and increasing his INT, he is nowhere close to having enough chakra control to learn that technique. I would still need access to the Genin library to have more books to gain the skill. That prerequisite still seems easier to me than to get my chakra control above 65%. What do you recommend, Riko-san? Ren asked. Since someone was giving him free advice, he wasn't going to refuse it. The essence of Fuinjutsu lies in creation, to find new ways to manipulate chakra into patterns that were not thought of by your predecessors to create something new. I'll show you an example. She walked up to her table and opened her drawer. After searching for a bit, she came back with a small sealing scroll and presented it to Ren. Here, this one should be charged so I could show you. Come with me. Rinko-san spoke as she walked towards the door at the other end of the entrance. The door led to an open backyard that extended into a training ground. Ren marveled at the expansive training ground and asked, "Ready?" Upon seeing him nod, Ryako-san opened the scroll and aimed it forward. A dragon head made of lighting came out of the scroll and attacked a boulder in front of them. The boulder burst apart and dirt flew everywhere. Ren had to close his eyes and look away to protect his eyes, but when he looked back he only found scorched ground. What was that? Ren asked if he had never seen that jutsu before, and she just used it by opening a scroll. That's my latest invention, since lightning natured. Wait, do you know about the different types of chakra natures and their advantage over one another? She asked. Yeah, fire is weak to water, water is weak to earth, earth is weak to lighting, lighting is weak to wind, and wind is weak to fire. Ren recited what he learned in the academy. Although the water and earth one didn't make sense to him, the rest were fairly easy to understand. Okay, good. So as you said, there are 5 chakra types with an advantage against one another. One of our primary enemies is Iwa, and our fire jutsus are not able to break through their defense in a confrontation. Rinko-san then presented the scroll once again. Ren's eyes traced multiple unfamiliar kanji as he read through the shiki formulae for the seal. Don't try to copy this one. This formulae isn't stable and incomplete, Rinko-san warned before she continued. This is a part of the jutsu sealing, unsealing branch. I want to be able to store a powerful enough B-rank technique in the scroll, but currently, the cost of chakra is almost quadruple and the seal doesn't last a long time before the chakra leaks. Ren stared at the formulae once again and then turned to look at the scorched ground not far away. He was tempted, he knew. Although Rinko-san managed to list out a number of points that is against the current version of the seal, Ren could envision the properties. He remembered the sensation when he increased the seal a week ago. New knowledge regarding the placement of the core components of the seal appeared in his mind, making the exploding tag almost twice as stronger. If I can upgrade this scroll, would that mean I would be able to use jutsu of all the 5 elements? A dream began to take place in Ren's mind as he turned to Riko-san and asked, Rinko-san, are there any scrolls on Fuinjutsu kanji that I could use? The academy only taught us the basics needed to create the sealing scroll and the exploding tag. There are many different components of a sealing matrix that are used and combined to form a Fuinjutsu seal. There is just one thing that is necessary for any seal to function. All its core components needed a small amount of chakra stored, normally in the trigger seal, for the seal to remain active. So from the above statement, you can understand that a live source of chakra is needed to effectively let a seal function. That's why any seal has 2 stages, an armed stage and an unarmed stage. Chakra is kinetic in nature, it flows naturally, which is one of the fundamental reasons for seals to work, but this also means that chakra could leak. As anyone who has used ninjutsu before knows, you could effectively only control a part of the chakra that you mold. Whether it is a medic nin who has exceptional control on their chakra, no one has ever been able to perfectly control their chakra because it is theoretically impossible to perfectly control the kinetic properties of chakra. Similarly, seals also have a chakra loss ratio. Depending on how well the seal was made, the seal would slowly leak chakra from its core components, making it into the dud seal. Ren was reading through another scroll on Fuinjutsu. Through the past week he had learned a lot about Fuinjutsu and its various sub-seals. Today he was reading about the armed and unarmed seals and what causes this phenomenon. A blue box suddenly appeared in front of Ren, informing him of the fact that his skill gained another level. His was already at level 4 from reading through the Fuinjutsu scrolls and gaining knowledge. He had to thank Rinko-san for her guidance. She normally left him alone and only answered questions that interested her. Ren looked up and found her fiddling with a seal on her table. Tempted as he was, he didn't want to peek at her work as he closed the scroll. It's time to leave anyway. Let's pick this up tomorrow. I should focus more on the different categories of seals tomorrow. Rinko-san did mention a couple of interesting options to choose from. Good night, Rinko-san, Ren greeted on his way, getting no reply as always from the obsessed Chunin. He walked out of the library and paused at seeing a familiar shade of blonde waiting for him outside. What are you doing here, Ino? Ren asked. He looked into her eyes but then avoided her gaze at the accusatory gaze. Waiting for you, she replied, not giving anything away. Ren looked at her apprehensively once again before he sighed and walked towards her. You already done with clan training? Ren asked as he started walking towards the Yamanaka clan compound. Ino swiftly arrived beside him and kept pace. Don't try to change the subject, Ren. You know why I'm here. You have been irregular to our training time after the academy. You are distant, more so than the MO you were before I had to break through the thick skull of yours, Ino accused as she stared at Ren. Look at me, she finally pleaded, causing Ren to turn towards her. He could see he had upset her, and truthfully he hadn't realized how much he had changed his schedule and actions because of that night. He had a problem with nightmares after the incident that made focusing a little harder for a few weeks, so he started compartmentalizing and focused on learning Fuinjutsu as his way of doing so. He stared at the upset blonde and put both his hands up in a placating gesture. Ino-chan, I was just focused on learning Fuinjutsu. Do you know that there are so many different ways to use C? Ren continued, but immediately Ino shouted, bullshit. You have been sleeping a lot more in classes. You always look tired. There are bags under your eyes still. For Kami's sake, Ino spoke frustrated. She was hoping Ren would come to her for help. She had been waiting as the boy kept retreating in a shell. It wasn't this bad at first, but lately you are more absent-minded and sometimes even ignore a lot of things that are going around you. She finished her rant and huffed. Ren looked upwards at the night sky. His thoughts were jumbled a little as he stared at the hyper-blonde. His heart softened for a moment, but he immediately backtracked and spoke. Ino-chan, I just had to do a couple more jobs to make ends meet, that's all. I'm good now, so don't worry about it. What do you? Ino froze, and Ren felt a little guilty at making her think his condition is her fault for forcing him to go to Choji's birthday party. But throughout his life, he had already realized that when people feel guilty they tend to help the aggrieved party cover up any gaps that he had left in his stories. I said don't worry your pretty little head about it. Ren smiled at the blonde and bumped her shoulders softly. Ignoring the sensation on his skin, he urged the blonde to move forwards as they started walking once again to the Yamanaka compound. The two walked in silence for a bit before Ino asked, why did we take the long route? We could have easily cut down the time if we went through the commercial district. Ren's thoughts flashed back to the feeling of warm blood splashing on his hand, and how heavy his body was when he kicked him away. Ren focused hard on controlling his right hand. He didn't want the tremor to become a common thing, so he moved his hand slowly to not let it shudder. Ino stared at Ren. He went unfocused once again, and the same stoic expression that somehow was different from his indifferent expression appeared on his face. Ren, Ino asked softly, her right hand hovering above his shoulder as Ren was startled out of his daze. He looked at Ino in alarm, smiled sheepishly, and spoke. Yeah, I just wanted to take my time walking you home, but I'm a little tired. I guess he laughed it off. This was the reason he avoided Ino in the past month. It seems like she was able to see through his facade like no one else. Okay, here we are. Ren spoke as they arrived at the Yamanaka clan compound. I'll see you tomorrow in class. Ren waved as a doubtful Ino left after a couple of glances. He took a deep breath and focused. This thing was getting a little out of hand. I need to go back there and overcome this nightmare. Shikaku, Inoichi, and Choza were standing in the Hokage's office. The room wasn't crowded right now, so they settled in a corner and waited for the meeting to start. They usually wouldn't have cared for the newly graduating class's team selection meeting, but since all of their children passed the exam, they came to see that at the very least their kids got a competent instructor. Our plan to let the kids form a team backfired a little. Now that Ino will probably become the Kunoichi of the year, she would surely be selected in the heavy assault traditional Team 7, Choza spoke as he glanced at Inoichi. Inoichi shrugged. It's not my fault. We agreed to let the kids take it easy and enjoy their time at the academy, and then hopefully get into the same team to watch each other back. Yeah, and look how that worked out, Shikaku grumbled, but he still asked, did you figure out why Ren wasn't invited to your daughter's birthday? Shikaku asked. I told you I asked Ino-chan several times, but she refuses to say anything. Did you guys get anything, Choji and Shikamaru? Inoichi asked. Shikamaru says they both still hang out and train regularly almost daily, but nothing else, Shikaku shrugged. Their initial plan was to get in contact with Ren during Shikamaru and Ino's joint birthday party, but Ino surprisingly didn't invite Ren. Inoichi has tried several times to get some information out of his daughter, but it all ended in failure. For someone so open, she could be surprisingly secretive about some stuff. At least he wasn't seduced to join the R&D department, Choza spoke, and they both nodded heavily. Most of the Fuinjutsu users in Kano are civilians, and the majority of them are simply inducted into the R&D department as soon as their aptitude is discovered. I'm surprised he refused, but then again he has surprisingly good combat standards for a civilian born, Shikaku noted, and his two friends agreed. Asuma walked towards the three of them and greeted them. So am I still proposing to teach your brats? He asked casually. Shikaku knew the Hokage's youngest was reluctant to do so but couldn't turn down the three-clan head easily. But Ino-chan will probably be the Kunoichi of the year, right? So she should be on a fixed team with Ren and Naruto. Choji questioned. Shikaku could see Asuma's eyes light up, so he sighed. Not so fast, there is still a chance, Shikaku spoke, drawing confused glances. Ino cannot be in a team with Naruto as she couldn't use her clan jutsu on him during emergencies. Quite a lot of Yamanaka clan jutsus help their teammates too, and due to the fox the team dynamic won't work. We could use it to our advantage to put forward the motion of recreating the Ino-Shikacho combination. As the four of them discussed one by one, the room started to get filled, and most of the Jonin and Tokibetsu Jonin started arriving at the meeting. There were a limited amount of Jonin who wanted to teach brats, so quite a lot of the teams were led by Tokibetsu Jonin. After another 5 minutes, Hiruzen cleared his throat and gained everyone's attention. It seems the interest in this batch of students is really great. His eyes scanned everyone before he asked, I don't like to delay stuff, so we'll start from the Jonins. Please speak up if you have your team configurations ready. There are many reasons for the large number of Shinobi gathered here today. First, there were a lot of clan heirs in this class, so everyone wanted to teach someone influential. Secondly, the fact that Ren could manage to snatch the title of Rookie of the Year from the clan class was impressive, and that attracted everyone's attention. Most of the Shinobi wanted to teach those clan heirs and establish ties, but some of them wanted to have an apprentice. See, if their students are clan Shinobi, then their main focus would be on their clan jutsu, so the job of the sensei would just be to guide and protect them. So whoever a talented civilian Shinobi emerges from the academy, a lot of Tokibetsu Jonin join in the pool to see if they could snatch an apprentice or two. Hey, Gecko stared at the folders spread over Hokage-sama's table. He was anxious and a little disappointed as he stared at everyone present. He remembered standing in the same position last year. He wanted to take Ren and his squad last year too, but Kakashi simply selected him on a whim and then failed him in the final exam. But in the face of hierarchy, he was helpless. There are even more people here this time, and Ren-kun's performance is even more dazzling. Like every other time, Kakashi stepped forward once again. He held an orange book in his hands as he walked up to Hokage-sama's table. He rummaged through the folders and took out 3 of them before he spoke. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Ren forming a heavy assault team. Hey, it almost choked on air as he stared at Kakashi in disbelief. Why doesn't he ask for a couple more top rankers from Class 1? Hey, thought as he looked at Kurenai, who stepped forward and spoke. I'm sorry for interrupting Hokage-sama, but I have a plan ready for a search and destroy team with Hyuga Hinata, Shino Aburame, and Ren. Asuma smoked his cigarette and sighed. I'll take the Ino-Shikacho. Hey watched as in a couple of seconds all the most promising candidates from Class 1 were taken by the 3 Jonin that participated in the assembly. He sighed once again and suppressed his thoughts as he thought about who he could get that would be feasible. Mama, asking for the Rookie of the Year in your first year as a Jonin sensei. Quite bold of you, Kurenai-chan, Kakashi teased. Right now the situation was quite clear. Both of them were fighting to have Ren join one of their teams. Hiruzen looked at the teasing Kakashi and stoic Kurenai and asked Kurenai, can you explain your reasoning, Jonin? Kurenai. Hiruzen asked, stopping the whispers that were going on. Certainly, Hokage-sama, Kurenai responded eagerly, getting a soft chuckle from Kakashi. Glaring at the pervert from her peripheral vision, she continued. Hinata with her Byakugan would serve as the scout, searching forward for any traces of enemy sightings. Shino's Kakeichu would cover the team's back against any attack and could serve as long-distance trackers and sentries. Ren's fast speed with Taijutsu mastery would prove invaluable for invalidating any targets they might face. Plus, he has excellent chakra control and he could become a competent Genjutsu user. Heiei heard what Kurenai said, and to be honest, he could see the team working out. Kakashi, though, had other plans as he asked, wouldn't Kiba and Nezuko fit your team better, as your team lacks long-range scouting options without him? Plus, he could provide fighting power too. Kurenai glared at the pervert once again. She was afraid that someone who wanted Ren would disrupt her plans. She didn't want someone as volatile as Kiba around Hinata, making her more shy and withdrawn when she worked on building the girl's confidence. I like that plan, Tsume spoke up from the corner, making Kurenai sigh. At least she achieved her primary objective of having Hinata on her team. She was grown quite fond of the shy and reserved girl after watching the whole class from afar for the last week. Although Ren's naked talent shining was quite a temptation for any Jounin sensei, she had seen his flawless chakra control and was hoping she could maybe direct him toward Genjutsu. The cost would be to rein in his curiosity towards Fuinjutsu, as focusing on both of the esoteric arts at the same time wasn't advisable. Heiei smiled as he realized he still has a chance. Hokage-sama surely won't allow Kakashi to have all three potential stocks, so he has a chance to snatch Ren from him. Especially since Kakashi had already failed Ren once, there was no way that team chemistry could work. Since he was retired from the ANBU, he at least had seniority over the rest of the Tokubetsu Jounin. If I may, Hokage-sama, Heiei stepped forwards and bowed slightly. I would like to form the traditional heavy assault Team 7 with Ren, Ino Yamanaka, and Handa Kayoko. The Rookie of the Year, the Kunoichi of the Year, and the dead last. Heiei's proposal instantly drew some eyes. He was a veteran shinobi, and almost all the people knew about his service in the ANBU and his subsequent injury, so he was quite sure no one would simply ignore his words. Mama, Heiei-san, I think Ren would fit quite well in my team, Kakashi argued. You already failed him once. There is no way your team would work out, Heiei pointed out. But Ino Shikacho is a tried and tested team. There is no reason to break up such a prestigious trio. Asuma reason too. He could feel the three clan heads surrounding him nod their head. This is bullshit and extortion, Asuma screamed in his mind, but he still maintained a stoic visage. Hokage-sama leaned back and then he looked at everyone else. One by one, quite a lot of Tokubetsu Jounin started chiming up a team around Ren and other members of the class. After a while, he leaned back and spoke. Kakashi, observe Class 1, I know you are slacking, form a team around Sasuke. He turned to Asuma and spoke. Team Ino Shikacho would be led by Asuma if they all managed to pass. He then turned to Kurenai and Heiei. This was possibly the most difficult pairing he could think of. Heiei, Kurenai, form two teams with Ren, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba divided among yourself. Observe the class again as they go through their final graduation exams tomorrow and add 2 more members to form a team. I need a full team labor division outlined in your plan. Heiei smiled. He knew that he had won this battle. To be honest, he just borrowed Ino's name to complete the team. If he couldn't find any suitable members, he could directly apply to take Ren into an apprenticeship in a couple of days after the exam. As Hokage-sama addressed the rest of the Tokubetsu Jounin one by one, Heiei simply waited for the meeting to end. This was just a probing meeting, and other than the Ino Shikacho, none of the other teams were set. Everyone was instructed to watch the final graduation exams and then finalize their teams. Heiei-san, what do you think about letting me handle Hinata-chan and Ren-kun while you form a scouting team with Shino and Kiba? Kurenai offered as Heiei left the Hokage-sama's office. You know the Hokage-sama already approved your team, don't you, Kurenai-san? Heiei shot back. He already got what he wanted and had no interest in talking anymore. Kurenai sighed as she looked at the setting sun. A lot of it didn't go according to her plan, and she knew that she could use her authority as a Jounin to make things go in her favor, but she refrained from offending one of her old classmates because of this matter. You want to go and watch the rookies train at the training ground? Heiei offered, and after sharing a brief nod, both of them vanished from the rooftop and arrived at the academy training ground assigned to the rookies. They both looked at Ren, who was running along the perimeter as always. He had his eyes closed as he had his hands in front of him as he tried to complete the whole thing while only using his sense of hearing and smell. Heiei smiled as he thought about all the exercises he would have him do once they were finally a team. I can finally pass down my sword technique to the next generation. Pain flared in Heiei's lungs as he used chakra to suppress the inflammation. His wound was his sense of shame and also a reminder to teach his students well. Yuga learned a lot of stuff from me, but halfway through she created her own style. Hopefully, Ren would be able to master all the moves, Heiei thought as he looked at Ren stumble. Ren opened his eyes as his thigh muscle started trembling. An annoyed look appeared on his face, which he quickly suppressed as he released the resistance seal holding him back. I need to find a way to increase the duration till which my resistance seal works after, Ren thought as he limped into the ground and sat down. Status window. Name, Ren. Title, Academy Student. Level, 20. Next level, 1, 500/20, 0. Chakra 580 over 580, STR 76, VIT 79, and 86, Dex 136, INT 63, Cha 58, Control 50%, Money 65 Oryo, Attribute Points 75. Ren stumbled a little as his tense muscles relaxed. He stared as the modifiers in front of his STR disappeared and the Dex modifier dropped to -40. He slowly walked towards his usual spot and collapsed against a tree. This is not working out. I need a different formula because my body cannot handle the resistance seal at level 6. Almost once a month, Ren continued to increase the level of the resistance seal that he normally uses, while his body could handle a level 1 resistance seal for a whole day as he increases the levels on the resistance seal the time before his muscles start giving up, while it wasn't a problem before as he only increased the levels when he trained. His body only being able to handle the seal for somewhere around 45 minutes means he could even get any effective training done. You okay? Ren Kunino-chan asked as she stopped by on her run. Ren nodded and motioned to her to continue as he collapsed and looked at the moving clouds in the sky. It's been almost 9 months since that disappointing day. The graduation exam starts tomorrow and Ren was ready for that Rookie of the Year title and to possibly complete the only quest that he currently had. My growth has been surprisingly all-rounded and I didn't have to use any points to speed up any deficiencies. Using points was one of Ren's plans. Till now his body has gone through a rapid growth period, but it seems he was reaching the limit of simply abusing the resistance seals. Ren has blissfully spent the last few months in peace, going through the daily grind, and he focused more on his physical stats after mastering what little Fuinjutsu he was allowed to. The R&D department Rinko-san's offer appeared in his thoughts once again. It was tempting to completely focus on experimenting through seals, but from the day he seriously started focusing on Fuinjutsu, Ren had envisioned a path for himself. A combat style integrating Fuinjutsu into his arsenal, and for that to happen he could not give up the combat side of things. It was still a little difficult for him to turn down Rinko-san. She was his first sensei even though she refused to acknowledge that at all. The stoic look on her face when he declined. Ren shook himself out of his thoughts as he sat up and stretched. He looked at Ino-chan running past him and focused. Her figure became marginally slower as she ran in slow motion for a second before she whizzed past him. It was one of the things he noticed after his INT crossed the threshold of 50. His dynamic vision was a lot better now. He could focus on things easier, and during fights, he felt himself moving a little faster. It took a lot of willpower for him to not dump all of his stats into INT as it was his slowest growing stat, but he managed to hold himself back on the account of participating in the graduation exam tomorrow. Ino completed her laps and gasped as she slowly trotted toward Ren. She asked in a concerned voice, "Don't overdo it. I had to help you back yesterday because you overexhausted yourself. We have the graduation exam tomorrow, remember?" "Yeah, I'm okay. I'm done for the day. I'll just go home and rest now," Ren spoke as he slowly stood up. His legs were a little wobbly, but he was still feeling okay. Everything would be alright after a good night of sleep anyway. "You need help?" Ino asked, looking at his shaking legs, but Ren waved her away. "You want to meet tomorrow before the written exam? Since we don't have any classes, we don't have to wake up early." Ren asked and got a positive response. He looked at the setting sun one more time before they both started walking toward the Yamanaka clan compound. 7:14 p.m., the 18th of January 13ers ANB. Ino's POV. She looked as Ren's fading silhouette slowly warped with the dark night. There were plenty of lights around the Yamanaka clan compound as it was in one of the more populous areas of Kano, but the direction where Ren was heading was a little shady in nature. After waiting for a moment, she went towards the gate and nodded to the Chunin who greeted her. The Yamanaka clan wasn't the biggest in Kano, but it was sizable enough that they needed their own guards to adhere to the security protocols. "At least he's back to normal. I hope he isn't trying to earn more money by taking late-night jobs." She wanted to follow him late at night at one point, but her curfew on most days was at 9 and Ren stayed at the library late. At one point she would have envied Ren for his freedom, but after being friends with him for almost a year she had gained a new perspective towards her luck. "I'm home," she shouted as she put her sandals to the side and walked into the corridor, where in the kitchen she heard her mother shout. She hesitated for a bit on having dinner first or taking a shower before she decided that she was too hungry to care at the moment. The door slid open easily and she saw her mother and father sitting on a small table with a blanket covering their feet. "How was your training, honey?" Mom asked as Ino settled in the blanket. "It was good," she smiled before she changed her tone and continued a little annoyed. Ren just had to train himself into an inch of exhaustion again. She looked at her father and hesitated before she asked, "Dad, when do our teams get decided?" She looked as Inoichi looked at her with his clan head face. "We had a meeting about it today. Why do you ask?" As she hesitated, conflicting thoughts clashed in her mind as her strange feelings interfered with her question. She took a deep breath and asked, "What team is Ren in?" She watched as Mom and Dad shared a small look and had to suppress an eye roll. "Just tell me it's not. It is a big secret." She pouted almost habitually before she controlled her expression. "It is not decided yet. He would most likely end up in a team with Hinata, Kiba, or Shino," Inoichi replied. A feeling of relief overcame her as she sighed. She felt a little disappointed, but it was an outcome she had expected. Their clans had a rock-solid alliance, and since all of them were clan heirs she knew she would end up with the two bozos and not on a team with Ren. What about his sensei though, is he or she strong enough? She asked, getting a confused look from Inoichi. One of them is XANBU and the other one is one of the best Genjutsu users in Konoha, Inoichi replied. Genjutsu, huh? Ren hasn't practiced Genjutsu much, but then again we aren't taught any structured Genjutsu in the academy. I don't think it would suit him, but having a Genjutsu master would mean better survivability in the field. Though an XANBU also means that at the very least his sensei would be a Jounin level and he isn't some random unproven guy. Honey, Inoichi asked, getting her attention once again. Yeah, so what are we having for dinner today? She smiled at her mom, who gave her a smile in return before she stood up and walked towards the stove to get the rice cooker. Aren't you curious about your team? Inoichi asked, her face back in a stoic mask. Everybody knows I'll be with the lazy bum and Choji, she replied as she stood up to grab a couple of dishes and brought them back to the table. Her legs trembled, missing the warmth of the heater, so she swiftly hopped back after laying down the table. She looked at Inoichi hesitate, and then her mom rolled her pupilless brown eyes and spoke. Your dad's just concerned, honey. It is quite clear to us that you are changing your behavior ever since you start hanging out with your new friend. I'm not changing my behavior because of Ren, Ino refuted hotly, but under her mother's knowing look she calmed down and explained. Well, at first I was, just a little bit in the first couple of months. But slowly I realized he doesn't like to hang around too many people and avoids crowds, except when training, she muttered as she thought about how to frame her next words. She glanced at her father at the corner of her eyes, and Mom instantly understood and elbowed Inoichi out of the room. It all feels a little different when I'm with Ren. Sometimes I even have to jump scare him to get a reaction, which is pretty hard to do most of the time, but sometimes he goes into these weird dazes when he's training, Ino ranted, but then she looked at her mother's smiling face and froze. Anyway, his priorities are a lot different than all the other kids in our class. I'm sure he thinks I'm pretty, and I have caught him looking at me plenty of times. Ino could hear a sudden creak from outside the door, and she had to suppress the urge to roll her eyes. But I could see it in his eyes that he is dealing with a lot right now. He trains like crazy to become stronger. He's smart, crazy smart when it comes to Fuinjutsu. Sometimes I swear his eyes glitter when he looks at a seal. She smiled a little as she continued. I asked about his sensei because he told me about his last exam, that after passing the graduation exam last year, ranked second in his class, and some idiot sensei decided to fail their entire team because of this weird exam that he conducted. I mean, yeah, that exam makes sense to most of us, but you can't give that exam to 3 orphans who were used to the world being unfair. That psychologically just doesn't make sense. She shook her head and huffed a couple of times to stop herself from going on a rant. I think he has a little bias towards clan Shinobis too, but I'm not sure. It is one of the reasons he drives himself so hard though, the unfairness of his life that he had to battle against. Most of the time he cares little for his surroundings. It was one of the things that I first admired about him, how he could focus on just running laps and doing basic exercises day after day without complaint. Ino paused as she sighed. I don't know how I feel, Mom. She sighed again and didn't say anything for a moment before she continued. I like him, a lot I think, but I don't think neither he nor I am ready for anything more than friends at the moment. So I just want him to have a good team and hope that we don't get out of touch when our life is a genin start. She looked at her mother, who had a happy smile on her face. She stood up and walked to sit beside her and pull her into a hug. Everything would be all right, sweetheart. Ino sank into her mother's embrace and sighed in contentment for a moment. A fleeting thought about Ren being right about life being unfair entered her mind before she suppressed the thought. Inoichi swiftly entered the kitchen and stiffly sat down at the table. She gave him a mock glare and he pushed his hands up with a defeated look. I'm just glad that you can still talk to us, honey. It's been quite some time since you have been honest to us about your feelings. Mom nudged Ino, who gave her a tight hug before letting go. Yeah, Ino looked at her smiling mom and dad and she thought, it's because I realized I'm lucky. And I still haven't properly met your new friend. Ino's mom mock glared at her daughter. Why didn't you invite him to your birthday party? Ino got a little sad thinking back to that night once again. I was impulsive when I forced him to come to Choji's birthday party. He didn't want to come, but I still dragged him there. He came and bought the gift and a new kimono just for the party. After that I noticed that he was just a little more tired during the next couple of weeks, and there were even light bags under his eyes. I had to corner him to find out that the kimono and the gift were too expensive, and he had to work after training to make up for the money he had to use for just one stupid party. Ino grumbled. Is that why you were depressed for a couple of days and even stopped your shopping trips? Mom asked, and Ino nodded. You didn't offer him money, did you? I'm not that much of an idiot, Mom. Ino grumbled as she opened the cooker and started serving dinner. I think it was that night I realized his actual situation. After that my games to make him break his cool mask didn't seem that interesting anymore. After the genin exams you should invite him to have dinner with us. Inoichi spoke, getting Ino's attention. Maybe at the Yakiniku, that way he won't have to dress and we can all go in our shinobi here. Hey, that's not bad, Ino thought as the plan to persuade Ren was already forming in her mind. Don't go into planning mode, you have an exam to pass tomorrow. Everyone put down your pencils immediately, Uruka shouted from his table in front of the class while Ren was leaning back and resting. The written exam was not challenging as his memory has improved a lot in the past year and the questions weren't nearly as difficult as he expected. Most of the high-mark questions were based on different field scenarios about any and all situations that could happen on the field. Why was the exam so drastically different this time? Although the questions weren't hard, their answers weren't so straightforward. Any more quests? Ren focused on his active quests. He quickly scanned the opening quest, and thankfully he still got the highest marks in the written exams according to the quest block. Ren looked at the block and then looked around him as everyone got ready to leave towards the academy training ground for the Shuriken-jutsu exam. Ren looked as Ino walked towards him in a hurry. What happened? Come with me, she spoke hurriedly and then pulled Ren towards the training ground. Ren was a little puzzled but followed her. Will you tell me now what happened? Ren asked as they arrived at one corner of the training field. Ino looked nervous before she spoke. Dad told me that the academy principal decided to add an additional optional portion at the end of the exam. Anyone can now show any jutsu other than the basic 3 for some additional points to pass the exam. That's sudden. Why would the exam change? Ren thought as he looked at the 4 senseis that were following the class. The red name of Mizuki once again was gleaming against the 3 blue boxes floating above the rest of them. The principal should be here soon, right? This is supposed to be the elite class for this year, so he should be here to observe the physical and ninjutsu portion. Thanks for telling me, Ino-chan. Ren gave her a smile to ease up her worries. He looked at Mizuki once again but decided rather to focus on the next part of the exam. Alright, everyone gathers around. I'll start calling everyone one by one. You will have 20 seconds to shoot 10 kunai and 10 shuriken at those targets. Like always, you will be graded on the number of targets hit divided by the time taken to get those points, Iruka instructed, and everyone quickly gathered around. So the Shuriken Jutsu exam is also a little different. The time limit division is new, but it works in my favor. I will just do what I did in practice the last couple of weeks. Ren wasn't wearing his resistance seals today since he had decided to go all out. There was no point in hiding stuff when he knows that the Jounin sensei would be watching, and his advanced physical capabilities would be found out rather quickly after he got assigned to a team anyway. He was still wearing weights, but the dex restrictions due to the weights would only affect his movement speed and kick frequency. Intermediate Shuriken Jutsu C rank. LV Max Shuriken Jutsu is a fundamental aspect of a ninja's arsenal, focusing on precision, agility, and strategic use of shuriken and kunai. Skilled practitioners of Shuriken Jutsu are able to wield these weapons with incredible accuracy and incorporate them into their combat techniques, while most ninja master only the basic throwing forms of these aspects. Some clans or ninjas are known to utilize more advanced forms. Increases attack power of shuriken and kunai by 50% during combat. Increases accuracy when thrown during combat by 100%. Accuracy when thrown outside of combat equals 100%. Able to handle multiple shurikens and kunai simultaneously equals 10. Ren read through the Shuriken Jutsu skill once again. He was relaxed because he had confidence in his skill that he had grinded all throughout the past year to max level, and the fact that he knew he was faster than Sasuke. Ever since he had reached max level in intermediate Shuriken Jutsu, he had always had 100% accuracy at a fixed target and even at a moving target. That's only if the target does not change its direction after I have already released the shurikens. Handling 10 shurikens at the same time was difficult for Ren at first, but when he figured out that you had to use chakra to stick the kunai and shuriken to your fingers before flicking them, he managed to get the trick down. Sasuke was able to do that when we started this year, and somehow he still wasn't able to figure out the tree walking exercise by himself. The one drawback of using this skill to throw Shuriken Jutsu was the target selection. Since both the direction and power are decided by the flick of the wrist, all the shuriken or kunai are fired at the same target, which makes the skill a little pointless in real-life battle scenarios. That was a problem for another day though, as Iruka called up Ren to the throwing line. He walked by the table and collected all the shuriken and kunai and then walked to the throwing line. Ready? Iruka-sensei asked as Ren pocketed the shuriken before sticking one kunai each to his fingers. Yes, Iruka-sensei, Ren replied as he got ready. His muscles were tense and ready as he selected the leftmost target for the kunai. Go! Iruka-sensei shouted, and Ren focused. Immediately his hands flashed as he flicked both of his hands in the shape of an X, releasing his chakra at the perfect time when his fingers completed the flicking motion. Both his hands continued their motion and dipped into his shuriken pouches. One by one, 10 shurikens were quickly attached to all of his fingers, and Ren flicked both of his hands upwards, targeting the middle post together. His focus snapped back as exclaims erupted from all around him. Iruka-sensei paused the stopwatch that he was holding and looked at the timer in disbelief. 0.97 seconds. There was a brief period of silence before whispers started breaking out from the students. Ren sighed as he started walking towards the target. Mizuki seemingly woke up from a daze and arrived beside him and started counting down the points as Ren removed the kunai. TCH, one of the shurikens missed a little. The bullseye area is too small to accommodate all the shuriken. 199 points. Mizuki spoke up in surprise once again as Ren collected the last shuriken and dumped them on the used box on the way back. I should have an advantage in the taijutsu portion too, and thanks to Sasuke I'll probably get the highest marks for the ninjutsu portion. The only thing left would be the hidden quest. I don't know what it is, so I can only do my best and hopefully it would work out. You missed one because you tried to speed up too much, Ino commented as soon as he arrived beside her. He shrugged as he looked at her surprised gaze. He had never practiced the Shuriken Jutsu with her nearby. After the physical training, they sparred sometimes, and that too only during the last couple of months when Ino had some spare energy after the physical conditioning. It's math. They changed the rules a little, so I went for speed. Normally the exam would have had extra points for finishing in between ranges of time. Last year the time limits were a little different. If you manage to hit all targets within 2 seconds you get 50 bonus points. But since the difference between dividing 200 points by 2 and 200 points by 1 is a lot, I figured they devised this exam to encourage quicker draw times and fire rate. Ren reasoned. It's more real like this anyway. It's not like in an actual fight you would have more than a split second to throw a kunai anyway, so I think this is a good idea, Ren spoke, hinting at Ino to do the same. Though there could be another reason for them changing all of these exams. Ren looked at the academy instructors once again as the conclusion was quite obvious to him. To award points for an additional jutsu and then to even tweak the accuracy exam to focus more on speed, since Sasuke had shown to be able to handle 10 shurikens and kunai at a time, their target could not be more obvious. Now the important question is, why is someone trying this hard to give the Rookie of the Year title to Sasuke? Something like this wasn't according to Ren's plan, since he had taken part in last year's graduation exam, so he expected most of the exam to be the same. He felt a little indignant, but then again the graduation exam was a measure of strength, and for some reason, the academy principal does not want him to graduate at the top of the elite class. Did some clan pressure him to it? Ren's thoughts bounced between the possible scenarios as it was finally Sasuke's turn to take the test. Ren focused on him a little as Sasuke also, possibly because of Ren's performance, decided to go with the quick approach. Then again he always chucked 10 shuriken and 10 kunai simultaneously, but this time his draw was faster. 1.32 seconds Iruka noticed and Ren stopped focusing on him. He looked through his quest block again and sure enough, he completed another sub-quest. Side quest 2, gain perk, gain, plus 5000 EXP, plus 100 reputation, plus 100 reputation. I should have an advantage in the taijutsu portion too, and thanks to Sasuke I'll probably get the highest marks for the ninjutsu portion. The only thing left would be the hidden quest. I don't know what it is, so I can only do my best and hopefully it will work out. At least I got enough EXP for 1 level. Ino Yamanaka, Iruka-sensei called out the next name on his list. Ren gave her a small nod and said, good luck, and make sure to go as quickly as possible without losing focus. I got it. Ino left with a confident nod. After checking her weapons she got ready at the throwing line and threw 6 shurikens at a time. Her draw was quick, so she didn't take that much time taking out more weapons from her pouch. 4.35 seconds Iruka noted. His shout was followed by Mizuki speaking, 195 points. Ino's score has improved a lot from her first try this year. Ren didn't remember what it was, but Ino did. She stared at the 2 kunai and 3 shurikens that were a little off their mark and then turned back to walk toward Ren. I could have gotten a full score, Ino pouted. You would have to throw 3 at a time for that. That means at least 2 extra throws, which equals 3 extra seconds. Ren pointed out. In the original scoring method, she would have gotten 20 bonus points for completing the task in under 10 seconds. I know, she sighed and then turned around once again and looked at Sakura, who was staring at her with a complicated look on her face. You still got a decent score, 3rd highest in our class till now, so you don't have to worry too much. Ren pointed out. It would have been better if you didn't do that. Doesn't your score exceed the maximum 200 marks? Just from this exam, the difference between our scores is somewhere around 160 points. Ino was speechless after she completed her calculations. Somehow whoever made these rules to target me managed to screw the clan kids, it seems. A small part of Ren felt satisfied, but then again the difference between his and Sasuke's score wasn't much. In the taijutsu portion, probably both Ren and Sasuke would end up having the same score. So the final result would depend on the ninjutsu exam. Let's not think about so far ahead, Ren thought as he watched the rest of the shuriken jutsu exam. He opened his jacket and removed his resistance seal preparations. He started applying the bandages on both his arms. You're not planning to fight a Chunin while under resistance seals, are you? Ino asked with a frown on her face. I'll deactivate them when I fight. I got used to fighting with stress bandages, Ren shrugged. The bandages that Ren used to inscribe his Fuinjutsu seal into were stress bandages. There were 2 reasons for his doing so. Firstly, even while the seal is deactivated, the bandages are tightly wrapped around his forearm, giving his muscles a soft cushion when he goes for a heavy attack. And the other fact was that the stress bandage could handle a seal inscribed for a long time. As Ren experimented more with Fuinjutsu, he quickly realized that not all materials could handle a seal inscribed onto them, and that inscribing seals onto your or someone else's skin or body was even more difficult. Alright, that concludes the accuracy exam. Iruka spoke, bringing Ren out of his thoughts. Let's move on to the taijutsu range. The class followed Iruka. Ren's gaze was instantly focused on the 2 Chunin standing in 2 of the 3 circles in the middle of the training ground. Observe. Name, Haruka Nakamura. Title, Konoha Chunin. Level, 33. Chakra, 720. STR, 93. VIT, 86. End, 92. Dex, 97. INT, 63. Sha, 72. Titles, Konoha Chunin, plus 10% additional EXP gains towards fire-based ninjutsu. Civilian born, plus 50% EXP to, plus 10% EXP. Description: Nakai Koichi, a chunin from Konohagakure, was a graduate of the 16th batch from the Konoha Academy. He possesses exceptional agility, speed, and reflexes, allowing him to swiftly evade attacks while launching precise and powerful strikes. Haruka has also honed his skills in Earth-style ninjutsu, which he employs to manipulate the terrain and create defensive barriers. Title: Konoha Chunin. Level: 41. Chakra: 1860. STR: 123. VIT: 104. End: 99. Dex: 143. INT: 87. Cha: 93. Titles: Konoha Chunin, plus 10% additional EXP gains towards fire-based ninjutsu. Inuzuka clan member, 4x sense of smell, plus 10% faster neural reflexes when using clan techniques. Description: Akihiko is a skilled Inuzuka clan member, specializing in the unique combat style of the clan. He has formed a strong bond with his loyal companion, a large white wolf named Kiba. Akihiko and Kiba fight together, utilizing their enhanced senses and cooperative attacks. He relies on incredibly fast and agile attacks, relying on their combined speed and ferocity to overwhelm opponents. Akihiko is also adept at using fang and claw-based techniques, further augmenting his offensive capabilities. Ren used on the two chunin as Mizuki quickly walked into the last circle and Haruka began explaining the taijutsu portion of the graduation exam. For the last portion of the taijutsu exam, each of you can select one of the three chunin in the sparring circles. The chunin would maintain their taijutsu standards at the genin level. As Haruka explained the rules, Ren analyzed the three chunins that he could choose. Most of the people in the class would go for Mizuki. I don't want to be average and I don't want to face someone who is potentially hostile, so that leaves me with these two chunins. Nakamura was slower than him while the Inuzuka was faster than him. To be on the safe side, he could just pick Nakamura and get a high score. He was sure Sasuke wasn't as fast as him, and although he had learned the tree walking skill and he could speed up by using chakra enhancement, but he was pretty sure that would not be allowed. And even if it does, I have a higher base speed anyway. Ren was hesitating a little as the first few names were called up by Haruka-sensei to start the test. He observed Hiroshi, who fought against Mizuki. At the start of the spar, Mizuki started a little slower, maintaining his speed exactly on par with Hiroshi, allowing him to showcase his proficiency with the Academy Taijutsu style. "Who are you going to challenge?" Choji asked. Their group of four was standing at one corner of the class. "The Inuzuka," Ren replied, getting a few raised eyebrows. The dog that was sitting beside the Inuzuka chunin yipped in his direction. "Somehow that dog is stronger than most of our class." Ren used another on the dog. The fight was over soon and another student was called who also selected Mizuki as his opponent. The class list was arranged alphabetically according to their last names, so the kids who fought first were the orphans who didn't have one. After this fight ended in another minute when Mizuki increased his speed. Ren opened his inventory and removed his weights. He felt the pressure on his legs lighten. "Ren," Haruka called, and Ren walked towards the sparring circles. Both of the fights just wrapped up in around 2 minutes. Ren walked up to the circle where the Inuzuka was standing. He had an arrogant smirk on his face that just widened when Ren walked into the circle. Haruka blinked a couple of times to confirm Ren's choice before he nodded and appeared in between the two of them. He looked at Ren's legs but decided to keep quiet as he spoke. Ready, seeing two mirrored nods, he shouted, "Fight," and jumped back. Ren didn't rush to attack, and neither did Akihiko. The older chunin was standing in a relaxed manner, looking at Ren with reserved confidence. Ren had his resistance seals activated at level 2, which meant that he had a debuff of 15 stat points on both his STR and Dex. His base speed still was, though, a lot faster than what Akihiko was expecting, as Ren closed the small gap between them almost immediately. Ren was focusing all his attention on Akihiko's reaction. His muscles tensed, and Ren knew that he had caught the older chunin off guard. Akihiko brought up his hands into a cross-guard position, blocking the kick that was aimed at him. Ren felt less resistance than he was expecting as the chunin leaned backward and used the momentum of his kick to do a quick flip and regain his footing. A standard jab went towards Akihiko's face, which he tapped away easily as the two of them sparred at almost high chunin level speeds. While both of them were moving at the same speed, Ren was observing every movement carefully. He was waiting for any opportunity to gain a chance and drop his resistance seals to take advantage of the surprise attack and gain an advantage. The opportunity never came, as Akihiko perfectly countered his every move. All of his punches were blocked or misdirected while his kicks were avoided. Despite fighting at such a high speed, all of a sudden Akihiko managed to perfectly counter his every attack as if he was anticipating his next move. Ren kept a calm head. He knew he had one more chance and needed to take advantage at the perfect moment to gain the maximum advantage. The spar went on for a while as both of them had good enough stamina, but the longer the spar went on, the harder it was for Ren to launch an attack. After another couple of minutes, he was just defending against Akihiko's fast blows while he managed to evade Ren's every attempt at trying to counterattack. "This approach will not work. He is getting faster and faster, countering my every attempt." Ren was frustrated as he looked at the Inuzuka's movements while fighting. He observed him for a few more seconds before he decided to disengage. Unless he was supposed to present us with an opportunity with a glaring hole in his defense to test us. I don't think I can force him to make a mistake severe enough for me to capitalize on it. I may have to drop the seal and then use pace changes to try and gain an advantage. Seeing that his chance to squeak out a win was disappearing, Ren jumped back and sent a burst of chakra through both of his resistance seals, releasing the final debuff. Akihiko didn't seem to have sensed anything, so Ren took a deep breath, making it seem like he was recollecting his breath. That was fun. I was not expecting one of you brats to be this fast. The relaxed look returned on his face, but Ren could see his muscles were still tense. He wanted to wait for an opportunity to present itself, but it seems like Akihiko had seen enough. He dashed towards Ren, who hurriedly dodged the blow and threw a jab back. He deliberately controlled his jab to be a little slower than his previous speed before he twisted his upper body and used his max speed to complete the surprise attack. Akihiko's eyes widened in surprise and he tried to duck under the jab, but the blow still clocked him on his temple. Having gained an opening, Ren kicked upwards, targeting Akihiko's tumbling body, but the Chunin once again used his hands to block the kick while jumping backward, using the momentum of his kick to disengage from Ren. Ren rushed forward, trying desperately to maintain his advantage, but although Akihiko stumbled a little, he still managed to recover before Ren arrived in front of him. His attacks were slowly dismantled again before Akihiko got a good opportunity and managed to throw Ren out of the sparring ring with a hard kick. Ren landed on the ground and used chakra to stabilize his footing. He was a little upset at not gaining any advantage against Akihiko. Uruka stared at Ren, suppressing his amazed expression. The seal of reconciliation, he reminded the two of them. Ren nodded, although in his mind he was still going over the spar that he had just now. He still stepped forward and extended his hand to form a seal, the seal of reconciliation. As Ren walked back, Akihiko stopped him. "Hey brat, what's your name?" Ren stopped and looked back. Akihiko still had an arrogant grin on his face, but Ren still replied, "Ren." He walked back and he could feel his face was stiff. He put his resistance seals back on and set them at level 1. Ino immediately noticed his stiff face while Choji and Shikamaru were looking at him with wide eyes. "Are you okay?" Ino asked, and Ren nodded absent-mindedly. He walked away and leaned against a nearby tree. "I tried every standard move and even tried mixing in some grapples, but nothing worked. The only opening I managed to create was when I faked fatigue and released the resistance seal. At the very least, my idea of hiding my full speed at first worked. I wouldn't have managed that hit otherwise." Ren was a bit disappointed by the fight. He looked at his stats again and compared them with Akihiko's stats. The difference stat-wise wasn't much, but only after he fought he realized that not everything could be represented by those numbers. Although his max speed was almost equal to Akihiko, the difference in the match was entirely due to the difference in Taijutsu experience between them, as Akihiko also only used the Academy Taijutsu style. The difference would have been larger if he used the Inuzuka Taijutsu style that Kiba was bragging about. While Ren was focused on recalling his spar, quite a lot of people were observing the reclusive Rookie of the Year candidate of their class. Sasuke was one of them. He knew his name would be among the last few to be called up, so he focused on quite possibly his only acquaintance at the academy. The two of them had a tentative understanding. They both knew that they were just using each other to get stronger. Ren taught Sasuke the tree walking exercise. In return, Sasuke gave Ren the scroll for the Katen, Gakakyu no Jutsu. At this moment, though, Sasuke was a little pissed. They had sparred countless times both in and out of the academy, and not one time Ren had shown speed anywhere near of what he moved right now. He had tried to observe the spar closely and realized that he had trouble tracking the spar. He hadn't felt so outclassed since that night 5 years ago. Why? How did he do it? How is he so strong? He glared at Ren, who noticed his piercing stare as he opened his eyes. Ren looked at the fuming Uchiha and then ignored him. It wasn't his job to coddle the last Uchiha. The names were called, and one by one everyone went through the physical portion of the exam. Ren was a little worried, as even after half an hour of waiting, the sub-quest related to the physical portion wasn't completed. Do I have to wait till the end of the Taijutsu exam? That being the only logical option left, Ren closed his eyes once again as the spars continued. Among the rest of the class, only 4 more people challenged Akihiko. Sasuke managed to resist for 5 minutes before Akihiko manhandled him out of the sparring ring. Along with Sasuke, Naruto, Ino, and Kiba also challenged Akihiko. Among them, Kiba lasted the longest before he was thrown out of the ring by Akihiko for using the Inuzuka Taijutsu style. Ino survived for 3 minutes while Naruto managed to get a passing grade of 2 minutes. After the spars were completed, the subquest was still marked as incomplete, making Ren more confused. He carefully looked at Akihiko and tried sneaking a look into the scores, but sometime between his spar and the end of the exam, the principal of the academy had arrived and the exam results were in his hands. What is he hoping for? Does he want to meddle with the grades? Academy Training Ground, Kano Hagakure. 1:15 p.m., the 18th of January, 13ers ANB. Third-person POV. Tiger, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Ren flashed through the hand signs as he molded almost half of his chakra. He brought his finger to his lips and blew upwards into the air. A small stream of fire left his mouth, which he immediately bloomed into 1-meter-wide fireball. The fireball zoomed into the air, traveling for around 100 meters before exploding into a 5 meters wide explosion. Ren stared at the result of his jutsu in satisfaction. He had somehow managed to control the jutsu enough that it shouldn't look bigger than Sasuke's fireball. Sasuke should be able to create a bigger fireball, right? Ren thought as he nodded to Uruka's response that he passed, and as he backed away, a blue block appeared in front of him. Dinged. Unique story quest generated. Rookie of the Year. The Rookie of the Year refers to the ninja who showed exceptional skill and potential among their peers during their days in the academy. The title is mainly granted to the student with the highest marks in their final year of the academy. Side Quest I. Get the highest marks in the written portion of the graduation exam. Side Quest 2. Get the highest marks in the accuracy portion of the graduation exam. Side Quest 3. Get the highest marks in the taijutsu portion of the graduation exam. Side Quest IV. Get the highest marks in the ninjutsu portion of the graduation exam. Hidden Quest. Break at least one academy record. Rewards. Main Quest. Title. Plus 10,000 EXP. Side Quest I. Gain Perk. Gain. Plus 5,000 EXP. Plus 100 Reputation. Plus 100 Reputation. Collect. Side Quest 2. Gain Perk. Gain. Plus 5,000 EXP. Plus 100 Reputation. Plus 100 Reputation. Collect. Side Quest 3. Gain Perk. Gain. Plus 5,000 EXP. Plus 100 Reputation. Plus 100 Reputation. Collect. Side Quest IV. Gain Perk. Gain. Plus 5,000 EXP. Plus 100 Reputation. Plus 100 Reputation. Collect. Hidden Quest. Rewards depend on record broken. Plus 10,000 EXP. Plus. Collect. While several of his classmates exclaimed as Ren walked back to one corner of the training ground again, the problem though is that there was a lot more attention on him now compared to before. When did you learn that? Ino asked with an angry tone. Earlier she was worried that this idiot would be sabotaged by some clan that was working behind the scenes, but he didn't even have the courtesy to tell her that he knew elemental ninjutsu. And when did he even have time to learn this skill? After our spars when you go for clan training, Ren shrugged. He had a couple of other scrolls too from the bounty system, and although he did learn them, he had only ever practiced the sharingan-kagebunshin no jutsu because he was able to trade the tree walking exercise for it from Sasuke. Ren received Ino's glare without even batting an eye. She sighed as she thought, at least now no one would dare to try and take Ren-kun's title away from him. She smiled at that thought before glaring at Ren one more time. Will you stop glaring at me, Ino-chan? Ren opened his left eye and looked at her. He was once again leaning against a tree. He always felt at peace under the shade of one, and it has slowly become a habit for him. Whatever, Ino grumbled as Sasuke stepped up once again and another 1-meter large fireball exploded into the sky. Ren opened his eyes and stared at the exploding fireball. It wasn't much larger than his own jutsu, although even that one jutsu consumed almost half of his chakra reserves. Ren looked through his skills page and found the sharingan-kagebunshin no jutsu, a fire-based technique that allows the user to exhale a massive fireball from their mouth, inflicting substantial damage upon their target and the surrounding area. The sharingan-kagebunshin no jutsu is a versatile offensive technique, capable of causing widespread destruction and overwhelming opponents. Its destructive power makes it a formidable tool in battle, capable of incinerating obstacles, structures, and even adversaries. However, like any other technique, it has its limitations. The sharingan-kagebunshin no jutsu requires a considerable amount of chakra, and maintaining control over such a massive fireball can be physically and mentally taxing. Additionally, skilled opponents can employ defensive measures to counter or evade the attack, making it important for the user to strategize and exploit their opponent's weaknesses. Can be supercharged with up to 4 times the base chakra. Seals required, Tiger. After practicing this jutsu 4 times a day every day for almost 3 months, he managed to finally master this jutsu. Initially, he had to use all 5 seals to do the jutsu, but the requirements went down to just 3 seals at level 5 and just to 1 seal at max level. Still, he had decided to hide his proficiency with the skill for now, although he had to expose his speed and physical capabilities. That didn't mean he would expose all of his trump cards easily. After being assigned a genin squad, my physical capabilities would have been difficult to hide, so it is better to just get a better grade and secure the Rookie of the Year title while relying on my stats. My ninjutsu skills, however, could easily be hidden, although it would be better if I could gain access to some place where I can train and get every skill to a higher level. Uruka looked at everyone around the class. Everyone who passed, come up and collect your headband. An excited chatter went through the class. Everyone almost jumped at each other trying to be the first one to grab a headband. There were 28 headbands gleaming on the table. Uruka passed a brand new one to Ren. He grabbed the shiny new headband with a complicated look on his face. Do they have to shine so much? He gripped the headband hard and put it into his jacket. He turned around to see Ino tying the headband on her waist. How do I look? She gave him a bright smile, and just for a moment Ren felt okay. He let go of the headband and walked towards her. This time I'll pass the true genin exam, and only then will I wear the headband. Ren didn't know how he ended up in this situation. He was done with today's training like always and was on the way home. The 6th level of resistance seal once again had exhausted his body to the brink of collapse, and now he was quickly realizing that maybe that wasn't such a good idea. For a moment he panicked. He couldn't see anything and his thoughts jumped to the most obvious conclusion, but thankfully he could at least move his eyes. Whatever is blocking my movements is probably also cutting off my sense of sight, but how did they manage to do that? Is it a seal? He tried to move his neck, but all his muscles were stiff. No matter how much he tried, after a few moments he realized that he was stuck. Realizing that panicking won't do him any good, and seeing that he couldn't sense his chakra, he used the only option he had. Status. A gleaming blue block appeared in front of Ren. His gaze immediately focused on the blue block, and slowly the genjutsu he was under unraveled. As colors returned to his vision, Ren focused on the two people in front of him. The male had unkempt dark brown hair that come out from his headband, framing his face, along with a small patch hanging down on his forehead. He was dressed in standard Konoha Jonin attire, with a sword in a sheath hanging at his back, visible above his left shoulder. The woman was completely opposite to the unkempt Jonin. She was dressed in a blood-red long-sleeved, high-collared top, which is fastened with a broad leather belt around her waist. Ren could see stress bandages covering her legs as her sharp red eyes were staring at him. Her hands were morphed into a bird seal as her long, wavy, dark maroon styled with a simple headband, keeping it out of her rosy face. Kurenai Ui and Heiei Gecko, who are they and what do they want? Ren had to calculate his next actions very carefully, and the fact that the names of the two people in front of him were blue prevented him from going into full protection mode and using all his saved up stat points to break away. I wasn't expecting him to break my genjutsu. It seems like the teachers in the academy missed another important thing, Kurenai muttered as she looked at the newly minted genin, who was looking up at the two of them in a daze. It is such a stupid plan. Why did I have to owe one to Heiei of all people? Kurenai lamented as Heiei stepped forward, getting Ren's attention. It seems like you're a little bit better than I thought, but then again it doesn't make a difference. Heiei unsheathed his sword and placed it at Ren's neck. Ren's senses screamed at his body to move, but he couldn't even budge his eyebrows at the moment. This seems and feels like a genjutsu. Seals leave behind more physical evidence, and this sensation seems a little fake and empty. Should I dump all my stats into INT and try to dispel this genjutsu before Ren could act on his thought, though? Heiei spoke once again. And you're dead. Even an academy student would be able to kill you with a small cut with just a kunai. Heiei turned his sword and patted Ren's artery with the flat side of his sword. For the Rookie of the Year, someone who could go toe-to-toe with an experienced Inuzuka Chunin to die at the hands of an academy student. TCH. Heiei continued teasing. What do you want? Ren tried, but the words didn't come out of his mouth. Understanding the conundrum he was in, Heiei stepped forward as he leaned down. Why are you so sure you would be safe inside Konoha? You were so assured of your safety that you trained yourself to exhaustion. Every day at the same time you stumble across the same road back home. A fast enough kunai would have ended you, but you can't even acknowledge that. What kind of shinobi are you? While Ren was speechless, he paused his struggles as his thoughts collaborated once again, trying to picture the scene that this Heiei guy depicted. Are you feeling so secure inside the village? Didn't you hear the story about the Bloody Night in the Ucha clan? Due to their arrogance and their being not vigilant enough, the entire clan was wiped out by their heir. So why do you think you are completely safe within the village? Heiei finished his tirade and Ren's bindings loosened. Ren wanted to back away, but he also wanted to stay and listen to Heiei's next words. After a moment, Ren dashed back before he was engulfed in the eternal darkness once again. This time he summoned the blue blocks once again, and the visual genjutsu shattered once again. While still being unable to move, Ren could only focus his attention on Heiei's words. You have worked your body to the ground, every day breaking down your body and then doing it again the next day. You managed to gain massive progress to your physical capabilities, but you don't understand the rhythm of your own taijutsu style. You hammer your fist at your opponents at your maximum speed, but fail to realize that taijutsu is something more than just simply being faster than your opponent. Heiei analyzed. He pointed out another mistake that had been bugging Ren the entire day. By now Ren had stopped struggling. He had realized that the real reason that he was trapped like this by two Konoha Jonin would be that maybe because they couldn't bear to look at his obvious mistakes. I'll take it. Any guidance is better than having no clue where to start. Ren's bindings disappeared completely, so he asked the question that was hammering on the walls of his mind. Who are you? Heiei smiled as he suddenly coughed a couple of times. My name is Heiei Gecko. This is Ui Kurenai, and you have a decision to make. Would you like to be my apprentice or a member of a genin squad under Jonin Ui Kurenai? Earlier that day, 3:49 p.m., the 18th of January, 13ers ANB. Third-person POV. Now what was the reason that you two decided that this cannot wait till the meeting tomorrow? Hiruzen stared at Heiei and Kurenai. As he lit up his pipe for a relaxing smoke, he could see the nervousness in both of them. Heiei was the first one to speak up. Hokage-sama, he bowed politely. We were watching the graduation exam of class 401 earlier today. The reports about Ren's capabilities are greatly misjudged by the academy instructors. Not only does he have high Chunin level speed, but he also used the Katen, Gakakyu no Jutsu in the extra credit portion of the ninjutsu exam. Hiruzen paused briefly as he leaned back and contemplated what he had heard just now. He started dissecting all the information he could gain from Heiei's comments. So Ren is hiding his full capabilities, but then again he showed his full potential in the final exam, the one exam that matters to him. While it still would have been better if he kept the degree of his strength to himself and then shared it with his sensei, it still diminishes the chances that he has some ulterior motive. Tora Hiruzen spoke, and an ANBU with a tiger mask appeared in the room. Do a background check on Ren and tell Uruka to fetch me his complete file. The Academy students weren't actual Shinobi, but they still had a file that was maintained in the Konoha records. While it may not be as detailed as the file they have on any genin that came under the preview of the Shinobi Council, it could provide an insight into why Ren was hiding his strength till now instead of seeking glory. He shouldn't be a threat, but there is nothing wrong in taking precautions, Hiruzen thought as he stared at the two jonin in front of them. Rest of them weren't there. I need to call this batch a bit more to get more active participation, at least when it comes to selecting their potential students and teams. Hiruzen sighed and then indicated for Kurenai to go on. Hokage-sama. Kurenai bowed again. Not only did Ren-kun show an impressive C-rank katen ninjutsu, but he also showed a very precise chakra control when he used all of the basic ninjutsu, which foreshadows his immense potential as a genjutsu master. I would once again like to form a search and destroy squad, as he would more appropriately be able to fill in the role of mid to short range combat with his taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu prowess. Now this is an interesting turn. The day before yesterday, Kurenai was ready to give up Ren and make a squad with Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, and why was there an additional portion in the ninjutsu exam? Hiruzen took another long puff as Height stepped forward slightly. If I may, Hokage-sama. Upon seeing Hiruzen's nod, he continued. Any team that Ren would end up joining would suffer from a lack of teamwork, with one member being so far ahead of the other two. It may lead to a lack of confidence and trust within the team. So I want to take Ren as an apprentice and hone his raw physical attributes towards a more comprehensive shinobi. Interesting point, but then again we train these kids to set them on the path of becoming Jonin Sensei. Hiruzen took the pipe out of his mouth with his right hand as he spoke. Do you know why all Konoha teams are three-man cells led by a commander? Hiruzen asked, causing a smile to bloom on Kurenai's face as Height sighed. Because a three-man cell almost covers each other's weaknesses in front of a stronger opponent, Height spoke. Exactly, in front of an adversary that one cannot break through individual strength alone. By relying on combination jutsus and tactics, you could survive and stall till backup arrives. Konoha has always operated as three-man cells, and now even Iwa and Suna follow a standard three-man team. The elite class is taught in such a way that they have more coordination than your average shinobi. They are the leaders and commanders that are one day supposed to lead another generation of shinobi into the field. Hiruzen stopped and let his words sink in. Even Kakashi Hatake and Uchiha Itachi were part of a standard three-man cell. Why do you think Ren deserves a treatment that even they never got? Height paused as he sighed with a complicated look on his face. He stepped back, and Kurenai smiled theatrically before she could speak, though Hiruzen continued. While that has always been the case, I still believe in your vision, Height-kun. You believed in Ren's hard work before anyone else? Hiruzen's face showed a soft smile. He opened his drawer and pulled out a form from his desk. I still remember when you asked me last year to take Ren as an apprentice after Kakashi failed him. This was the form that you submitted, a form that I approved, but you never got the chance, as the very next day Ren applied to rejoin the academy. Hiruzen pushed the form towards Height, who walked forwards and picked up the form once again. He recognized his handwriting as he sensed Kurenai's eyes staring at him. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Height bowed, but Hiruzen waved his thanks away. He leaned forwards and stared at the two of them. An exception could be made for Ren, since he technically failed the True Genin exam last year, and according to Kakashi's report, he does not have leadership qualities, thus allowing him to take an apprenticeship under you. But to do that, his previous failure would go in his official record, which would make it a little harder for him to get any official positions in the village administration in the future. Hiruzen let his words linger for a moment before he spoke. That is not a choice he should make without knowing the true circumstances. Hiruzen saw his words sink in. Height looked at the form once again before he spoke. Understood, Hokage-sama. Good, I think this was it. Both Height and Kurenai nodded before they left the room. A few seconds later, Uruka entered the room, followed by an ANBU who was carrying a file with him. Uruka-kun, I heard there was an extra credit. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Naruto. Uruka spoke, causing Naruto to glare at the last Uchiha. Ren stared at their interaction in amusement and then looked toward Hinata, who was turning an interesting shade of red. That's a good team, although, for some weird reason, Naruto passed the final exam even though he failed. Though it does make sense, no way he would be allowed to waste that much potential. Title, Academy Student. Level, 11. Chakra, 4920. STR, 31. VIT, 83. End, 76. Dex, 28. INT, 16. CHA, 123. Control, 17%. Titles, Academy Student, plus 10% additional EXP gains towards quests and enemies slain. Heir to the Uzumaki clan, plus 25% additional EXP gains towards Fuinjutsu. Description, Uzumaki Naruto's background is shrouded in mystery. Currently, an academy student with aspirations to become Hokage, Naruto has a long and difficult journey ahead of him before he can even come close to reaching his dream. At the moment, many consider Naruto as a shoo-in for the title of Dead Last. Ren was a bit envious of Naruto's potential. He had seen Naruto being sabotaged by most of the teachers in the academy, so he didn't put much stock in him being the dead last. He may be able to beat almost half of the class in actual combat. If he could just learn the Katen Gakakyu no Jutsu, then he could use it 40 times consecutively before getting tired. Although with his abysmal chakra control, he may not be able to use the jutsu without expending almost 3 minutes 4 times the chakra I would need to use just one katen. Kakekyu no jutsu, but once he learns the tree walking exercise he should be able to improve a lot quickly, then I would be able to increase my total chakra. Don't even get me started on his Fuin jutsu perk. Team 8, Haruno Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino. Haruka continued as Sakura wailed while Ino was laughing at her misfortune. This one's interesting. Team 2 loudmouths with the quietest member of our class. I wonder how this one is going to work out. As Ren was lost in his thoughts, Haruka looked at possibly his best students. His back was still a little stiff from blocking that Fuma shuriken, but he couldn't leave his students without a final goodbye. Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamichi Choji. He watched Ino wail in despair, and while his students debated whose team was better, he could still remember the debate that happened last night. Yesterday. Third-person POV. I heard Uzumaki Naruto pass due to some special circumstances. Kakashi spoke, making Haruka shuffle a little in his place. Normally in any other class he would be more engaged in forming teams, but he didn't dare to speak up in front of the big shots right now. As rumors about Ren's performance spread through Konoha, Haruka noticed there were quite a lot of Jonins here today that didn't attend the last meeting. While he does have poor chakra control right now, his chakra reserves have already grown to Jonin level, so I'm proposing to make him focus on ninjutsu. With Sasuke and Naruto using ninjutsu at longer range, they could provide the perfect cover for Hinata to close down the distance and finish their opponents. Kakashi continued on to explain. Haruka turned to see Kurenai, who had stepped forward with an outraged expression on her face, but Asuma held her hand, stopping her from interfering with Kakashi's explanation. Only I can teach Sasuke how to properly wield his sharingan and also train Naruto to his max potential. I would like to propose a first response team specializing in conflict resolution with Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi stopped after talking for a while. A first response team, those teams haven't been formed for a while. Hiruzen thought. He was very interested in Kakashi's proposal, and he looked seriously at Kakashi, watching for his intentions, but Kakashi's laid-back look was nowhere to be found today. The only problem would be if Heishi completely opposed the plan, but he hasn't spoken anything to oppose Kakashi's statement. Hiruzen knew that Kurenai was gunning for Hinata, so he turned to her, who immediately stepped forward and asked, "Your plan regarding Naruto and Sasuke seems solid, but the role of Hinata could be done by anyone who is good at taijutsu. In contrast, I am proposing to form a search and capture squad with Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. With their combined bloodlines perfectly integrating together, they could cover their tracks and go deep into enemy territory and safely escape even if they somehow get detected." Kurenai presented her argument. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi for some counter, and for some reason, John and Kurenai, you have been trying from the first day to forcibly form a team around Hinata, who does not show any leadership qualities whatsoever. It seems like you have formed some sort of attachment to this girl which is clouding your judgment. You didn't even include Sakura Haruno in your team even after the academy instructors mentioned her having almost perfect control of her chakra. Kurenai bit her lips to stop herself from cursing. She got promoted to Jonin just last year, and being questioned for being emotionally immature in front of her peers was embarrassing. I can't curse at him. I need to counter his arguments. Kurenai was thinking of a counter-argument, but before she could speak up, Hayashi piped up. A first response team hasn't been made in the past decade. You know the responsibility of training a first contact team are higher than a normal genin squad, right, Kakashi-san? Her arguments died at her lips as Kurenai realized the bastard had already got Hayashi on his side. Meanwhile, Kakashi stared at the stoic head of the Hyuga clan. While they had a simple deal, Hayashi was making him admit in front of everyone that he would train the squad seriously. I was trained by Minato-sensei as a part of the last first contact squad. I know what to do. Kakashi nodded, and a strange silence engulfed the whole room. Hiruzen looked at Kurenai, who was looking a little lost, so he stared at Asuma, who nodded and stepped forward while squeezing Kurenai's shoulders. Team 10 with Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamichi Choji, the next generation Ino Shikacho, forming a lockdown team. Asuma was concise with his explanation, but then again he didn't have to explain much considering everyone knew what the future of that team would be, with an experienced Jonin who would protect them and allow them to grow on their own. His job as the sensei of Team 10 would probably be the easiest and the most difficult. He would have to carefully curate when to teach them rather than what to teach them, and allow Shinokamura to accumulate experience with leading a team rather than doing the job himself. Kurenai, Hiruzen finally asked, having given enough time for the ruby-eyed genin to collect herself. Team 8 would focus on infiltration, retrieval missions, focused on moving behind enemy lines under the cover of Genjutsu while retreating under the cover of Shino's Kakechus and Kiba's enhanced senses. Kurenai responded. She managed to recover in time and still come up with quite a decent team with a clear goal and all of their fundamentals covered. Good, she would be fine. Hiruzen nodded towards the Kunoichi, who saw the nod and finally settled down. Hey it, Hiruzen asked, and the Tokibetsu Jonin, who stepped forwards and spoke, Ren agreed to an apprenticeship. The murmurs in the room increased as another Jonin came forwards and asked, "Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but shouldn't the priority be given to three-man cells? Since most of the time, the process of apprenticeship happens after the true genin exams and Yuzuka Kita's concern was valid. quite a lot of people nodded along, wanting to propose their own team around Ren, but Hiruzen put a stop to their plans. Yes, but Ren already failed the True Genin exams last year, and according to Kakashi, he doesn't have the qualities of being a leader, so Gekko Height was allowed to approach Ren for an apprenticeship proposal, which he has already accepted. Hiruzen declared. The grumblings around the room died down, but quite a lot of people seemed dissatisfied. Alright, I'll confirm the teams that are accepted as of right now. Team 7 under Hadake Kakashi, a first response team with Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Naruto. Team 8 under Yuhei Kurenai, an infiltration, retrieval team with Haruno Sakura and Yuzuki Kiba and Aburame Shino. Team 10 under Sarutobi Asuma with Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamichi Choji, and finally Ren's apprenticeship under Height Gekko. Now, are there any other specialized teams that anyone would apply for, or should we move on to the generalized? Hiruzen asked, and one by one each participating Jonin took a 3-man cell to give them their version of the True Genin test, and if teams passed, then they would be back to fill in the team's specialization. After an hour of various debates, the meeting came to an end, and Hiruzen ended the meeting by asking Kakashi to stay behind. What happened in their Kakashi, a first contact team, needs almost perfect synergy and trust in each other to perform their individual roles even under pressure. Hiruzen's question was quite clear. He could see that Kakashi had schemed quite a lot in order to get his team together, so something must have happened for him to work his ass off to make these moves. Kakashi sighed as he explained, Sasuke was on the verge of depression after the graduation exam. I wasn't there to watch, but from the rumors I have heard about Ren using the Gakakyu no Jutsu almost at a level equal to Sasuke's, and it is quite possible that Ren got that jutsu from him, so Sasuke should be aware exactly how long it took for Ren to catch up to him. Kakashi pulled out the orange book from his pouch again as he continued. He feels like he is being held back, not getting proper training, and his goal is getting further and further away from him. Like that, he would not fit into any team, so the only solution that would work would be to give him exactly as he desires. Non-stop training and making him catch up to Ren while Height is focusing on polishing his taijutsu and teaches him kenjutsu. Hiruzen nodded. He guessed Kakashi's plan. Ren, while impressive, was unpolished at the moment, and Height would have to work hard in the next half a year to break his bad habits and teach him a new fighting style. Yes, I can create an illusion that he is making rapid progress again, while the tough training routine should crack up some of his naivety in trying to surpass Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi said with a grim voice, and Hiruzen sighed. He had a grim look on his face, remembering the dark days, but then he moved the topic along. So you included Hinata and Naruto. Naruto should make rapid progress, motivating Sasuke to try harder, and Hinata would be easily able to handle the two boys' progress with her clan's advantage in taijutsu. That way Sasuke wouldn't feel like he was being held back by his teammates, and only then could their teamwork and trust start building up. Kakashi spoke. Alright, keep me updated on your progress. Hiruzen nodded to Kakashi, dismissing it, but instead Kakashi asked, I would like to take my team into the forests of the Land of Fire for a 3-month training trip. Hiruzen gave him a raised eyebrow but still nodded as the silver-haired Jonin flickered out of the room. Hiruzen sighed as he realized that Kakashi went a bit overboard with making sure Sasuke goes on the right track, both due to his order to form a team around Sasuke and also because of his misplaced guilt regarding Abido. Still, the training would help Naruto and maybe even help the Hyuga girl break out of her shell, Hiruzen thought as his thoughts flicked back and forth on all the 3 specialized teams that were in front of him. He smiled and walked towards the window while smoking his pipe. The sun was shining brightly on top of a happy village as the 3rd Hokage, Shinobi no Kami, watched over it with a small smile. Ren arrived at the training ground on time and did a quick survey of the training ground. Like any standard training ground, number 21 had an abundance of trees with a clearing and a small lake in one corner. Ren didn't find Height around, and he was feeling pretty good and had a lot of energy right now after the party at the Yakiniku-Q last night. It wasn't the heavy affair he was expecting, so he went to sleep early and took a rest like Height-sensei suggested. I should warm up, Ren thought, but Height-sensei suddenly flickered in front of him. He was startled and his right leg automatically went backward, anticipating an attack. Good response. Cough cough, I was expecting you to be slow after what happened last time. Height spoke, his eyes taking in Ren's posture. Did you have a good rest as I asked? He inquired. Seeing Ren nod, he continued and motioned for Ren to sit down. Sit down, we have to plan and understand each other a little more before we start training. Ren sat down on the training ground. Height waited for a few more seconds before he asked, what do you believe is your greatest strength? Speed. Ren answered almost immediately. This was his belief from the day he started the academy. To be faster was to be stronger. Speed is good. Height nodded. He was quite shocked last week when he saw Ren moving at high Chunin level speeds, and because of that, he was confident that he could mold Ren into at least a high Chunin level shinobi in a very small amount of time. But you still have a very shallow understanding of speed. Come, let me show you. Height stood up and motioned for Ren to follow. In a moment, according to Height's silent instructions, they both took the standard academy taijutsu stance, and Height rushed toward Ren at a speed considerably slower than what Ren has shown. The punch was straightforward and Ren dodged it lightly and launched a counter once again at the same blistering pace that he had shown earlier. Hayate easily dodged the punch before he did a body feint with his shoulders and punched Ren in the gut with a fast punch. Ugh, Ren grunted as he endured the blow and tried to counter, but Hayate was already out of his range. At no point was I faster than you, but I still managed to sneak through your guard without using my advantage of speed, Hayate spoke as he dropped his hands, prompting Ren to do the same. It's the same rhythm again, just like it was implied in the skill scroll. Ren had already learned everything he could after collecting all the rewards yesterday. He had leveled up once from all the EXP, and now with all the new perks he was looking forward to the training today. Among those scrolls, when he learned that, he realized the importance of rhythm control during a taijutsu spar. You are attacking in different rhythms and mixing different speeds to fool my eyes and guard into reacting slower. The same thing happened when he fought the Inuzuka Chunin. Even when they were comparable in speed, he still lost advantage every time he attacked. Yes, Hayate smiled. He wasn't expecting Ren to notice the differences anytime soon. When you fought your peers, you always had an immense speed advantage, so much that you probably never felt pressured by Sasuke or anyone else's taijutsu. If you could maintain that same speed advantage in front of everyone out in the field, then we wouldn't be having this talk right now. But you are not fighting against just your peers every time you leave the village gates. Hayate walked towards Ren and spoke, "Look carefully, I'm going to punch your right shoulder." Ren nodded as he got ready. He focused again and time seemed to slow down slowly. He could see Hayate-sensei's muscles tensing and he immediately blocked the punch. His hands were in place but the attack never came. After half a second he saw Hayate-sensei's fist move towards his guard at a fast pace and he tightened his defense again, but the attack never came. Hayate let his punch stop an inch away from Ren's shoulder and then swept his legs with a low kick. Ren landed with a thud and groaned, "Your reactions are good, way better than what I would expect from a genin or hell even a recently promoted chunin. You were able to read my telegraphed attack that no genin would have been able to see, but that reaction gave me the opportunity to play around with your defense." Hayate sat down again and Ren followed him. "So you see, speed is not everything. It is the best weapon to have in your arsenal, but without proper rhythm it is blunt." Hayate finished his explanation and waited for Ren to recollect himself. "Understood, Hayate-sensei." Ren nodded. It makes a little more sense why he was not able to gain any experience, and even after all the training he did the past week. The taijutsu style I used just now is called Illusion Fist. I derived it after I took the principles of my Kenjutsu style and applied them to the basic principles of a more common taijutsu style called Strong Fist. When mastered completely, you could use someone else's reactions and reflexes to manipulate the whole fight. But you are still far away from learning it as of right now. First, we need to break your habit of relying on speed to attack and focus on improving your control of your whole body. Understood, Hayate-sensei. Ren bowed slightly for guidance. Throughout the last week he had been a little conflicted over his decision to not be on a team. He was selfish, so he chose personal strength over teamwork back then, and maybe his path has become a little more difficult. But isn't this what I always wanted? Personal strength to counter anything that comes in my way. Alright, get up. First we'll continue to work on your physical conditioning. Show me your morning routine. Hayate paused as if sensing something. Ren noticed his tense, and in a second he figured out why. It wasn't someone he was expecting to meet anytime soon. His silver hair flowed freely in the morning breeze as Ren used almost instinctively. What's he doing here? Ren was stun-locked as he stared at Kakashi. Hayate understood Ren's dilemma, so he stepped forward and asked, "Kakashi-senpai, is there something wrong?" "I just wanted to buy something from your student," Kakashi spoke. He was reading that orange book of his like always. His entire demeanor was uncaring, or at least that's how he presented himself. "What do you want to buy, Kakashi-san?" Ren knew he had to call him sensei because he was now teaching members of his graduating class, but something inside of him, maybe the shattered remains of his pride, stopped him from doing so. Kakashi finally looked up from his book. His eyes stared at Ren for a moment before he smiled and his eye curled into a pleasant arc. The Haddock clan were famed for their unbreakable kenjutsu. Kakashi pulled out a scroll from his back pouch and used one hand to throw it lightly in the air, and then somehow unsealed a katana from it with the same hand. "All that is left of my clan is a list of accomplishments and failures, plus a surplus of swords hanging around in the clan armory. I'll trade you this for 4 of your pesky resistance seals." Kakashi smiled again as he extended the sword towards Ren. The sword was stored in a brown sheath that had a strap and could be worn over the shoulder. "Why, the sword is surely more expensive than 3 resistance seals," Ren thought as he opened his pouch while manipulating his inventory to pull 4 of his best resistance seals from his pouch. The exchange happened in an instant, and after a nod to both of them, Kakashi flickered out of the training ground. Ren stared at the empty spot for a moment before he turned towards the sword in his hand. He unsheathed the sword and used to get more information. A katana once wielded by the patriarch of the Hitaka clan. Hiroshi Haddock was skilled with lightning manipulation, thus he tracked down a craftsman clan to get himself a sword made from chakra metal that could be used to channel his lightning affinity, thus making his attacks more deadly. Plus 25% EXP while learning when equipped. Ren was surprised once again as he read through the description of the sword. Upon reading that it was a sword made from chakra metal, he carefully looked through the blade. All through the blade there were small blue patterns randomly covering its surface. Hey walked up to Ren and stared at the chakra sword. It was an incredibly precious gift that Kakashi didn't have to give. He was pretty sure that even a normal well-made sword could have gotten the same effect. Why? Ren asked. He was confused by the gift and he was pretty sure that he would not be able to understand Kakashi's intentions, so he asked Height-sensei. Height looked in the direction where Kakashi rushed off to and then explained, I know there is history between the two of you, but in the end, Kakashi was taught by Lord Fourth. If it is one thing he understands more than anything else, then it is the fact that the village comes first no matter what. Kakashi understands his flaws. He is stubborn in the way he judges people, as are most shinobi. The sword is both an apology from him, because of his verdict last year that your career has become a little harder and the fact he didn't properly do his duty as a Jonin sensei. At the same time, the sword is a reward for you and your drive forward to continue to improve. Since he knows Gai-san, he knows exactly what hard work and perseverance can achieve. Height stared at the sword for another few seconds before he instructed, put the sword back in its sheath and store it away. Remember, until you properly learn how to wield the sword, never show it to anyone. A chakra sword is incredibly rare and would put a target on your back when the news of you having it leaks. Height sighed. Ren's training plan needed to be altered a little. He threw the scroll that Kakashi used to seal the sword back to Ren and spoke, Start warming up, I'll be back in a bit. Watching Height-sensei flicker away, Ren stared at the sword one last time before he stored it back in the storage scroll and then pretended to put the scroll in his pouch while storing it in his inventory. He activated his resistance seals to level 6 once again and then started running laps around the training ground. Is Kakashi going to train his team using resistance seals? Sasuke was doing push-ups as he waited with Naruto and Hinata for Kakashi to arrive. Somehow Naruto thought it was a challenge and now the two of them have been going at it for almost 5 minutes, and while Naruto didn't look winded, Sasuke was beginning to feel burns in his biceps. How is the dope keeping up with me? Sasuke's thoughts were taking a dark turn again when Kakashi flickered in front of the two competing genin, while Hinata was standing behind the two of them with a small blush on her face. Genin, Kakashi spoke in a stern voice, and both of the boys stopped their competition and immediately stood in front of him. Kakashi stared at the three of them for a moment, his eyes lingering on Naruto's bright blonde hair, and he had to suppress the twinge of pain that spread through his chest. Kakashi used the shadow clone jutsu and two identical Kakashi appeared in front of the three genin. Each of the clones grabbed onto Naruto and Hinata respectively before they flickered away. After that, Kakashi stared at Sasuke, who was looking at him with a stoic face. First to break them down, Genin, Kakashi emphasized once again, Uchiha Sasuke. In your introduction yesterday you talked about killing Uchiha Itachi. He could see Sasuke immediately bristled at the mere mention of Itachi's name. Poor emotional control, poor expression control, Kakashi noted before he continued. My name is Kakashi Hadake. I graduated from the academy and became a Genin at 5, Chunin at 6, and Jonin at 12. He craves power to defeat his brother. I wonder how I can break his naivety using that. Uchiha Itachi graduated the academy at 6, became a Chunin at 10, and an ANBU captain at the age of 13. Kakashi hammered Sasuke with the information. You, Uchiha Sasuke, graduated from the academy at 12 and not even at the top of your class. How do you expect to kill Itachi when you couldn't even defeat a civilian born in your academy days? Sasuke stared at Kakashi in anger and humiliation. Kakashi directly voiced out all the thoughts that had been going through his head for the past week. At first, Sasuke was a little happy that he had found a rival. They could push each other, and in no time he would become stronger and force Itachi to answer for his crimes. But knowing that never had Ren been serious in his spars, which he considered a vital source of growth, was rage-inducing. Now that Kakashi directly compared him with the traitor, he was seething. The feeling of despair knowing the possibility that he may never be able to avenge his clan made him put aside his pride as he looked at Kakashi and begged, train me. If you are so great that you were able to compete with him, then train me so that I can avenge my clan. Sasuke thought. Kakashi scoffed at him, getting Sasuke's attention once again. Being ignored once again stung, but before he could continue, Kakashi interrupted him. You are just a spoilt brat. Why should I train you? I could just give you a couple of jutsu that you could learn, and then you can run away from the village to chase after Itachi and try to get your revenge. Itachi would kill you just like the rest of your clan, and I won't have to waste my efforts on a brat who couldn't even muster up the courage to work hard to complete the only goal he ever had. Kakashi baited Sasuke once again, and this time Sasuke burst. Work hard. You don't think I work hard? Sasuke screamed. The yell looked like it took a lot out of him. His head flopped forward, and he looked at his hands sluggishly. You think you work hard? Kakashi scoffed again, getting Sasuke's attention. He pulled out a resistance seal from his pouch and threw it towards Sasuke. Wrap it around your wrists, Kakashi instructed. Sasuke looked at the white bandage in confusion, but when he went to wrap the bandages around his wrist, he noticed the seals engraved in the cloth. What is this? Sasuke thought as he finished wrapping the seals on his arms. Kakashi flickered in front of him and pushed chakra into the two seals, activating them. Sasuke hurried to dodge, but mid-jump his body stiffened and he wasn't able to jump far. He had to use his hands to stop himself from falling on his ass. What happened? What did the seals do? Sasuke's hands went towards the seal to remove it, but then he realized that his hand was moving slower. There was some form of resistance to his every movement. In wonder, he slowly stood up and threw a punch. Wait, didn't Ren have these wrapped around his arms all the time, so was he training every day with these? As Sasuke's thoughts went into a tangent once again, Kakashi spoke, once again gaining his attention. Ren was slower than you last year. Kakashi decided to give Sasuke a little bit of hope. For now, I failed him after the graduation exam. He wasn't a hard worker then, or at least he didn't know the limits of his own hard work back then. In 1 year, Ren went from being an ordinary fresh genin to someone who could now go toe-to-toe with a high chunin. That, Kakashi emphasized, is hard work. The resistance seal is set at level 2. You won't last a couple of hours before your muscles would scream at you to stop. He failed Ren, but why? Sasuke was overwhelmed with information right now. He put his hands down and stared at Kakashi and spoke, "Train me, Kakashi-sensei. My pride isn't as important as my goals." Sasuke thought, "That's where you are wrong. I failed Ren last year because I thought he didn't have what it takes to be a shinobi. I feel the same way about you." Kakashi spoke, testing Sasuke's confidence. "But I was wrong once, so I'll give you a chance. I'm going to go on a 3-month-long training trip that the Hokage-sama is forcing me before he allows me to get back to being an ANBU captain. I'll take you brats with me." Kakashi's other 2 clones came back from 2 different directions with a downtrodden Naruto and Hinata in tow. "If you can impress me during these 3 months, I'll teach you 3 until you get promoted to chunin. How much you pick up on will depend on your own aptitude. You have your goals, but I don't care. I have my goals, and one of them is to train a half-decent team. I won't waste my time on brats who are lazy and idiots. Gain my acknowledgement and I'll teach you how to achieve your goals." Kakashi stared at Sasuke, and seeing his steeled eyes he sighed in relief. His mentality isn't as weak. He has just been left to his thoughts for too long. An isolated training trip away from the village will be a good way to start their training trip. "I hope you have packed because we are leaving right now. Follow me." Kakashi spoke before he dashed towards the village entrance. He felt 3 blobs following him, and then his thoughts wandered on the next part of his plan. Train them till exhaustion. Make up punishments in the weekly 3v1 spar. Sooner or later they would have to acknowledge each other. Train them till exhaustion so that they don't have time to think about useless thoughts like revenge or Naruto or ramen. "Kaya!" Sakura screamed in terror as she looked in horror as a bunch of Shino's Kakeichu traveled up her arm. Kurenai was staring at her with a heavy look on her face. "How would this team even work if I can't even force her to accept her teammates' companions?" She was observing her team assemble hidden in the trees, and Sakura kept complaining about Kiba smelling like a dog and Shino and his creepy bloodline powers. So she instructed Shino to inject her with a paralytic agent and let her arms be covered with his Kakeichu. Or are they even teaching Kunoichi in the academy these days? I have heard rumors about these fangirls, but somehow she managed to pass the graduation exams with enough points to be put into the elite classes. "Kiba, Shino, go for a taijutsu-only spar and pull back on your punches," Kurenai ordered, and the annoyed boys both left to vent their frustrations. Kurenai then looked at the terrified Sakura and sighed. "It seems I would have to delay my plan to teach her Genjutsu." Meanwhile, in Training Ground 10, Ino stared at Shikamaru and Asuma-sensei sitting on the training ground with a shoji board in between them while Choji munched on some chips and looked at the game that was ongoing. A tick mark appeared on her forehead as she shouted, "What about training Asuma-sensei?" Ren collapsed on the ground after the workout. Heiei-sensei was following the same routine as him, but he didn't say anything at all till now. He just came back from wherever he went and joined in his routine. "Take deep breaths and rest," Heiei-sensei spoke. "We need to modify your training routine. Your morning training routine is fine, but let's control it to 2 hours and decrease the training intensity by just a little bit for the next week. After the morning conditioning, both of us would go to the mission center and take a D-rank mission. It would give you some time to rest, and then we would have another training session focused on relearning your bad habits when it comes to taijutsu." "Understood, Heiei-sensei." Ren nodded. He didn't have any problems with the routine. The only problem that he had was how was he supposed to do the mission after the morning workout. "Is there anything else you are working on and need time to practice?" Heiei-sensei asked. "Yeah, I normally go to the library after lunch to focus on Fuinjutsu. Plus now that I am a registered genin I could get access to the D and C rank jutsus from the library, so I want to check them out too." Ren replied. He had completed all the formalities and he should be able to get access to the library starting today once they got the list of new genin. "Alright, then I have a task for you. When you go to the library I want you to search through every jutsu you could find and select 1 offensive, 1 defensive, and 1 support jutsu to learn." Heiei-sensei instructed. Ren nodded, so Heiei continued on creating the training plan. "Anything else you want to learn?" "Chakra control," Ren replied almost immediately. He had become sick and tired of seeing half of his precious chakra go to waste just because he was not able to find any suitable exercise to further refine his control. Plus, now that I have the perk, it should be a lot easier to master the new exercise. Ren gained 4 new perks after completing the Rookie of the Year quest. Each of the perks corresponded to a fundamental area of the Shinobi arts. And although the advantage isn't huge right now, in a few years the accumulated advantages should snowball and become a core part of his fighting style. Chakra control, huh? I know you know the tree walking exercise, and after I test your mastery of it, I'll teach you the next set of exercises. Hei replied easily, allowing chakra control to be a part of the training schedule. Alright, this should be enough. Now from tomorrow we would take a mission. Today I'll teach you something different. Are you ready? Heiichi-sensei asked. Ren nodded and stood up. Heiichi-sensei nodded at his fast recovery rate but still cautioned, deactivate your seals and focus on learning the katas. Heiichi-sensei instructed and Ren followed his commands and deactivated the resistance seals completely. Alright, now I'll show you the katas of the illusion fist, so focus. Heiichi-sensei spoke before he let his hands hang limply by his side and he started hopping a little bit. Let your body relax and remember, before your first attack your hands should always be by your side if you are going to attack first, and on guard if you are going to defend and counterattack. Heiichi showed the correct guard posture to Ren. Always remember, the goal of illusion fist is to deceive your opponents by your rhythm and attack when they least expect it. In the starting posture for any attack, your hands are limply by your side because we want your opponent to see and react to your telegraphed attack. And for that to happen, the more time your punches travel, the better it is, and the faster you are, the less time they would have to realize the telegraphed attack is a feint. Heiichi-sensei spoke as he began demonstrating the correct way to punch. Ren could see the rigidness of his posture was just a disguise for the jab that he was preparing. For the next hour, Heiichi taught Ren all the standard katas of both the illusion fist and strong fist. His main goal was to disguise his intent by making the opponent think he was using the strong fist, which is well known for its fast, strong, and rigid attacks. After learning all the katas, Ren started practicing the movements by himself and Heiichi-sensei went away to do something. It took another hour for Ren to gain basic proficiency in strong fist, and the blue block seemed to agree with him as a notification block appeared in front of him. Strong fist, a rank, LVL1. This style focuses on powerful and straightforward attacks at an extremely fast pace. Practitioners of strong fist concentrate on manipulating the power of their body weight to deliver devastating punches and strikes. The main principle behind this style is to overwhelm opponents with sheer force and speed to overpower their defenses. Plus 1% to STR for every consecutive strike. Wow, this is totally in a different league than the Academy Taijutsu style. Ren happily practiced the strong fist for another half an hour and watched as his proficiency increased by 5%, which was more than he was expecting. He took a little break and looked through his complete status once again. Observe. Status window. Name, Ren. Title, Rookie of the Year. Level, 22. Next level, 21, 500 over 30, 0. Chakra, 580 over 580. STR, 78. VIT, 80. End, 88. Dex, 138. INT, 64. Shaw, 58. Control, 50%. Specialization, NA. Special perks. Gamer, allows you to view and live your life as though it were a video game. Civilian born, plus 50% EXP to, plus 10% EXP. Perks, buffs, smaller chakra reserves, plus 25% EXP and effectiveness towards. Greater chakra control, plus 100% EXP towards. Enhanced focus, minus 25% time required to learn new skills. Deadeye, when aiming a projectile or a ranged jutsu, enter a state of hyper-focus, decreasing the perception of time by 1. 5x. Hard worker, minus 25% to fatigue and reduces chances of injuries happening from training. Titles. Konoha Genin. Gain access to the D and C rank section of Konoha Jutsu archives. 10% discount on all shops in Konohagakure. Plus 5% additional EXP gains towards Katen Ninjutsu. Money, 54,000 Ryo. Attribute points, 80. 11:47 a.m., the 25th of January, 13ers A and B. Third-person POV. Ren arrived at the Genin library after verifying his identity at the front desk. He was cleared to only go to the ground floor and first floor, and since he had scoured almost all of the ground floor, he skipped to the first floor. There were 2 chunin who were standing on guard in front of the library, and although they weren't particularly strong, Ren was pretty sure that at least a high chunin or a tokibetsu jonin should be guarding the second floor where the B-rank jutsus were stored. Still, this should be enough to keep me occupied till the next chunin exams. Ren looked at the 6 sections of the library. 5 of these sections contained the jutsus for the 5 elements, while the 6th section had more utility and auxiliary jutsus. I need to find some way to find out my chakra affinity before selecting jutsus. There should be some book here that should tell me a way to find out exactly what my affinity is. Ren walked toward the 6th section and started searching through the books. There were several books on Fuinjutsu that seemed interesting, but he stopped himself from pulling them out for now. After a few minutes of searching, he found a book on elemental theory that he took out and started to read. Everyone's chakra is different, and while there are many ways to differentiate between 2 shinobi by their chakra, for example, their chakra density and chakra signature, what we are focusing on in this text is the chakra's elemental disposition. Everyone's chakra is naturally aligned towards one primary element, and thus this is known as the primary affinity of the shinobi. The shinobi might have more than one affinity, and in that case, only the strongest one would be classified as the primary, while the other ones could then be categorized as secondary affinities. Why does primary affinity exist? To answer the question, we would have to explore the very nature of chakra itself. Chakra is all around the world. Even animals have a faint chakra signature and a functioning chakra network. The chakra that is present in nature itself, most prominently in the flora, is classified as nature chakra. Nature chakra is denser and more corrosive than the chakra shinobi used to fight against each other. The chakra shinobi's use is simply a refined version of ninshu, the combination of physical and spiritual energy produced by a shinobi. So because everyone's spiritual and physical energy is different, their combination would lead to an entirely different chakra based on the individual. Now this chakra has a natural inclination towards one of the 5 elements, meaning that when trained a little bit it would be relatively easy to transform your chakra into fire-natured chakra used in most katen and jutsu, while the opposite could also be true and your chakra could transform into water-natured. The most effective way to determine what your elemental affinity is by using chakra paper. Chakra paper, also known as chakra sensitivity paper, is a unique tool used to determine a ninja's chakra affinity. The paper is a thin, rectangular sheet infused with special chakra reactive substances and is only found and made from some special trees in the land of fire. When a ninja channels their chakra into the paper, it undergoes a reaction that reveals its dominant chakra nature or affinity. To use chakra paper, a ninja will typically focus their chakra into their hands and then press their chakra-infused hand against the paper. Depending on the elemental nature of their chakra, the paper will change color or show a specific symbol, indicating their primary affinity. Here's how the chakra paper reacts to different elemental affinities. Fire affinity, the paper will burn or scorch, signifying a fire affinity. Wind affinity, the paper will crumble or tear, indicating a wind affinity. Lightning affinity, the paper will crinkle up or display an electric charge, revealing a lightning affinity. Earth affinity, the paper will turn muddy or dissolve, showing an earth affinity. Water affinity, the paper will become soggy or disintegrate, suggesting a water affinity. Ren spent almost 20 minutes reading through the entire book. When he finished reading the book, he received a notification indicating that he gained 1 point in INT. Feeling happy upon picking up an unexpected gain, he walked out of the library and started searching the Konoha weapons shop for chakra paper. He didn't have to search for long as he found it in the first shop, though his good mood quickly evaporated once he looked at the price on just 1 strip of paper. What the fuck? Why does such a small piece of paper cost 20,000 ryo? Ren was speechless upon inquiring about chakra paper, and he made a hasty retreat from the shop. Deciding to further investigate this matter, he found out that almost all shops were selling chakra paper at the same price, and even the discount he had, being a genin, was not valid for the purchase of chakra paper. Is it really so rare? Ren sighed and decided to buy the chakra paper, knowing his own strength was a major part of his training regime. And while he could cheese it by comparing the speed at which he learned the jutsus have different elements without using a skill scroll given by his weird power, it was better to spend some money, as this was something he needed to know to not waste time. Ren bought the strip of chakra paper and rushed out of the shop back to the library. While it would have been good to go back to the training ground for a little more privacy, he would then have to run all the way back to the library to search for the jutsus. Ren still hesitated and decided to duck into an alleyway on the way to the library. This is as good a place as any. It should take me a second anyway. Ren pulled out the chakra paper from his inventory and channeled chakra through it. The chakra paper suddenly split into 2 even sections. Ren waited for a bit to see if there were any other reactions, but the chakra paper remained motionless. Ren was about to channel more chakra into the paper, but the sudden notification made him discard those plans. He threw the 2 strips into his inventory and focused on the new notification. Wind affinity, plus 50% EXP when learning wind elemental jutsu, plus 25% EXP to wind nature transformation, minus 25% chakra required when using wind elemental jutsu, minus 50% EXP when learning lightning elemental jutsu. After finding out about his affinity, Ren rushed back to the library. He first went searching in the wind release section for any jutsus that would fit with the fighting style he had in mind. Wind is not known for its defensive properties. It is purely an attack-focused element, so I would have to go to some other element for the defensive jutsus. I should be able to learn at least the basic C-rank jutsus from other elements, considering I was able to master the fire release. Great fireball jutsu, given wind is weak against fire. Ren first decided to focus on selecting an attack jutsu. There were quite a lot of D-rank jutsu, but there were very few C-rank jutsus by comparison. Ren ignored the 50-plus scrolls in the D-rank portion for now and instead focused on reading through the C-rank jutsus. There were just 20 degrees Celsius rank wind release jutsus in the archive. Of them, only 5 of them were in line with his fighting style. Ren took out a blank scroll from his pouch and began making a list of the jutsus that he felt were suited for him. Wind release, great breakthrough. Description: the user breathes wind from their mouth, blowing away whatever is in front of them. The technique itself is quite simple, but its power varies significantly depending on the user's skill and how strong they make the winds. Pros: can be used without extensively diving deep into wind nature transformation. Can be used with only 5 hand signs, and with time they can be reduced to 1 or even 0. Wind release, whirling shuriken. Description: the user infuses a regular shuriken with wind chakra, causing it to spin rapidly and move unpredictably, making it harder for enemies to dodge or block. Pros: can be combined with the advanced shuriken-jutsu to confuse and attack opponents. Wind release, air bullet. Description: the user focuses wind chakra into their mouth and fires compressed air bullets at their opponents, capable of causing concussive damage. Pros: can be used with only 3 hand signs, and with time they can be reduced to 1 or even 0. Con: weaken power. Wind release, gale trap. Description: the user sets up a trap by laying down a hidden layer of wind chakra on the ground. When an opponent steps on it, it triggers a burst of wind that can knock them off balance or immobilize them temporarily. Pros: utility jutsu that can be used quickly in the field if the channeling method can be changed. Cons: not effective against sensor-type shinobi. Wind release, whirlwind shield. Description: the user creates a swirling vortex of wind around them, acting as a protective shield that can deflect incoming projectiles and weaken some incoming jutsus. Pros: quick to use with only 3 hand signs. Cons: not effective against elemental ninjutsu, can only be reliably used to block incoming projectile. Most of the other jutsu doesn't have much utility and are just bastardized versions of jutsu from the other element. Hey, Sensei told me to select 3 jutsu. I should select the attack and utility jutsu from the wind element and then select a defensive jutsu from either water or earth release. Though earth release should be better as earth has better defensive properties. Ren looked through the list he had made, and in the end, he selected wind release, great breakthrough, and wind release, air bullet as the 2 jutsus from the futon element. Both of these jutsu are ranged techniques, and while one of them can be used for a more lethal attack, the other can be used as both a temporary shield and a utility jutsu to stop and produce smokescreen effects. After that, Ren focused on reading and memorizing these 2 scrolls. It didn't take him long to memorize the hand seals and how he needed to mold his chakra. The part that he was stuck on now was that both of the scrolls talked about changing his chakra into wind nature and then forming the jutsu around it, and he did not know how to do that. I have been able to use the fire release, great fireball jutsu, because I learned the jutsu from the skill scroll that I got from the bounty system, and then just grinded the skill till I became proficient in changing some of my chakra into fire natured. Ren opened his status block and looked at the new attributes that have appeared after the chakra control stat. Name: Ren. Title: Rookie of the Year. Level: 22. Next level: 21, 500 over 30, 0. Chakra: 580 over 580. STR: 78. VIT: 80. End: 88. Dex: 138. INT: 64. Cha: 58. Control: 50%. Fire 20%, wind 0%, water 0%, earth 0%, lightning 0%. In the worst case scenario, I could use the same method I used for fire release to grind all of my nature transformation control to 100%, if they could even reach 100%. I think that there would be some natural barriers that wouldn't allow me to have 100% efficiency into changing the nature of my chakra into any element I want. The 20% after fire indicated how much chakra Ren would be able to convert into fire natured and waste the rest of it. So if he wanted to use the fire release, great fireball jutsu as an example, he would have to spend 125 chakra in order to mold 25 fire natured chakra. In addition, to use that jutsu he needed another 100 chakra to mold and control the jutsu. So in the end, if he had perfect control over both the fire element and his own chakra, he would need just 75 chakra to use the jutsu instead of the 225 he needed now. Hey, Sensei would know of a way for me to practice wind nature manipulation, otherwise it would take me a long time to learn these 2 jutsus through trial and error. Ren picked out the only defensive skill he found in the C rank Earth Release section, Earth Release, Earth Shore Return. After striking the ground with both hands, the user pulls out a slab of earth in front of them from the ground. The defense is not perfect though, and the effectiveness of the technique depends on the terrain. Also, since this technique only guards against frontal attacks, the enemy can easily attack from the side or even from above. There are many flaws in this jutsu, but this will have to do for now, Ren thought, and then he moved towards the 6th section. The scrolls and books on Fuin jutsu were calling to him. Ren-kun, a familiar voice interrupted him. He looked back and saw Ino coming into the library. Hey, how was the first day? Ren asked, giving her a small smile as he continued towards the Fuin jutsu section. Ugh, don't even get me started on those lazy bastards. Ino stopped herself from cursing, but Ren was sure it was because of him. You can curse your Jonin sensei, Ino, it's a very reasonable thing to do, Ren replied, hiding his smile. It was amusing to see Ino stop herself from saying bastard because he was around. Stop grinning, you idiot, and help me. Since those lazy idiots won't do any training, I might as well learn a jutsu or 2. Ino pouted as she started searching for jutsus, not realizing they were in the utility section. Here, this Shu Ren was about to throw her the scroll for Earth Release, Earth Shore Return, when he paused and pulled out the 2 strips that he had thrown into his inventory. I don't think this would work, but then again there is no harm in trying, Ren thought. Come with me. He picked a book called Introduction to Mastery of Seals from the shelf and pulled Ino back towards the sitting area. There was no one in the library, so he gave Ino one of the 2 half strips of chakra paper that he had. Here, mold some chakra and channel it through this, he instructed. After giving him a confused look, Ino took the strip of chakra paper from his hands and channeled chakra through it. The piece of paper turned soggy in an instant and water started dripping from it onto the table. Not the table, geez, he mock-scolded, getting a frown from Ino. He threw toward her the Earth Release, Earth Shore Return scroll and told her, "Here, learn this one as a defensive jutsu for protection anyway, since water and earth don't clash. And then you should look into the water release section, that one right there." He pointed at Suiten's section. "Show your sensei that and tell him you have water affinity. He should be able to guide you on how to master it." Ren spoke and Ino nodded. She looked at the soggy chakra paper and then pulled out a storage scroll from her pouch to seal the chakra paper. "Here, take this one as well." Ren gave her the other half of the chakra paper as well. "Give it to Shikamaru. I never gave him a gift on his birthday." Ren looked at Ino's embarrassed expression and nodded to her one more time before he opened the book on Introduction to Mastery of Seals. Fuinjutsu is mostly used as an auxiliary art. There are several reasons for it to be classified into the support class. It takes a lot of time to set up a preferred battlefield using Fuinjutsu. The high requirements one had to pass to even begin moving on to half-decent seals that could provide some advantage in a battle. There was even the fact that the use of seals on the fly, one of its most useful combos, was reserved for only seal mastered that have exceptional control of their chakra. 3:01 p.m., the 25th of January, 13ers ANB. Third-person POV. Ino hummed as she arrived at the training ground for their afternoon training. She got to spend a lot of time with Ren, so she was happy for now. "I was expecting to not meet him for a week. At least his diligence in learning Fuinjutsu means predicting his schedule a lot easier." Her good mood evaporated as she saw Choji sleeping while Shikamaru and Asuma-sensei were once again scooped up over the shoji board. "I'm gonna kill them." They were supposed to go for a good meal, but considering who her teammates were, she was sure that all three of them just lazed around and did nothing during their break. She wanted to give them another earful but managed to contain her emotions and instead asked Asuma-sensei about water nature manipulation that Ren talked about. "Asuma-sensei, can you teach me about water nature manipulation? After that, I'll leave you two to your shoji match and practice over by the lake." Ino smiled sweetly as she asked. Asuma looked at her with a confused look. "Why do you want to know about nature manipulation? That is advanced stuff as genin. You should focus on the basics." Before he could begin another lecture, she unsealed the soggy piece of chakra paper from the storage scroll. "Here," Ren said, belated happy birthday. Ino gave the intact piece of paper to Shikamaru and then turned to show her soggy piece of paper to Asuma-sensei, but Asuma-sensei snatched the chakra paper from Ino and Shikamaru's hands and looked at it carefully. "Hey, that's mine. I need to show it to Dad and weasel some money from him." Ino replied she had a plan to buy some weights like Ren. He told her she wasn't ready for the resistance seals, so maybe she should start with some weights. "Where did you get this?" Asuma-sensei asked seriously. Ino was surprised at seeing the serious expression on his face, so she replied, "Ren gave it to me to test my affinity. Or something." "Say, Sensei, you would teach me about water nature manipulation, right? I don't want to lose to Ren by a huge margin again." That idiot had a lead of 189 points on me in the final standings. Ino spoke and then whispered the last part. Asuma, on the other hand, had a serious expression on his face, and then he looked at the two pieces of chakra paper. He gave the normal-looking strip to Shikamaru and told him, "Show this to your dad. Tell him he owes me a lot more than 3 bottles of sake." Asuma grumbled before he spoke. "All right, I'll teach you, but not today. Come on, it's time for physical conditioning." Ino waked Choji up. Ren arrived at the training ground. His mind was still going through the requirements and the path to be an official seal master. Although that title wasn't recognized by his blocks or system or whatever, it would still open up a lot of paths for him. Hey, it's Sensei flickered at him the moment he arrived at the training ground. He knew he wasn't late, so he wasn't worried. "So what did you find? Anything interesting?" Hey, Sensei asked. "I found out my elemental affinity is wind." Ren shrugged, but he noticed Hey Sensei pausing for a brief second. "What is something wrong?" "No, wind is good. Excellent actually if you apply its pure form and combine it with Kinjutsu. It's just that wind is very uncommon in Konoha. Even though we are very close to Suna, not many civilians travel between our two villages, making it very uncommon to have in our village. Heck, even lightning is more common than wind," Hayate muttered. Ren realized the problem with having an uncommon element. "So you probably don't know how to go about learning wind manipulation?" Ren asked, getting a nod from Hayate Sensei. "It's alright, I have a friend who is a master in wind manipulation, so I'll ask him for help. Don't worry about this stuff for now," Hayate spoke, getting a nod from Ren. "Alright, now time for our sparring session. You are only allowed to use strong fist and illusion fist. Sparring is the fastest way to learn, so are you ready?" Hayate asked. "Ready." The spar started the moment Ren replied. From a relaxed position, Hayate jumped at him at max speed and a jab was in his face just moments later. Ren dodged back, but he lost the advantage of controlling the rhythm. For the next 10 minutes the two of them went back and forth sparring, with Ren mainly just using strong fist. Strong fist is easy for me to get used to since it has just one mode, which is to go fast and to go faster. Though to truly use it to its full potential I might need to increase my STR. Haha, Ren panted as he looked at Hayate Sensei. He wasn't breathing as hard as Ren, but Ren noticed he hadn't had it easy. "It seems you are more suited for strong fist after all," Hayate spoke as he looked at his student. The spar shouldn't have winded him normally, but he was suppressing his inflammation with chakra, and that takes a lot out of him. "Yeah, the katas do come easier. I understand the variance in speed too, but it seems like strong fist is not suited for slowed down attacks." Whenever I try to feint with it, I feel like my punches lose power. Ren replied, it was an odd thing to feel. Strong Fist seemed like a powerful taijutsu at first, but its weaknesses were quite clear as well. Unless you are moving at the max speed, your attacks lose power. Somehow the taijutsu style manages to channel the tense nature of your muscles when they are used in overdrive to power up the attacks. Exactly, Strong Fist is a simple taijutsu style, but even still there have been only 2 shinobi from Konoha who have managed to use it to its fullest potential. Hey replied, unless you are dedicated to molding your body into a weapon through countless hours of exercise and hardships, you won't be able to use Strong Fist effectively. That's why many Konoha shinobi don't like to learn this taijutsu style. So Strong Fist is the taijutsu that could use the advantage and stats that I have over my peers right now, but if I try to fight someone faster than me, then the end would be the same as using the Academy taijutsu style at a very fast speed. Ren was a little upset, but learning Strong Fist was still better. He could still grind the Strong Fist instead of the Academy taijutsu style and focus on learning Illusion Fist. Now the only problem with that is that even though I went through the katas for Illusion Fist several times, I haven't gained a corresponding skill. Now what do you think about it? I'll leave the choice of learning taijutsu style to you. Rest for a little bit and we'll go have another spar. Hey-It spoke. He coughed a little as he stopped using his chakra to suppress his inflammation. Ren's eyes immediately flickered to his chest and his baggy eyes. Are you okay, Hey-It sensei? Yeah, don't worry about it. It's just an injury from a past mission. I normally suppress it with chakra when fighting, but it flares up from time to time. Are you ready? Hey-It asked. Ren jumped back and nodded. His full focus was on Hey-It sensei's movements as he carefully tried to memorize everything he did as the two fought. Now that Ren was focusing more on Hey-It sensei, he noticed that sensei was not only using Illusion Fist, but whenever he did do a direct attack, he always used Strong Fist. Illusion Fist seems like a mixed blend of Strong Fist and some other taijutsu style which sensei managed to integrate together. I remember he did say something about it, but I'm sure he didn't mention the other taijutsu style. Maybe I need to learn the second taijutsu style, as it could be a requirement to learn the Illusion Fist. The spar continued as both of them observed each other. Ren was still using the Strong Fist, but instead of attacking, he was using it to disengage and move around while observing the various patterns of Hey-It sensei's attacks. Strong Fist, a feint and then a sweep, Strong Fist, a concealed punch, a grapple, Strong Fist, Strong Fist, Strong Fist. The spar lasted for another 10 minutes, and by the end of the spar, Ren was slowly getting used to the rhythm. He stopped getting baited by Hey-It's feints as often and was slowly getting used to reading the flow of the spar. He still had to dodge and weave in front of Hey-It sensei's attacks, but just the level he gained in Strong Fist indicated to him that he was growing rapidly. Hey-It saw the smile that appeared on Ren's face, and so he decided to kick things up a notch. He started attacking faster and became more unpredictable all of a sudden, and although Ren took a couple of hits in the next second, the smile on his face didn't fade. At least his mentality is tough. He won't be bamboozled by the missions and the blow again. Who is it now? Hey-It dodged back and looked as Asuma Sarutobi flickered in the training ground. Hey-It was surprised by the surprise visit, and he immediately became vigilant and asked, what happened to Asuma? The bearded man was smoking a cigarette, so it shouldn't be something too serious. Asuma looked at Hey-It and nodded before he turned around and surveyed Ren. I heard from the brat's little girlfriend that he has a wind affinity, so I came to check it out. Asuma shrugged and Hey-It took a sigh of relief. Ren, on the other hand, heard the word wind coming out of Asuma's mouth and looked over curiously. Is this your friend who you spoke about being a master in wind manipulation? Yes, Ren, this is Asuma Sarutobi. I was a year behind him in the academy. He is the Jonin sensei of Team 10. Ino sensei, Ren thought, and then he bowed slightly. Asuma sensei. Well, Asuma spoke before he pulled out a chakra paper from his pocket. He extended the paper towards Ren, who took it and channeled chakra through the paper. The result was the same as before. The paper neatly separated into two, leaving behind 2 equal pieces of paper. That's good, and quite a strong affinity too, Asuma murmured as he looked at the 2 equal pieces of paper. Ren realized that this was an excellent opportunity and immediately took a step towards him and bowed, this time a little more than before. Asuma sensei, please teach me how to master wind. Asuma took a deep puff and chuckled. Master wind, huh? Asuma grinned and spoke. All right, brat, I'll bite. I'll teach you the basics, but you can only practice it in Hey-It's presence. Practicing wind is, although not as dangerous as lightning or fire nature, it could be pretty dangerous. Understood, Asuma sensei. Ren easily nodded, although he wasn't planning to abide by it. It doesn't hurt to agree. All right, now go grab a couple of leaves from any tree. Asuma waved him away and Ren ran towards a nearby tree. I was going to ask you about it later, Hey-It spoke as Ren rushed away. It's all right. I saw the chakra paper in Ino's hands and couldn't resist taking a peek. Asuma looked at Ren and sighed. You know, I wanted him on my team, but that old man blackmailed me into forming the next generation Ino Shikacho, he grumbled. Hey-It chuckled as Ren rushed back. He was holding a bunch of leaves in his hand and presented them to Asuma. Asuma plucked one leaf from his hands and then started speaking. I'm sure you have already read about the elements in the library, and if you haven't, check it out later. I'll just explain to you what wind does, just like fire burns, lightning shocks, or penetrates depending on the style of lightning you want to practice. Wind cuts. Remember, wind always cuts. The sharper your wind-natured chakra, deeper the cut. Asuma showed Ren the intact leaf and then put it into his palm. He put his other palm over it for a few seconds, and then after he removed his hand, the leaf was slid into 2 pieces. When changing your chakra nature into the wind, the main thing you need to understand and think about is grinding your chakra against each other. Think about your chakra as 2 sharp rocks that grind against each other until it has a sharper edge. That's what your ultimate goal is. Check out a book called Understanding Types of Chakra. It should be in the Genin library. It contains theory behind why each element is the way it is, and that way you would be easily able to understand how to make your chakra sharper. Asuma finished his lecture. He then looked at Hayate and spoke, though he needs to learn the water walking exercise to have enough chakra control to even attempt transforming his chakra into wind-natured. Unlike fire and water-natured chakra, wind, lighting, and earth all have a higher focus on the minimum requirements. Yeah, I know. I was about to teach him water walking later today. Hayate spoke and Asuma nodded as he left. Thank you, Asuma-sensei, Ren shouted, not knowing if he heard him or not. He then turned towards Hayate-sensei, who was smiling a little at him. You can check out that book tomorrow. Now come on, I'll teach you how to walk on water. Are we really just supposed to deliver these scrolls to those 4 restaurants? Again, this is the second time we are doing this mission in the last 4 days. Ren asked Hayate-sensei. Both of them were walking through Konoha's streets. Stop complaining and pay attention to your surroundings. I know we are inside Konoha, but during a mission, your priority is the task that is assigned to you, Hayate replied in a serious voice. Ren sighed and then focused on his surroundings. The Konoha streets were busy as always. Currently, they were walking through the residential district, and there were several children running around the streets playing with each other. Ren watched the sea of blue boxes hovering over everyone's heads. It was annoying as always, but Ren was a lot more used to this now than when he first walked through the streets after the incident. I need a better way to refer to that day as the incident. There were many times that Ren had wondered why he got this power, whether it was a bloodline, and whether he should tell someone else about it. It's not like it matters much, although I should tell the higher-ups about the inventory. While my other powers might not be useful for the village, and knowing everyone's name and affiliation might seem weird and make me a lot more constrained to the village, but then again I may be confined to more delivery-related missions in the future because of revealing the inventory. It was something he had been struggling with a little, but revealing his inventory didn't seem as harmful as telling Hokage-sama that he knows everyone in the village and he could sniff out spies better than the Inuzuka clan can sniff out blood. Plus he kind of needed to do this to actually use his bounty system. I should tell Hayate-sensei first. He should know how to go about something like this. The 2 of them delivered the storage scrolls and arrived back at training ground number 21 for their afternoon training session. Alright, I can see that you have got the basics of strong fist down, and although your progress in illusion fist is slower, I think if you learn the katas to the kenjutsu style that I used to create the taijutsu style, you may be able to have a better grasp of illusion fist. Hayate spoke, and then he unsealed 2 wooden katanas from his storage seal. Alright, impressive reveal later, kenjutsu style now. Ren abandoned his plan to reveal the inventory to Hayate-sensei. Gaining strength took precedence over everything else. Ren took the katana from Hayate-sensei and swung it a little bit. The weight of the training sword was a lot higher than he expected, so he looked at the edge of the blade, and there were several seals placed on the edge of the blade. That's a weight seal, likely imitating the weight of an actual sword. Take out the sword that Kakashi gave to you, Hayate-sensei spoke, and Ren went through the whole routine of pulling the storage scroll out of his pouch. Now we need to make sure that your training sword and your actual sword weigh the same, so you need. Ren already found the 2 controls for the weight seals. By putting chakra into one part of the trigger seal, he was able to manipulate the weight, and the training sword started getting heavier in his hand. Right, never mind. Adjust the weight and then come back to me, Hayate muttered, and watched as Ren adjusted the weight till he was comfortable. Let me see. Hayate swung both swords for a test and then nodded. Alright, store it back and we can begin. Raise your sword higher. Yes, now hold it there. Your legs needed to be wider and your stance forward. Hayate adjusted Ren's stance after a few minutes of micromanaging. Ren was standing with his feet spread just enough to align with his shoulders. He was standing a little crouched, just enough that his muscles were tense even in this neutral stance, and his body weight was leaning forward with the training sword held in front of him in a diagonal guard position. Good, that's good. Now hold this stance for 5 minutes, Hayate spoke as he looked at every aspect of Ren's form. Both of them continued to look at each other in silence, and after 5 minutes Hayate nodded and Ren dropped the stance. It wasn't exhausting on his muscles, but it took a lot of concentration to make sure that his form was perfect. That is the standard guard posture of the Dance of the Crescent Moon. Remember, after executing an attack you always have to come back to this stance until I tell you you have mastered the kenjutsu style. Hayate spoke and Ren nodded. Now show me the stance once again, Hayate ordered once again, and Ren immediately followed. He controlled his body and once again went back on guard. Good, now turn your resistance seals to level 6, Hayate instructed, and the training started in earnest once again. For the next hour, Ren continued to learn all of the different stances of the Dance of the Crescent Moon. He had to hold every stance for 5 minutes under the resistance of the level 6 seal. Ren panted a little as he finally released the seal. He didn't gain any new skill, but it was still okay, as according to Hayate-sensei he still had 7 more stances to learn. Good job today, Hayate-sensei complimented Ren after the training session. In the evening I'll show you the rest of the stances. Remember, you need to engrave these stances in your muscle memory, and remember the flow between any 2 stances should always be smooth. The speed can vary, and that is the essence of the dance of the crescent moon, but first you need to hammer the stances in your head. Understood, Hayate-sensei. Ren bowed once again, and as he saw Hayate-sensei was about to flicker away, he shouted, Hayate-sensei, wait a minute. What? Hayate paused as he looked back with a raised eyebrow. Ren normally is very eager for his afternoon break to go to the library and continue to work on his fuinjutsu, but he looked unusually serious at this moment. Ren stalled when it was finally time to explain. The problem was, how should he even start? What is something wrong? Hayate asked, concerned. From what he knew, Ren was the straightforward type. To think he would have problems expressing himself didn't seem like a possibility unless it was something emotional. Yeah, Ren looked around, but then again he had no way to sense if someone was eavesdropping on them. I need to somehow include sensory training into my routine. Putting aside the holes in his defense, Ren trusted Hayate-sensei to know if someone was spying on the 2 of them. It will be easier if I show you. Ren pulled out a kunai from his weapons pouch and showed it to Hayate-sensei. He pulled his sleeves back to show him there was nothing there and then dropped the kunai into his inventory. Hayate blinked. He looked at Ren's empty hand for a moment as he rewinded what he saw just now in his mind. How? The question just left his mouth when Ren extended his hand like he was grabbing something, and the kunai reappeared in his hand. This time Hayate was completely focused on Ren's hand, so he could clearly see the kunai appear out of nowhere. What's that? How are you doing that? Hayate was confused, but he still put on a serious expression. Their world was filled with weird bloodlines, so although he was confused, he didn't dismiss that possibility, although he did disrupt his chakra network to check if he was under a genjutsu. I don't know exactly how, but there is a space in my mind that I can access and store almost any non-living thing. Hold on, what do you mean you can store almost anything? What did you try? How big is this space? When did you first find out about it? Hayate asked a lot of questions that came to his mind, but then he paused and looked around. He looked at Ren and then spoke, come with me. The 2 of them dashed out of the training ground, and looking in the direction they were going, Ren was pretty sure it was time to meet with the Hawkage. I might need to lie a little bit, maybe half-truths would be better. I can bait my healing as a secret and make them think whatever I'm hiding should be related to that. Ren looked at Hayate-sensei running, and his thoughts went to the problem he had encountered with the bounty system. If I take out an enemy in secret, then it doesn't matter, I can get the rewards and the bounty system takes care of the corpse. The problem arises when I take out a decently powered shinobi during a mission. Luckily for me, I would gain more trust from the village if I reveal my inventory, and at the same time I'll have a massive space to store bodies. After that, a couple more lies should suffice. Hiruzen was working on reducing the stack of paperwork on his desk. One by one he had to stamp no to a lot of useless proposals that were stacked on his deck. What's the point of investing in this new handheld screen anyway? What the fuck are those idiots in the R&D department thinking? He held in his hand a proposal for creating a simulation device that the academy students could use to do mock combat with each other using jutsus without coming in harm's way. Ever since Minato and Kushina died, the upper limit of fuinjutsu in the village is decreasing. Maybe I need to enforce the class more heavily in the upcoming years. As Hiruzen stamped no to another ridiculous proposal, he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Come in. His secretary Asada peeked into the room and bowed slightly before she explained. Hokage-sama, Hayate-san is here to meet you. Hayate. Hiruzen was confused a little, but he nodded to Asada. The door closed for another couple of seconds before Team 21 walked into the room. Hayate-kun, what can I do for you? Seeing that Ren was also with him, Hiruzen relaxed in his chair and pushed the stack of documents aside. Hokage-sama. Hayate bowed, and Hiruzen noticed that Ren followed Hayate's movements, although his bow wasn't as deep as Hayate's. Tough child. Ren here noticed a peculiar ability he has, and I decided that it was best to report it as soon as possible. Hayate replied and stepped aside, allowing Ren to step up. A bloodline? No, that doesn't make sense. While Ren's parentage isn't known, his looks don't fit into any peculiar stereotype. Hiruzen pressed a seal in his desk, and the 4 ANBU that were in the room flickered away and a level 1 privacy seal appeared on the walls. He then nodded to Ren to continue the explanation that Hayate left off. I can feel a pocket. It's a bit weird. I feel like I have access to a pocket of space, like a storage scroll that I can access without any seals and signs. Ren hesitated in reply. Hiruzen looked through Ren's body language and easily concluded that the boy wasn't lying. At least not everything was entirely bullshit. Can you show it to me, Ren-kun? Hiruzen smiled at the young genin, who nodded and pulled out a kunai from his pouch. He extended his hand to show the solid kunai and then pulled his sleeves back before holding the kunai up in front of him. His hand followed the standard movement of putting the kunai on a table, and the kunai vanished into thin air. There was no fluctuation of chakra, no ripples in space either. The kunai existed 1 second and it didn't the next. Don't explain. Give me a moment, Hiruzen spoke as he placed his hand on the seal once again and deactivated the privacy seal. His protection squad appeared back into the ceiling, but Hiruzen waved them away and spoke. Tora, get Shikaku here now, tell him it's an emergency, and the rest of you are dismissed until further notice. The 4ANBU flickered away as Hiruzen activated the privacy seal once again. He then stood up and walked toward Ren and Hayate and asked, "When did you first learn about this ability?" Why now, he didn't show any special signs ever before. Hiruzen thought as his mind began wondering about possible scenarios that could have caused something like this to happen. Last year, the day after the graduation exams, I felt like something was very wrong at first and I was hallucinating, but after a couple of days I got the hang of it, Ren replied. He was a little nervous now that he was seeing Hokage-sama up close. The wrinkles on his face were more prominent now, and along with his frown and the pressure he excluded, it was a little terrifying. Hiruzen noticed that his presence was putting pressure on the kid, so he decided to take advantage of the situation and asked a couple of questions. "Why didn't you tell anyone about it, your teachers at the academy?" Ren froze for a second and he stiffly replied, "Because I'm an orphan, I'm used to being alone with my thoughts. I thought it was just a power I could use to somehow surprise my opponents and gain easy victories, so the best way to use it would be by hiding it so that no one else knows about it." Ren replied honestly, till about a couple of weeks ago this was his plan. This way was more sophisticated than summoning weapons through a storage seal because that requires chakra to do so and can be sensed and avoided. "But why did you decide to reveal it today?" Hiruzen asked as he thought, although the fact that he revealed it by himself this early is a positive sign. It means Ren is beginning to trust Hayate with his secrets. This is one of the most difficult things that a sensei had to deal with when the student is an orphan who is not used to trusting anyone, especially not the adults who normally discriminate against them. "Well, because Hayate-sensei is helping me get stronger. From my taijutsu to kenjutsu, he is helping revamp everything, so I thought that he would better be able to." Ren was interrupted as there were two swift knocks on the door. Hiruzen moved around back to his seat and released the privacy seal. The door opened and Tora once again entered the room with Nara Shikaku in tow. Hiruzen indicated to them to close the door, and then he went through 12 hand seals before activating a level 3 privacy seal on his office. Ren's head snapped as he saw kanji flowing from the Hokage desk to the walls, and after they linked together they glowed one time before seeping deep into the walls. Shikaku looked at the seal activating and his slouch and lazy expression vanished as he asked, "What happened, Hokage-sama?" Ren-kun here awaked an interesting ability. "I want both of you to know about it just in case," Hiruzen replied as he threw a scroll towards Ren, who caught it. Understanding Hokage-sama's request, Ren placed the scroll into his inventory, getting several more wide eyes. Then he pulled the scroll out and then threw it back to Hokage-sama. As Hiruzen opened the scroll to read, Shikaku's attention was focused on Ren. He had several questions in mind, but his being here only meant one thing, so he started asking questions. "How many things have you stored in that storage of yours?" Shikaku asked, his brain trying to grasp at the limits of Ren's ability. 9 things, Ren replied. His inventory can store up to 100 individual items that can be stacked on each other, and each stack had a variable number limit that mostly depends on the size of the object. "How did you accurately pull the scroll out? Were you focusing on it when you placed it? Is it some form of mark that you place with your chakra?" Shikaku asked. He hadn't noticed any chakra fluctuation, and while it was the most important question he wanted to ask, straight away applying a seal that would lock the boy's chakra would just make him lose credibility. "No, it's like I have access to a shelf that I can't see but feel. I can feel each individual block on the shelf, which one is occupied and which one isn't." Ren tried his best to explain the inventory without actually saying that he could see the floating grid anytime anywhere he wants. "How many of these spaces can you feel?" Shikaku asked curiously. This ability was interesting, and if Ren really didn't need any chakra to access his storage space, then this ability has so many uses that many of the delivery missions would become a cakewalk. 50 individual spaces like a storage scroll. I can stack up on similar stuff in one space like a lot of kunai, but I don't know the limit. Ren shrugged as he relied. Now that Hokage-sama was not putting pressure on him by just existing, he was getting a little more relaxed. "Tora, how many kunai do you have?" Hiruzen asked. The ANBU immediately pulled out a storage scroll and sealed a heap of kunai onto the floor. "Ren-kun, why don't you give it a try? Try to store all these kunai in only a single space," Shikaku replied. He sighed as he looked at Ren, who one by one started chucking kunai into thin air where they seemingly vanished without any hint or explanation. "Remarkable. I can't sense any hint of chakra. Even if Ren uses chakra to use his ability, even then no one would be able to detect anything. What if he could carry a squad of 50 Jonin deep into enemy territory and then let them out one by one? No. That's too risky. If Ren dies, we would probably also lose 50 Jonin." Plans and strategies regarding Ren's ability were formed and discarded by Shikaku one by one. Just the fact that he could carry almost a garrison's worth of food supply marked Ren as a strategic resource on par with a mobile deployable troop of 50 Jonins. If during a war Ren could act as a supply carrier, then a lot of our units will be free from maintaining the supply routes. And there will be at least 13% more Shinobi that could support each other in the front lines, meaning at least the rate of casualty will decrease by at least 15-20%, maybe more. 100, Tora spoke, even though everyone was counting the number of kunai. Ren stopped and nodded toward Tora. "Do you have to summon them one by one?" Shikaku asked. Ren shook his hand and then put his hands on an imaginary shelf, and 100 kunai appeared out of thin air and dropped to the ground. He could carry 5,000 kunai at a time, but what about if we store these kunai in storage scrolls, and he would then try to store them in his inventory? Tora-san, how many scrolls full of kunai do you have? Shikaku asked. Hiruzen paused for a brief moment before he understood what Shikaku wanted to test. I have 3 more, Tora replied as he pulled out 3 of the similar-looking scrolls. Each scroll has 250 kunai, Tora replied. Shikaku took those scrolls from his hands and then presented 2 of them to Ren. Ren-san, try and store them in the same space, Shikaku instructed. Ren nodded and he put both of the storage scrolls into the same space. Shikaku on the other hand unsealed the other storage scroll and after taking 1 kunai away he resealed all the kunai into the storage scroll. So he was able to stack storage scrolls full of kunai. That's convenient. At the very least we could stack 25,000 kunai in one space. And then Ren could potentially transport 1.25 million kunai at a time, Shikaku thought. The number boggled him but he still needed to do these calculations now that there was time. Here, try to stack this one into the same space as well, Shikaku spoke before he stepped forward and took the scroll that Tora had unsealed during the first playtest. He took a bunch of kunai and then took a couple of his own shuriken before sealing them into the same scroll. It works, it went into the same slot, Ren replied. Space, slot, why did he change the way he addresses his ability? Shikaku thought before he threw the scroll that he prepared to Ren. Try this one. Ren pushed the scroll into thin air and it vanished, but this time a frown appeared on his face. He pulled the scroll out and tried one more time but the same thing happened again. That doesn't work, he spoke and Shikaku extended his hand to take the scroll. He removed the shurikens from the scroll and then made Ren try again. This time it worked. So his ability can differentiate between things inside the storage scrolls too. Only scrolls with kunai stored in them could be stacked. Shikaku turned to Hiruzen and asked, Hokage-sama, permission to draw from the armory. Hiruzen nodded and he turned to Tora and asked, go to the ANBU HQ and fetch all the storage scrolls with kunai and shuriken in them. Also tell Dragon to get here immediately. Ren watched as the ANBU with a tiger mask vanished with a flicker. The seals in the room flashed for a moment before the room got enveloped in an eerie calmness. Ren gulped as he looked towards Hayate-sensei who nodded at him. Ren didn't understand what that nod meant, but at this moment he realized that maybe all of this wasn't as simple as he thought. Hiruzen watched as Hayate and Ren left his office. After the door closed he sensed the protective bubble of isolation snapping into place. Hokage-sama, Dragon spoke, is it really wise to let him continue being on the field? His ability is a strategic resource that needs to be secured in any way possible. Allowing him to go into the field just makes the chances of him dying on a mission higher. Shikaku nodded, agreeing with Dragon's assessment. Although he didn't like to admit it, Ren with his ability is infinitely more valuable to the village than another Chunin or Jonin. How do you evaluate Hayate's strength? Hiruzen asked. On the other hand, he was leaning against his desk, his eyes focused on the ANBU commander. Solid Jonin level in combat. His Kenjutsu is one of the most advanced in Konoha besides Cat of Team Sin, Dragon replied. Hiruzen nodded and then he pulled up a file and gave it to Shikaku and Dragon, who both stepped forward and read through it. Name, Ren. Ninja registration number, 12,624. Assigned under, Gecko Hayate. Potential evaluation done by, Asuma Sarutobi and Hayate Gecko. Elemental affinity, Wind. Potential evaluation, Elite Jonin. Remarks, Elite Jonin. Shikaku asked. He was surprised as he was an Elite Jonin himself, and the Elite Jonin evaluation wasn't given to anyone. Currently, Konoha just had 5 Elite Jonin in active service. Yes, according to Hayate, Ren-kun has immense potential in Kenjutsu. His physical development is already on par with most Elite Chunin, and according to Hayate he has already grasped the basics of the dance of the crescent moon. Although that alone would not increase his potential to Elite Jonin, his elemental affinity does. Asuma talked to me about Ren a couple of days ago. According to his observations, he has a very pure wind chakra affinity. Although that could mean he won of a natural secondary element, but since he was still able to throw a Gakakyu around without panting means that he also has decent talent in ninjutsu. The dance of the crescent moon combined with wind chakra flow, Shikaku thought, and realized he had forgotten about Asuma's joke about him owing Asuma more than 3 bottles of sake. I see, the ANBU commander nodded, but still he could be inducted into the ANBU where his security would be monitored by one of the best teams, and at the same time we could train him up to his potential. Dragon still thought letting Ren go out in the field as a green genin was extremely dangerous. It would have worked on most people, but Ren is an orphan. Hiruzen reminded them again. I could order him right now to join the ANBU, and although he would comply, it would still drive a wedge between him and the village. Especially since he has so few connections with the village, the only 2 being Ino Yamanaka and now his sensei Hayate Gecko, who he is beginning to build a bond. His future career path would still be ANBU as his introverted personality and his preference for hard work fit well with their ideals. But he would need to select this path by himself, which would be surprisingly easy considering Hayate was an ANBU. I'll instruct him to retell vague stories about ANBU missions which are more exciting and testing than the monotonous D-rank missions he had to go through. Now Hiruzen laid out his plan, getting a nod from both Shikaku and Dragon. Shikaku hesitated, but then he asked, should we include Inoichi? He would have more psychological insight into Ren, and his daughter is Ren's only solid link to the village. Forcing a relationship won't work and could probably backfire. There is no reason to include more people in the know. No, let them connect naturally. Forcing a bond would end up harming Ren's trust more than anything else. What we need is to keep a tight hold on this information. I have already told Ren to not use his ability in the open. Hiruzen spoke. Their plan of action was final, and now Hiruzen was interested in the Shikaku and Dragon's final evaluation. So what do you think about his ability? Hiruzen asked. It is remarkable. Even if Ren doesn't grow strong or improve, he is still tactically almost as important as a Jinchuriki. While his impact on the battlefield won't be as visual as a Jinchuriki rampaging through the front lines, according to my calculations we won't need to focus so much on maintaining a supply line like we did in the last war. And in that regard, his effectiveness is even better than the Yondaime. Shikaku spoke and Dragon nodded with his assessment. Although it would take 4 more people to have the same effect. The 3 kids who were taught a different form of Hurricane by Minato could transport him anywhere in the front lines, and he could take a lot more resources than Minato himself could without wasting as much chakra as he did. Dragon spoke. This approach was what had given Konoha an advantage in the last war, as scrambling to fight in 3 fronts would have stretched their reserve squads too thin if they had to also maintain a secure supply line to 3 different battlefields. So even in the worst-case scenario we would at least be able to maintain our strategies from the last war. Hiruzen sighed. The amount of relief that went through him was enough for him to visibly sigh. Konoha had taken countless hits even after the last war. First, there was the Kyuubi attack which led to Konoha losing its greatest pillar, Minato Namikaze. Then Orochimaru deserted the village which led to Konoha being targeted by Kumo in the Hyuga incident. We somehow managed to prevail, and it was surprising that Kumo didn't make a move after the genocide of the Uchiha clan, but still, we lost around 200 capable shinobi, and it had taken almost 6 years for Konoha to recover. At the back of Hiruzen's mind, he still knew that another hit was coming. Konoha belonged to the Land of Fire. They were the hidden village located in the most fertile land in the world, so the rest of the 3 villages would not let them build their strength peacefully. Kumo has recovered from the last war and is growing stronger every day. Iwa has been dormant for far more than the past decade. Suna's economy is being suppressed by us, and Kiri is still recovering from its civil war. If we can employ the strategies of the last war, then I'm sure we can deal with a weakened Suna and Kumo. Iwa is still the farthest away from us, and Iwa and Kumo had to be aware of each other's backstabbing. Hiruzen concluded as both Shikaku and the ANBU commander nodded. Good. Shikaku, give me an exact estimate of Ren's ability. I need to create a black scroll just in case, Hiruzen asked as he pulled out a scroll from his drawer. While Shikaku didn't like the possibility of Hokage-sama dying, he still summarized Ren's ability. Ren has 50 portable spaces where he can store a variable amount of each stuff, although the best use of his ability is to first store the item in a storage scroll and then stacking the storage scrolls with same items in his portable spaces. According to the tests done, he could stack exactly 100 stacks of storage scrolls in his storage slot, his own term for his ability, and then he can transport 50 of these different items at a time. The best storage scroll we have was able to store 500 kunai at a time, and Ren was able to stack 100 of these stacks into his one slot. Shikaku paused and then he continued, if an estimate regarding the best way to equip a garrison has to be done, Ren can carry 100,000 kunai, 200,000 shurikens, at a time, which would only use 4 of his 50 available slots. The food and grain have a slight problem, as any kind of mixed materials would not be stacked, so we might need to stack up on pure materials, which would make it a bit harder to transport food but is still doable with the remaining slots. Exploding tags and other medical necessities could be variable depending on the requirements. Hiruzen listened to Shikaku's explanation and recorded everything. After he was done, he sealed up the scroll and placed it back into his desk. Later, he would store this scroll along with the other black scrolls in the secret compartment in his office. Hiruzen sighed again and asked, what about Genma, Rado, and Iwashi? Dragon stepped forward and spoke. They need to be inducted into ANBU. Their strength is okay, but they still are not strong enough to be able to hold their own against Jonins with experience. Plus, their use of Flying Thunder formation technique is slower than the Yondaime, making it hard for them to use it as a means of escape. Hiruzen nodded and ordered, all right, I'll talk to them in the next couple of days. Regarding Ren, his ability is marked as an S-rank secret. Shikaku, the ANBU commander, and the Hokage then started a discussion about various other missions that they needed to watch out for that could effectively make use of Ren's ability without exposing it to the world. 1:33 p.m., the 29th of January, 13ers ANB. Third-person POV. Hei watched Ren walking in front of him with a complicated look on his face. While he may not be able to fully understand how important Ren's ability was for the village, he still realized that Ren's importance to Konoha has grown beyond that of a simple shinobi from Shikaku's tests. I need to make sure he is strong enough to carry out higher-ranked missions before the end of next month. Ren, let's continue with our spar. This time we will multitask. You told me that you mastered tree walking, didn't you? Hei spoke, and upon seeing Ren's nod, he walked up to a nearby tree and unsheathed a training sword. He jumped onto the tree and started walking up the tree. Are you ready? He asked, and Ren immediately went on guard. His stance was a lot less rigid now, as the basics were already starting to get engraved in his muscle memory. Hei smiled as Ren dashed at him without replying. He's learning this far faster than I imagined. clanged. Ren and Heiei were entangled against each other, fighting on top of the small lake. Ren had gotten used to this method of sparring in the past week, and now after a week of constant sparring on top of the lake, he could fight on top of the lake like he could on the ground. At least that was the case when it came to just using taijutsu or kenjutsu. He still had some trouble maintaining both his balance and using ninjutsu at the same time while water walking. Ren slowed down his slash at the last moment as he pushed forward, breaking into Heiei's guard. His kick caught Heiei off guard, and the Tokibetsu Jonin had to scramble backward in order to dodge his attack. Rip. The kick was another fake as he hopped forward and closed the distance once again. His sword ripped Heiei-sensei's flak jacket, which caused Ren to stop and panic. His reward was a solid punch to the face that made him plunge deep into the pool. Damn it, I had him right there. He totally cheated by faking an injury, Ren thought as looked calmly into the cold water. He mobilized chakra in his hands to drag himself out of the lake. Ren came out of the lake and looked at Heiei-sensei. His jacket had a diagonal slash ripping it apart in the front. Normally the jacket would be more resilient to a normal slash from any sword, but Ren was channeling wind chakra through his sword. And although the extra layer of chakra blade was very weak right now, it still ripped through his primary source of protection. You are not going to have the luxury of panicking in a real fight, Heiei commented as he suppressed his amazement at Ren's progress in multiple aspects at the same time. While it didn't take him long to learn water walking, it was the ease with which Ren was able to convert his chakra into wind nature that was truly fearsome to Heiei. No one would want to fight him at close range once he masters the wind manipulation, Heiei thought. He looked down at his ruined jacket. Ren has just begun to grasp the way to convert his chakra into the wind just last week, and since he had gained basic proficiency in the dance of the crescent moon, Heiei had instructed Ren to start training with his original sword and try to use chakra flow to make his attacks more lethal. Heiei looked at his training sword. There were several gashes along its length even after the resistance and strengthening seals that he had Ren engrave onto them. I might need to think of a different way for him to train kenjutsu with his wind manipulation in order for him to get used to his improved range. This is the third training sword that was ruined just this morning, and his wind nature transformation seems like it will continue to improve. While Heiei was thinking about the solution to Ren's problems, Ren sat down on top of the lake to rest as he looked through his status. Name, Ren. Title, Rookie of the Year. Level, 23. Next level, 21, 500/40, 0. Chakra, 409 850th. STR, 99. VIT, 93. End, 98. Dex, 169. INT, 100. Sha, 85. Control, 58%. Fire, 20%. Wind, 27%. Water, 0%. Earth, 6%. Lightning, 0%. Specialization, Chakra Sensor. Money, 69,000 Ryo. Attribute points, 45. I could finish mastering the leaf cutting exercise and water walking exercises today during the evening practice session. I should spend more time in the sensory deprivation training room and try to increase my sensing range. Chakra sensing was one of the specializations any shinobi could apply to learn if he or she has enough talent. Ren didn't have any talent in chakra sensing before, but as soon as his INT crossed the 100-point barrier, he was able to barely sense chakra around him in a 10 meters radius. Along with it came a new skill that he had grinded during the past week thanks to Heiei-sensei introducing him to the sensory deprivation room. Chakra sensing is primarily associated with the practice of chakra control and the development of the user's sensory abilities. Anyone can develop basic sensory abilities, and the more attuned with their chakra someone was, it was all the more likely that they could perceive changes in the chakra around them. When actively concentrated, users could sense them around them. Uses 1 chakra, min when chakra sensing is used actively. Seals required, RAM. Although my real range when I don't concentrate isn't impressive, it is still a good enough start. Ren looked at his INT and Cha stat. He has been considering dumping more points into them since they were the only stats that worked a little differently than the rest of his physical base stats. Not only was gaining INT and Cha stats harder, but even more so after he went through most of the theory books in the Chunin portion of the library. Ren had used 18 stat points when he boosted his INT to 100, and he was rewarded with a minor sensing ability. The odd question though was why didn't he gain any advantage from his other stats breaking past thresholds like it did with INT? He also has been constantly dumping 1 stat point every day into Cha since that stat would automatically grow even without his interference. Alright, let's go, that's enough sparring for one morning, Heiei spoke. Ren closed his status windows and stood up on the water. Both of them walked out of the lake and Ren went to lean against his favorite tree, but Heiei stopped him. Come on, let's go, we are taking a mission early today. Why, it's not like all the missions will be exhausted by the other genin squads. Ren frowned at the thought of weeding someone's garden or chasing after a cat all around Kano. Cheer up, I asked Hokage-sama to select a simple C-rank mission for us. Heiei spoke, getting a bright smile from Ren. Together they had completed 20 D-rank missions in the past month. Although they only had to do 10 mandatory D-rank missions, Hayate still delayed the first C-rank mission until he was sure Ren would be able to hold his own against even some seasoned chunins. Since we are an unconventional two-man cell, it is better to take some more precautions. Let's go then, Hayate-sensei. Ren was visibly a little bit excited. From the day he could remember, he has dreamed of becoming someone who was in control of his own destiny. Being a shinobi has thus become the obvious escape to freedom he always desired, and now finally he had a chance to take his first mission. Hayate chuckled as Ren for the first time voluntarily opened the door to the mission assignment room. He did that the first day, but after hearing about the disappointing mission he received, it was always Hayate who had to drag Ren to the mission center every day. Hokage-sama. Hayate bowed and Ren followed. Hayate noticed that Ren wasn't as stiff as before when he bowed to Hokage-sama now. The difference in authority had slowly sunk into his mind subconsciously. Oh hello, Hayate-kun, Ren-kun, excited about the mission today? Hiruzen asked, his eyes staying on Ren for a moment, who nodded immediately. All right. Hiruzen waved his hand towards the door and a chunin from his side went out of a side door. Hiruzen threw a scroll towards Hayate and at the same time, a blue block appeared in front of Ren. Story quest generated. A C-rank mission. The mission's objective is to escort Tazuna, a bridge builder, back to his home in the Land of Waves and protect him from any threats from bandits while he finishes the construction of the bridge connecting the Land of Waves to the Land of Fire. Main quest: make sure the bridge connecting the Land of Waves to the Land of Fire is successfully built. Side quest I: defeat any bandits that might disrupt the construction of the bridge. Hidden quest I, Hidden quest 2, Hidden quest 3, Hidden quest IV. Rewards: main quest, plus 10,000 Ryo, plus 100,000 EXP. Side quest I, plus 1,000 EXP per enemy neutralized. Hidden quest I, Hidden quest 2, Hidden quest 3, Hidden quest IV. Failure, plus 1,000 EXP. While Ren was staring at the unusual notification, Hayate looked at the clearly drunk bridge builder who wobbled behind the chunin. He frowned as he closed the scroll that had the mission description. It is a good mission, simple enough, and since Tazuna is a civilian and not even a noble, he isn't even worth attacking. So the mission should pass by in peace. At most there would be some bandits who would oppose the building of the bridge according to Tazuna, but Ren could handle them easily. I thought I paid for actual shinobi. Why are you giving me a brat and a guy who looks like he was born in the epidemic? Tazuna hiccuped as he accused their team. Hiruzen quickly handled the matter and Ren simply ignored the drunk guy. The large amount of hidden quest indicated that this mission was a lot more complicated than a simple C-rank mission. All the D-rank missions I have taken till now just had a simple description with a 1000 EXP reward. The difference between a C-rank mission and a D-rank mission is a bit too much. The 100,000 EXP means I can level up at least 2 times from just the main quest. Tazuna-san, I assure you we can handle whatever happens in this mission. Would you like to depart today or tomorrow? Hayate asked. Since it is pretty early right now, let's depart today, Tazuna replied. He took his time looking at Hayate and Ren before he sighed and took another gulp of his sake. While drinking sake and acting like a drunk allowed me to easily pass Konoha's inspections, would these two even put up a fight against the demons under Gado's employ? Tazuna thought. Alright, then we would depart for the Land of Waves in a couple of hours. Hayate spoke to Tazuna politely and then turned to Ren, pack for a month-long trip and meet back at the main gate in 2 hours. Ren nodded to Hayate and walked out of the room. Whatever the mission may be, at least finally he could leave the village. Is he lying though? If it was only bandits that were coming after him, the blocks wouldn't generate all these options. Hamasaki Village, Land of Fire, 7:21 AM, the 18th of March, 13ers A and B. Third-person POV. Alright, thanks for the heads up. I'll send the message back to Konoha right away, or can you take a scroll back on your way back to Konoha? A chunin who was in charge of the patrol around the borders asked Hayate. Hayate nodded. They had arrived at the final checkpoint earlier today. He decided to check in on the chunin station not only to gain more information regarding the mission, but also to send a flying hawk back to Konoha about the weird situation he found happening at this village. He had gained a lot of information regarding this mission, and the scene this information painted was a lot different from what Tazuna had given to Konoha. According to Noya, most of the trades with the Land of Waves have stopped in the past year, so the only information he had was pieced together from a bunch of rumors. Why haven't they looked into investigate though? Doesn't make sense. How are we going to cross the ocean? According to the Border Patrol, most of the boats that were used for traveling haven't made a single journey in the last year. Hayate asked Tazuna. He was focused on the old man, trying to find any hints of deceit. Although he was suspicious about the information that Tazuna provided, he couldn't just abandon the mission without proper evidence of foul play. Tazuna played it cool. He had been constantly taking sips from his bottle along the way, not only to alleviate his boredom but also to calm down his nerves. I have a friend who fishes regularly around the ocean waiting. He will take us to the Land of Waves. Tazuna hiccuped as he started walking toward one corner of the village. Hayate wanted to ask more questions, but they quickly arrived at a shady corner in the village. Many villagers had set up shops around a crowded alleyway, and many fishermen were bartering for goods with the fish they had caught. Tazuna walked over to one of them. They talked in a hushed voice before the other man nodded, and both of them walked towards the exit of the village. Height indicated to Ren to keep on guard as both of them followed the other two out of the village. The place where they arrived looked like an unofficial dock. There were several boats hidden in the bushes, and Tazuna and his fisherman friend quickly uncovered one of them and pushed it into the water. They both looked too afraid of being caught for it to be a simple bandit group, Height thought as all four of them quickly boarded the boat. There was dense fog covering the small river, and in a few minutes, they were sailing through the ocean. They both look a lot more relaxed now, Height thought as he surveyed their body language. Tazuna took another gulp from his sake, and Height decided now was a good time to ask his questions. Tazuna-san, what can you tell me about the general state of the Land of Waves? According to our border patrol, the Land of Waves has stopped its trading routes for about a year now. The main question is, why does Hokage-sama not know about this? While Wave might not be an important country, if something was going on, the border patrol should have checked on the situation by now. Height was puzzled by the situation. He was missing several pieces of information to truly understand what was going on. Tazuna hesitated and Height caught him and his fisherman friend sharing a look. Height controlled his chakra flow as he got ready for an ambush. The Land of Waves is in a poor state. A bandit group has taken over the country and they are stopping us from completing the trades through boats. That's why I'm making this bridge so we can connect the Land of Waves to the Land of Fire. That makes a little more sense, but still, no matter how poor the condition of the Land of Waves was, the situation should not have escalated to this degree without outside influence. Is some other village involved in this matter? Height thought as his vigilance increased. He scanned his surroundings, but everything was covered in fog so he wasn't able to see much. But the fishermen sneaking to the Hamasaki village to trade for goods now makes a little more sense. This bandit group must be suppressing Wave's economy, so they had to resort to sneaking out. The group followed in silence as Ren and Height had their guard up. Ren had his chakra sensing active, but without being obvious about it and concentrating harder by making a ram seal, he could only sense around 40 meters around him. His sensor skills improved by 1 level when he took shifts guarding their campsites at night. The boat arrived at another hidden location after an hour of travel. Tazuna and his friends were still tense, but Height jumped from the boat and landed on a tree, his eyes scanning the nearby area trying to see if anyone was around, but there was no sign of anyone being around. No ambush, Height concluded after a while as he saw several other boats hidden in bushes. Tazuna and Ren had by now left the boat and the fisherman was paddling back the way they came. Our immediate escape is blocked, but at least I taught Ren water walking. In the worst case scenario, we can retreat back to the sea and eliminate our tracks before sneaking back into the Land of Waves. Lead the way, Tazuna-san, Height instructed, and the three of them once again started walking through the damp forest. Height was walking behind while Ren was up front with Tazuna in the middle. Ren was focusing on his senses, and after traveling for around 10 minutes he could sense 2 people hiding in a puddle. Realizing that the people who were supposed to be amusing them were not bandits but shinobi, he decided to attack first as he had a perfect opportunity at the moment. Boar, horse, tiger. Ren mobilized his chakra and flashed through 3 hand seals and took a deep breath while holding the tiger seal. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. A steady stream of fire left his mouth and then it bloomed into a 2 meters wide fireball that slammed into the puddle. He saw 2 shadows trying to evade the attack and heard 2 pain screams coming from the road ahead. He stayed out and then his hands morphed into the ram seal as he started sensing around them. He felt someone flicker somewhere in front of their group before she vanished from his range. He looked over and Height-sensei had already beheaded one of their attackers while he had the other one pinned down with a sword to his neck with a missing arm lying a little bit ahead on the road. Their forehead protectors are from Kiri. What are they doing ambushing us like that? The Land of Waves is quite far from their village and operating radius, Ren thought, but he quickly warned Height-sensei of another possible attacker. Height-sensei, I sense someone else around 150 meters southwest. Ren kept the explanation short as Height moved his body to face the mentioned direction. Tazuna was trembling in both panic and relief. The situation escalated and was resolved in a matter of seconds. All he could see was the short one blowing a firebomb out of his mouth while the one with the sword vanished from his side and killed the 2 shinobi. As Height focused on the situation happening in front, Ren sneaked a look into his quest block and see if he could get some more information. Rewards: Hidden Quest I, plus 20,000 EXP, plus formulae. Collect, bounty completed. Name, Gazu. Rank, Chunin. Level, 31. They were Chunin. Ren was a little shocked by that. Maybe he caught them off guard and thus they weren't able to use any ninjutsu, or maybe he injured them enough with the sneak attack that they weren't able to put up a fight. Still, there is someone else around, and most likely they escaped. The situation is not good, and since just the first hidden mission had Chunin level opponents, I'm pretty sure if our team will have to go against actual Jonins. Height was thinking along the same lines. He looked around but still could see anyone around, which means that their last opponent likely escaped and there is a stronger attack coming their way. While he was furious at Tazuna right now, he still maintained his calm and asked, Tazuna-san, time to tell the truth, who is controlling the Land of Waves? Zabuza's hideout. Haku flickered into the room and arrived in front of a cave. He quickly went through the tunnels and arrived in front of Zabuza's room. Zabuza-sama, he bowed and waited for Zabuza-sama to open the door. The door opened after a few seconds and Haku entered the room to see Zabuza leaning against the bed. His one eye was open, tracking Haku as he made his way across the room. The demon brother failed in their ambush. They were quickly defeated by the team from Kano. Haku bowed after he finished providing a quick summary of the battle. 2 swordsmen in one team. It doesn't look like Kano's standard team. There could be more shinobi following behind them, Zabuza thought as he stood up and walked to a table. His sword was leaning against the table, which he picked up and motioned for Haku to follow him. We first need to circle back to the shore to see if there are any other tree huggers lying in wait. Then I can have my fun with their wannabe swordsmen. A grin stretched the bandages covering Zabuza's face as his eyes leaked killing intent. The 2 master slaves flickered quickly to the hidden shore that the fishermen used to sneak around. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.